surfing here in Australia with the Boardriders Battle. Jess, it is crazy out here today. We've turned up. The swell is huge. The wind is blowing, so I came down here with a full head of hair. It's blown off. I mean, it is crazy conditions. What are you expecting to see today?
Well, I mean, like you said, every year we turn up and it is so big and the nerves are high. You can feel the tension, the prestige that's on the line, let alone the cash and that trophy at the end of the day at finals tomorrow. We're going to see everybody going ham, like absolutely 110% from every club. You're going to see the club spirit. We're going to see people that you've never heard of before out surfing some of the best names in pro surfing in Australia. So this is the absolute epitome of Australian surfing and Australian surf culture.
I love it. We've got $100,000 up for grab. It's our 9th go at the ABB finals. Newcastle Beach has become the spiritual home of the club surfing finals. And as you said, you know, world champions up against local heroes, undergrounds, groms, women. It's got it all.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, what better place to have it? You know, like you said, it's like the spiritual home. It just completely embodies Australian surf culture, which is what the Boardriders Battle is all about.
It sure is. Well, without further ado, let's rip into it. We've got surfers in the water. The Oakley Battle cage is behind us. Let's get stuck into it.
Unreal. Thank you so much, Vorno and Jess down there on the beach. JJ in the booth with Sean Doherty. Sean, we're back here. This is our 9th year, mate.
Yeah, I know, mate. And it actually feels a lot like last year. Remember we were here the last day, Sunday of final last year. Big storm came in, a lot of wild ocean, a lot of wind. And, mate, we've turned up here this morning and it's pretty much a cookie cutter from that. It's really going to sort these crew out over the weekend. Yeah. It's going to be whoever wins this thing, mate, is going to have to earn it.
Yeah, it sure is. Look at those conditions there. It's very big, very soupy, but it is very contestable, and we love that about Newcastle Beach. We always get a reform. That's surfer right here is defending club champs, North Narrabeen, and that looks like Cooper Chapman there. So he's surfing about halfway out, and there's plenty of good scoring waves coming through there. And of course, North Narrabeen in the Sombrero men's heats this morning, up against Kawana, Scarborough, and Redhead.
Yeah. So basically, the big picture today is this is the individual heats all day. So we've got 6 heats of men, 6 heats of women, 6 heats of masters, and 6 heats of juniors. So basically, what this does, JJ, is it sorts out a seeding order for tomorrow. Tomorrow is is finals day, and it's teams all day tomorrow. So today's individuals to get the seeding points, but it's all crucial. So you want to finish up the top end of the ladder today to give yourself the best shot of winning that thing tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course there's a lot that goes into every day as we watch the Hyundai replay. Great to have Hyundai back again this year. They've been such great supporters of this event. We love it. And Cooper Chapman here from North Narrabeen. They know what it's like to win.
Yeah, well, they're defending champs. They've won, I think, 3 times out of the 9 from memory. Of course, and they've always been one of the powerhouse clubs of this country. The big dogs surfing under the pirate flag of North Narrabeen. And they'll probably, you'd reckon, they'd probably come into this weekend as favourites, mate, because they bat pretty deep.
Yeah, they certainly got a strong team, and we talk about the depth and the heritage of these clubs. And North Narrabeen, well, they've got it. They're as strong as any club in Australia, and a real tough one to beat. Scores coming in there for Coops, a 2.38. And of course, you can have as many options as you want to catch waves. Only the best single ride for these. Oh, was it best 2 in these heats here for North Narrabeen? So Coops 2.38 there. Kawana yet to score. Scarborough yet to score. But we've got a rider right now, Shauno, and it's Kalani Ball.
Yeah, Kalani Ball.
What a great surfer he is.
Yep, we've seen him well in the last 12 months through the Challenger Series on the World Tour as well. Really make his mark. Big, strong, tall surfer from just south of Sydney. So it's a pretty stacked first heat when you look at it. So this is what we're surfing for over the weekend, courtesy of Hyundai. 100 grand, mate.
Yeah.
That's split amongst the clubs. I think it's 20 grand for the winning club, which gives you, whoever it is, mate. That's a huge boost for a board riding club, mate. You can do a lot of stuff with that. Most of those clubs plough that straight back into junior development, trips just to build the strength of the club. And well, speaking of strong clubs, this is Cooper Chapman from North Narrabeen, just flaring the fins there. JJ, Mate, very interesting lineup. As you can see, the wide shot there, mate. No one game to go at the back.
No, well, that is a big part of the strategy this morning, trying to work out if you do get yourself out the back. Sometimes it can take 5 or 10 minutes, and sometimes you just can't get out there at all. And it's so consistent, waves all over the place, and it's a really sort of powerful swell as well.
Ooh.
Nice finish there.
Yeah, that's Justin Lee from Redhead. So Redhead, which is the local beach here, probably 20 minutes south here of where we are at Newcastle Beach. They won the local trials this morning, so they've already surfed a teams event this morning, and that guy there, Justin Lee, who's a really well-known surfer around this area and a real shredder. So he's gone first man out for Redhead in the individual heats.
Yeah, and of course they had to overcome Bay Area, they had to overcome Frenchman's, and so they've got a shot here. So they've already had a 50-minute session, with their teams surfers out there as well. So replay now, Shauno. And not a bad little shore break they got here to work with. They're getting a few turns on every wave.
Yeah, Justin's a real smooth surfer, like great surfer to watch. You can see it there. Even in that little soupy reform, he managed to draw some really nice lines. It's Connolly.
Connor, yeah. There's a couple of brothers in this one.
Yeah. Father and son, yeah, it's actually Connolly. It's Justin's kid.
Family affair.
It's so funny, mate, to see that style. Actually, it does. It runs through families. It's classic. It caught me there in the sun. I thought it was the old boy there for a second.
Another wave there from Kalani as well. And we talked about what a great surfer he is. He's just got a 2.65 at the moment. Another score to come through for him. Look at this little section. Sucky little roof ride, float over the top. And a bit of a whip there off the foam. Kalani. Oh, a bit of an old school 80s foam climb as well. We love that. We'll cut down to Vorno. He's on the beach as Kalani makes his way back out. Vorno.
Thanks, JJ. Yep, here with a very nervous man, but a man brimming with confidence after taking out the trials. Nathan, the Swami from Redhead. First of all, mate, how good was it to get the win over the other local clubs and get into the ABB finals?
That was awesome. Such a good feeling. Been runner-up like 3 years in a row, so to go one better this year was just awesome. Yeah, so yeah, awesome.
Give us a bit of an insight into the Redhead Club, mate. How are you guys faring at the moment?
Yeah, we're good, mate. We're just a little club, 20 minutes south of Newcastle here. Just a little suburb, like a little country sort of feel to it. But, we've got Justin and Connor Lee, father-son combo there. They're pretty strong duo. We've got Connor's girlfriend, Shay. And she did really well. So everyone's fired up. Got Phoenix, Vischer there, and Noah Litchfield. We've got a really good team. A couple of powerhouses there. So, yeah, I mean, for the conditions, I think a few of our servers will do really well, and it should be good.
Good stuff, mate. And I was going to say, what about your own son?
He did well out there. Like, he's 13. We struggled for a junior this year. A couple of our servers just ticked over 18 years old, so he was the next cab off the rank. But he did really well considering the conditions out there. He got us a really good score, and so hopefully he can back that up in the next round. That'd be good.
Yeah, mate, well, you got bragging rights over all the local clubs now for the next year, so well done on that. How deep into this draw do you reckon Redhead can go?
Oh, mate, I think we can go all the way. Yeah. So fingers crossed, and hopefully everyone can come down and cheer us on, and let's bring it home.
Good on you, Nath.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, go Redhead. I know who'll be watching this. Well, here we go. This is live. This is Cooper Chapman here from Northie. He's on about his 10th wave here, just joining the dots and just linking that thing beautifully.
Yeah, he's looking very spicy, isn't it? He's pretty twitchy there, very focused, and really did a good job there of getting a bit of length to ride there and a few good turns. And he's got a 5.13 for wave number 2, Sean, so we'll see what that one is. But currently in the lead, Redhead in second with a 4.5, and Scarbs with 3.68, and no action yet from Kawana.
No, I haven't seen anything from Dane Bird from Kawana as yet. Here's the replay of Coop's last one. Of course, Cooper Chapman, as we said with Kalani Ball, Kalani's made big strides on the World Tour. Coop's been there for probably 5 or 6 years now, right at that cusp of qualifying, and you can see it, like a super experienced surfer on the tour. And a super experienced club surfer, as all these North Narrabeen crew are. They do a lot of this stuff.
And he's doing a bit of work with Surfing Australia as well, with his development programs and his mentoring and his work up there's been really good. I've seen him up around the Northern Rivers region, tearing it
Yeah.
apart. So
No, very interesting cat, Coops. He, it does, you wouldn't call it motivational speaking, but it is. It's close to probably to mentoring. And he's kind of gone in that space, and he's kind of a great communicator. Got a really positive outlook on life, and just a good cat to be around.
Okay, there. So surfer from Scarbs there, Kalani Ball on screen behind there. We're still waiting for scores for White, for Dane. So he's obviously having the tough go of it there. Looks a little bit like a bit of whitewater rafting,
Mate.
bit of surfing, a bit of snowboarding, some moguls. A bit of a blend of a few sports today. Endurance is a big part of it too.
Hey, that is wild, mate. Well, here we go. This is the final. We've got Dane Bird up here for Kawana, the Sunshine Coast Club, and that's not going to work for him. That's wild how much Connor Lee surfs like his dad. It's crazy. I called it as his dad first up. I thought it was actually him. They'd sent Justin out, but it's Connor. They actually surf, and it's amazing, mate. You see it through families. It does. The style actually runs. There's some weird genetic thing. The
posture
that it just...
Timing.
Yeah, man. You put them up against a silhouetted backdrop, and you couldn't tell them apart.
I immediately thought of the Fitzgeralds when you said that. They popped to mind straight away. So if that is the case, Shauna, you want to make sure your dad's a pretty good surfer.
Yeah, you don't want him to be a kook.
who are we complimenting there?
Yeah, totally.
So scores coming through now, and it's Northie out in the lead at this stage. Just a 1.7 there for Dane's last wave in White. So Northie defending champs out in front. 5.13 for Cooper Chapman. Second place is Redhead, the best scoring wave there for those guys. 4.5 Scarborough in yellow, but the 3.68 in that wave there of Danes still in fourth, and that wide shot there. Look at what these guys are battling with. It's breaking so far out. I think we've seen it pretty big over the years, Shauna, but this is the furthest I've seen it breaking out the back. Like, it's way up past the bars, and really unpredictable too. Some big sets coming through every 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, hang on to your breakfast out there on the coal freighters. She'd be pretty bumpy out wide there. But yeah, it's like, and it's, today's, as we said, the individual heats, which are probably easier to manage for these guys. They're all deciding to sit on the inside rip. No one's going out the back because it's a real mess out there at the moment. Tomorrow, when the teams event kicks in, though, JJ, that's when things are going to get weird, because the team's format means you've got to surf 6 surfers. You've got to get 6 surfers in and out in an hour in that lineup. So you're going to have strategy just going everywhere. So it's pretty under control right now. They'll surf on this inside rip bowl and see what they can get. But tomorrow, when you've got the time pressure of the teams event, mate, things are going to get weird, which is great for us because it's not fun to surf, but it's hugely entertaining because you just see people just melting. Yeah,
plenty of drama, and I much prefer a wild woolly day like this than long lulls and small conditions. So it's going to be a great weekend, of course. 2 days. This is the best surfing clubs from right around Australia here in the Hyundai Boardriders Battle Final. Great forehand slashing turn there was that Kalani in the glare there. So that was a nice turn, looking sharp and crisp as well. So chasing Cooper Chapman's score of 5.13. There's Dane from Kawana, and this looks like a better wave, Shauno.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little backhand whack here. He's just joining the dots, and he'll get out of there before that thing fades out. And here goes Cooper, just S-turning to set this thing up here. Now it stands up on the inside. He's getting a little tube, little head dip on the inside. And, well, he's leading at the moment, and that might put him further out in the lead. I don't know what the judges are going to do with a tube today.
Yeah, they've got to be ready for anything. So this first heat will be setting the scale for the Sombrero Open Men's Heats, 6 heats. This is the replay now. That was a great turn there for Kalani from Scarborough. And he's really impressed me over the years. He probably hasn't succeeded internationally like I expected, but he's had some fantastic results around Australia.
Oh, yeah, he's on the verge of doing it, for sure. Here's a replay of Coops. Little head dip on the inside. Had to bust out of that thing as it hit the shore break. But,
very similar.
Yeah, there it is, 4.2. Judges didn't put it up above his 5.
Yeah.
So, but he's hanging on to the lead at the moment. Right, really close between him and Kalani Ball. Like Cooper's got a 5.13, Kalani's got a 5. So those two are kind of duking it out at the moment, first place. As you'd probably imagine, mate, those two guys have, you know, as you said, have kind of done a heap of time on the old qualifying series, the Challenger series now. And I reckon Kalani Ball is probably one of those guys you're going to see break through. Like, we've seen a lot of young Aussie guys break through this year and get onto the main tour.
He's in that class.
He's in that class, man. He's not far off. He's probably in the conversation for next year, 100%, because he's got a good act in Hawaii, which is kind of crucial now in that Challenger series. You've got you've got Haleiwa there, but he's really good, Haleiwa in Sunset.
Yeah. He's very polished. He put a performance in at Burleigh a few years ago. It just blew minds, actually. He won an event up there, and I've been a fan ever since. Very precise, very focused, and but in second at the moment behind Cooper, as you said, Sean, at 5.08. North Narrabeen, Cooper Chapman 5.13. So very, very close. Redhead with a 4.5 and Kawana, Dane Bird 2.4 at this stage. There's all our surfers on screen. 6 heats of the Zombrero Open Men's Division, and our clubs at the moment putting who they regard as their best talent in the water to try and get the most points out of these heats. And here we go on the inside now. This is that.
That's Connor Lee.
Connor.
Yep, from Redhead.
Oh, nice.
Little fin flare there at the end. I reckon our old mate Ben Mundy would be watching this heat, JJ, with interest, being an old Redhead boy. He's Captain Redhead, mate.
Really?
Mate, he won't stop banging on about it.
I thought it was a metaphor.
But no, it's a big surfing heartland just south, 20 minutes south here.
Does he make a good captain?
Captain Red? Well, he won't stop talking about it, mate. He loves Redhead, as do all these guys. There's Connor Lee just flaring on that last turn.
I love it.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Great.
So, well, actually, he has just gone up into the lead on the back of that, a 5.65. So Redhead, which you reckon's probably the minnow club here, amongst, because you've got the big dogs of North Narrabeen and the experienced Scarborough. So Redhead are the local trials winner. They're leading this at the moment.
Do you think you could say there's some kind of local knowledge that plays into that as you look at that mess on screen, or is it all pot luck, you reckon, Shorto?
Pot luck, 100%. They're sitting in that. They're sitting in that rip. You can see it. There's so much water being sucked out, back out to sea through it. So really, you it's a bit of a lucky dip, but it's also you've got to work out what's going to reform and what's not, and there's an art in that for sure.
I think a good strategy today would be catch as many waves as you can and surf your best on them, because you can't really take off halfway there and know what it's going to do on the shoreline there. You just got to milk every section for what you get, and just go for quantity over quality. So, but that was a great wave there for Connor for 5.65, and it's got them in the lead. So really close heat here. We've got 3 5s, North Narrabeen, Scarborough and Redhead. Very, very tight at the moment. Of course, after this, we've got, here we go, live action, Shorto.
Yep.
This is Kalani again, fades back and kicks out.
Yeah, so nothing doing there for Kalani. They're chasing that 5.65 now. And that was Connor Lee there. Or it was Cooper, maybe.
Yeah, Cooper.
So just trying to see in the into the sunrise here.
So we've got 3 minutes 15, and there we go, wide shot there. The guys, that's what they're dealing with. Someone's having a swing now on the inside and can't get into that one. So just with 3 minutes on the clock there, Shauno, it is the local club Redhead. 5.65 for Connor Lee. Second place is North Narrabeen, a 5.13 for Cooper Chapman. Scarborough in third, Kalani Ball with a 5.08, and Kawana in fourth place at this stage. So we've got Hyundai Open Women's Heats, 6 of those coming up after these men's openers, and the Asiona Masters Heats as well later today. Great to have Asiona back again this year, and as we mentioned, the 9th year of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. It's been a hell of a legacy, a lot of great historical moments, some big performances. Of course, a lot of the championship tour stars are in Hawaii, thanks to COVID and some scheduling that we had to do, but some amazing talent in all of these clubs here again this year.
Now these clubs bat pretty deep, so even if you lose a couple of your stars, then you've got a roster of a lot of young crew coming through, teenage, and you can
And
Paul, you get some of the old dogs, you know, some of your Masters surfers as well, as we've seen already, you know, with guys like Justin Lee. You know, he's their Masters surfer and still surfs like an open.
yeah, plenty of former World Tour stars walking around the beach this morning. Here we know, nice little link up here as we come down under 2 minutes. And I thought he had another section there to finish. So behind Lee is that yellow, Kalani?
Yeah, looks like it.
Great section here, up over the roof and hops down. Something else to deal with here, another score on the inside.
Ooh,
Can he hang on? No, he gets bundled off.
That was looking like it might have troubled that leading score, I think, if he had hung on to that last turn. So just over a minute to go. See Coop just checking his watch there. Okay, well, there's the wide shot, what we're seeing down here at Newcastle Beach opening day. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle down the beach. Tez McKenna and Jess, what's going on?
Hey guys, I have with me, you know, we speak about Newcastle being the spiritual home of surfing, and synonymous with that is the voice of Terry McKenna. Very good morning, Terry. I believe we're going to get a really good surf report and analysis of what we're here to expect at the finals.
Absolutely. Morning, Jess, and welcome along, everyone, to the greatest city in the galaxy here at Newcastle. Yeah, I mean, a classic La Nina weekend, isn't it? I mean, just a little mixed bag full of everything. Winds at the moment, southeast, very strong, but the good thing about that is it's dead onshore here at Newcastle. Believe it or not, it's the best onshore wind. I mean, if it was southerly or southwest, it'd be cutting it to pieces. On a dead onshore, when it's got a 2.5 metre swell like we have today, the back of the wave tends to protect the front of the face of the wave, so you'll find that the inside sections here will be nice and smooth. Look, the other thing we have is a saving grace with this right across the weekend. It's a lunchtime high, and at high tide, this little peak on the inside here stands up, becomes like a separate wave. You've got the outside and the inside. So look, we've got some blue sky. We've just missed the bad weather, so all in all, it's going to be a really exciting forecast for this kind of format.
There you have it, straight from Terry McKenna himself. That's what we're looking forward to this weekend. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good on you, Jess. Yeah, Tez McKenna, of course, the voice of Newcastle and the human surf forecast. He's been surf checking JJ for longer than... Well, he and Reggae are probably the two longest serving surf reporters in the world. They've been going like 30. Reg is probably 40 years. Terry's 30. They love it, mate. Every day they're down here checking it.
I know, I've been hearing their voice since the day I started surfing. So, yeah, great to have Tez on board. He's helping out with the beach comms. And Shauno, that's the end of Heat 1. And we go straight into Heat number 2. We'll have some score updates there for you, let you guys know how they went. There's a quick Heat recap. Here we go. So this is Cooper Chapman, defending champs, North Narrabeen.
Yeah, well, things are looking pretty good for Coops early. He got out of the gates, and it looked like it was going to be between Cooper Chapman and Kalani Ball, who you're seeing here. And Coop, yep, this was his 5-1-3. Little fin flare there, and just setting up this inside, little snap and float to finish. But then the young guy from just down the coast here at Redhead, Connor Lee, jumped in with about 5 minutes left with that wave there, and that took him into the lead. The rest of the crew, you know, a little head dip there for Cooper wasn't enough. And, yeah, the young fella from Redhead won it.
Yeah, so good work for those guys. They already won the trials this morning. So coming out on this Saturday morning here, all guns blazing. So well done to Redhead. And Heat 2 in the water now. We've got, well, Lebar, North Shore, North Shelley and Merriweather, another former champion at the Boardriders battle. We'll just go to a quick break, Sean, and we'll come back with those heats in just a moment.
Let's ride the waves, finding friends and lost all day. Get strong, be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths Surf Grom. Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Let's ride!
Welcome back to Main Beach here at Newcastle. This is the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. It's the national final. It's year number 9, and what a pleasure it is to be here for this big finals weekend. JJ in the booth with Sean Doherty. Great event, Sean. We love this event on the calendar, and right now we're up to heat 2 of the day.
Yeah, no, it's my favourite, JJ. I love this one. I'd actually take this event over, well, maybe not Pipeline, the one we've just seen in the last week, but it's my second favourite event in the whole world. Because mate, you've got all the best board riding clubs from around the country here for one weekend to duke it out. And yeah, here we are, mate, opening day with the individual heats.
Absolutely, and we just saw the graphics there. We've got Lieber, Lennox Ballina for up in northern New South Wales, and Mike McDonough's out in the water for them. North Shore is Alistair Reginato, and that's him right on cue. Alistair, hang on, brother. And so Alistair there, he's been a star in recent years. Pretty average wave there for him. And North Shelley's out there as well. They've won this event before, Jolly Bourne. And Merriweather as well. So some heavy hitters, and Mikey Clayton Brown surfing from Merriweather. So this is a stacked
this
heat.
is actually 4 of the clubs that you'd reckon might actually have a shot at winning this thing.
In any year.
Like Lennox Ballina have underachieved massively, considering the talent they've had over the last 9 years, but they're due. They're due a big result at some point. North Shore, of course, they won the whole thing the year before last from the Sunshine Coast. They came from nowhere to win. North Shelley have been second 4 times. And, of course, Merriweather, who also won it, they won it back in 2019, I think, from down, and they're one of the powerhouse clubs. And, well, speaking of power...
Got a broken board?
I think we've got a snap board.
Or snap leggy, or... Wow, okay, here we go. We talk about a test of endurance. I don't remember seeing people have to swim in back to the beach in previous years.
Is he going to get that body surfing wave scored? That was like a 3.5.
I think if he survives it. So we're getting a big gulp of air on the way in there. So North Shore now, Alistair. That was a cleaner wave for him, and 2 good snaps off the top. Oh, it is a broken board, Shauno.
I was trying to work, is it blue? Is it Mikey Clayton Brown from Merriweather swimming in? I think it was.
I would have tried to surf that board in, at least bodyboard it in, because he's taking his leggy off there,
Mate,
I think.
You see his body bash wave is the best wave of the heat so far. Yeah, he's just coming in the south of the Divider Rocks here for a fresh stick. But yeah, there's plenty of ocean moving out there. And we're seeing snap boards, and that's without anyone even surfing out the back. Everyone opting to surf on the inside rip bowl at the moment. It's going to be very interesting to see whether anyone takes it on over the course of the weekend. Of course, this swell's expected to hang around, and as is the wind. So we're probably expecting something pretty similar tomorrow. So it's victory C here, JJ. Whoever wins it, mate, is going to have earned it.
Definitely have earned it for sure. So here we go. We've got another surfer here coming out. I think maybe that's
it's Jolly Vaughan.
Jolly Vaughan. He might just be paddling back out in the rip there in the corner. So a few scores trickling in. We've got a 5.75 for North Shelley. So that's for Joel's first wave. Just the one for North Shore, which is Alistair, but he's got a better score to come in for sure. I think that'll be pretty close to topping North Shelley. A 5.08 there for Alistair and Jolly Vaughan, both in the 5s. Nothing yet from Merriweather. So yet to see Mikey Clayton Brown get a score locked in, but we'll keep you updated. So North Shelley, they come second 3 times, have they?
Yep.
That's why I thought they won it.
They've had some heartbreakers too.
They did. That's right.
They've had a couple of decisions after the bell, after the final. And speaking of, well, as if you have dealing with 8 foot of swell and howling onshore wind isn't bad enough, you've also got a few blueies out there in the lineup. I actually ran into Micah Markison, who's here surfing for Kingscliff this morning. He had a free surf at dawn, and he came in. He got zapped by a blue bottle. So there's plenty of them. And you can see a lot of these crew. Well, you wonder why everyone's wearing full suits. We've got 24 degree water, but everyone's in full suits because they don't want to get stung.
Exactly. So we've got a fifth man in every heat out there, right. The old Portuguese man of war. So we've got some scores there on screen. So North Shelley, saw that wave before of Jolly Bourne. So 5.75 got them in the lead. Just the best wave goes towards the total here. So North Shelley looking good at this stage. And as we come down to the 11-minute mark here at Main Beach at Newcastle. Look how far out it's breaking, Sean. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Reminds me of those days on the North Shore when you go, no surfing today, we're going to go have brekkie in Haleiwa.
Yeah.
And the whole way you drive down the coast, it's like closing out between Jocos and all the rips and all the bowls. They're all just whitewater to the horizon. So we've got that version here at Newcastle. Flags flying proudly.
Yeah, there's the North Shelley crew. Going to be interesting to see, as we said, they've there's been a cigarette paper between them and a win 3 times, 4 times. Like, they've been so close over the years. And they're probably hinging their hopes a lot on Joel Vaughan. It's going to be interesting. I haven't seen their full team list. Now, we've seen in past, because they've got probably 2 of the strongest female surfers in Australia.
Macy.
But Macy Callahan and Molly Picklum. Molly Picklum obviously is not here because she's in Hawaii. She's been surfing in at Pipeline.
Doing a great job.
And absolutely carving. So she's not here. It's a matter of whether they got Macy, but they bat really deep with the Vaughan brothers, Shane Holmes, with Russ Maloney. They've got a really strong team, and you'd probably reckon they're gonna figure at the business end of this tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, well, they could become the Shane around of the Boardriders battle.
4 times second, hope not.
And let's not have
they're going to be hard to live with if they finish second again.
All right, so Lee Bar there got a score on the board as well. 3.13 for Mikey McDonough. I saw him yesterday. He was absolutely ripping in the warm-up surfs, as you would expect. All these surfers in this heat, and every heat of round 1 here, really in great form. Couple of late moves there off the top for Mikey Clayton Brown.
Yeah, well, Mikey's on. Ben Merriweather did win it, 2018, 2019. What year? 2019.
2 years ago. Yep.
Well, Mikey Clayton Brown was a huge part of that. Like, he was their junior surfer at that point, and he really flew the flag, because you got to remember back, like, Merriweather that year were missing a couple of their key guys. Ryan Callanan didn't surf for them that year. He was out injured. They were missing someone else. So basically they had...
Mitch Ross was the start.
Mitch Ross was the start. They bought a lot of their old dogs. Like Mitch Ross, like Travie Lynch.
Philippa did a great job.
Well, Philippa's always there, surfing well for Merriweather. But Mikey Clayton Brown, who we hadn't seen a lot of at that point.
Was that the year when Trav tripped over his leg?
Yeah, it was the year.
Sorry, mate.
But they won it. It wasn't second string team, but it was almost like they really tested their depth, and they won it. Mikey Clayton Brown was a big part of that. And he's gone on and developed, and so now they're sending him out as the open surfer.
And how exciting is it too when the scores come in after the hooter, when everyone's back in the Oakley battle cage and there's a few scores to get tabulated with 30 seconds to go or 1 minute or something, and that was a huge one, wasn't it? And they have come close. It's really hard to pick a winner in this event every year. There's so much good surfers from every club.
There's a lot of teams. You'd look down the sheet and go, well, there's a lot of teams who could win it, and I reckon the fact the surf is the way it is, it probably opens it up to a lot more teams, because tomorrow's going to be a bit of a lottery, because it's going to be similar to this tomorrow. Tess McKenna had a good point that it's going to get better at high tide, which it will. It'll become a bit more defined, but it's still a lottery, and so you're going to get down to tomorrow with the teams thing. And even though you've got the traditional power clubs, the fact that the surf is doing what it's doing is probably going to open it up to a bit of a surprise winner, maybe.
Well, after 9 years, Sean, it's kind of getting to that point where it's easy to pick out the people who haven't won it.
Yeah, there's been quite a few. A lot of the powerhouse clubs have all got one now. Like, you look down the list of surprise winners, probably the real surprise winner was North Shore when they won. Hang on, they were 2019, and Merriweather was 2018.
Culburra had a
Culburra was probably the other. Well, yes and no, because they had the Wrights and the Watson brothers, which is, but yeah, probably the North Shore win was the biggest shock, because Al Reginato, who's out in the water right now, you hadn't seen a lot of him in any form, like in domestic events, tour events, and he and his brother and the whole North Shore crew, mate, kind of came from the clouds to win the whole thing. So you might get one of those again this year, just because of the nature of the surf.
And of course, a big thank you as well to the City of Newcastle and Destination New South Wales for having us back and being such good supporters of this event. A lot of work goes in behind the scenes to get hundreds of surfers in and get this great setup here on the beach that we have. Of course, Asiona, we mentioned those guys. They've been a sponsor of this event a few years. City of Newcastle, of course, right there on screen. And Oakley, Bow Eminence down there. We've got the Oakley Battle Cage on the beach, which will play a big part in tomorrow's teams divisions. And, of course, Reef Tip, VIP beach bar down there, Shauno, which is very popular on a Sunday afternoon in particular. And, of course, Woolworths as well. Those guys, thanks so much. They're handing out fresh food, and we love having those guys. They've been a supporter for a number of years now as well. And, of course, Hyundai. There's a pretty cool-looking car down there as well. We've got the Air exhibition as well.
Have they got the EV back this year?
Yes, it's even newer and snazzier. It's a new version. So Hyundai got the chill out zone down on the beach as well. So big thank you to all those sponsors making this all possible. Some live action now coming unstuck there for North Shore. So Alistair, and behind him Sean North Shelley.
Vaughan, yeah. It's one big turn, just goes for the huge fin throw reverse and can't stick it. So Joel Vaughan at the moment has the lead, 5.75. It was his opening wave. So looking good so far for North Shelley with 5 minutes to go. Here's the replay. You can see this thing. He saw this thing down the line. It was only one turn. Had to go, well, hammer and tongs at it, but couldn't stick it. So yeah, so Joel Vaughan leading, and it's Al Reginato in second at the moment. There's a little straight air from Joel Vaughan. He sticks that, but I don't think that's going to better his top score.
Yeah, just the one manoeuvre there. So, and a big thank you to Gage Roads as well. We're going to give those guys a shout out. So, plenty of support, and of course there should be all these clubs. Of course, we started this state round, the qualifying rounds, months ago.
Yeah.
Down in your neck of the woods, down in Victoria, around the Torquay zone, and Sydney, Northern New South Wales, up on the Gold Coast, of course. Tassie. I wonder which team from Tassie here. Is it South Arm this year?
I think it's South Arm, yeah.
They tend to do a rotation, don't they?
Yep.
Do they actually have three clubs down there?
What is it, South Arm or Clifton? What's the other one? But I think it's South Arm here from Tassie. I saw the Seaford guys from South Oz.
South Oz.
Yep. Saw Clayton House last night, team captain.
Dion.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, Dion Atkinson with those guys.
So coming down to 3 minutes now, and scores haven't really changed too much. Still North Shelley looking good with Jolie Vaughan there. Swinging around, here we go. Can we get into this one? No, that looked like it was Alistair having a look. Or was it Mikey Clayton Brown? Here we go, Hyundai replay now, Shauno. This wave here was the inside section. Little straight air on this little ramp here.
Yep, Joel Vaughan again. Yep, little grab, straight air. Doesn't challenge his best score, which still sits at a 5.75. Here we go back live. This is Al Reginato from North Shore up there on the Sunshine Coast. And that one just closing down. Like I said, it's a bit of a lottery. These guys are taking off on these things, not really sure what they're going to do. Replay again. This is probably going to be Al Reginato here. Whitewater takeoff. Yep. He was the star of this event 2 years ago when North Shore won it. They came out of the blue. He was the guy that owned the final, won it for him in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and of course a good pick here to represent the club in the Open Men's division, the Sobrero Open Men's heats here. So just one wave, the best single score of all these guys goes into the total. We go on the inside now, Shauno. In the blue, another air rev attempt.
that was Mikey Clayton Brown, I think. It's so busted up out there. He took off and it was a full wave. He landed, there was no wave. It had disappeared. And here's Al Reginato again, just fading back. Looking to set something up on the inside. It's not going to work for him.
Great first turn, though. Okay, so coming down, 2 minutes remaining. Little replay now. Blue, Mikey Clayton Brown. Nearly pulled this out into the flats. Or maybe not nearly. That was a good effort if that was me. And, all right. We're down, we've got Jess down on the beach with Shay who are representing Redhead, who've already had a great morning.
That's it, guys. Shayla Wendell from Redhead. She's their female surfer. Now, you had your partner Connor taking out the men's heat earlier this morning. How are you feeling down here representing Redhead?
I'm feeling pretty stoked. And a little bit nervous, actually. I don't want to let the club down, but yeah, I'm really happy that we run the trials.
Yeah, how crazy is the energy? I mean, we were just speaking about it then off camera. You can feel the tension. There's so much more at stake for the Boardriders battle. How do you handle that? Because you've got to wait until about 11 o'clock to surf your heat. What's going to happen between now and then?
Just going to try and keep breathing and not freak myself out. But yeah, just, I've got to get 2 waves and yeah, just think about that. Just simplify everything and just keep calm. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Well said. And like you were saying, it's, there's a lot of lump and bump, but you can see these guys absolutely incredible surfing here this morning. We are into day number 1. Back to you guys for the Boardriders Battle final.
And a couple of pretty sick waves there. Like there was one there for Mikey Clayton Brown, another one there for Joel Vaughan, which, considering we're 40 seconds out, might have something to say about who wins this thing. Here's a little fade turn for, or is it Red? Was it Mikey McDonough?
No, Mikey's
no,
out the
that's
back.
Joel Vaughan, sorry.
Yep.
So that was the second wave there. So one turn and that thing closed out on him. So at the moment, Joel Vaughan still hanging on to the lead. We're down 15 seconds.
Yeah, and this is Mikey now.
That's Mikey.
From
Whoa.
Liba. It's been quiet. That's a bigger wave. And a couple little roller coasters, little sections to deal with, and this thing reforming. So this will be probably his last roll of the dice shot. Look at this thing standing up. River Rapids.
He has been nowhere in this heat, but he might win it on the last wave. This thing fading all the way through. If he can nail a turn here on the inside, he might have the win.
It still hasn't broken.
He's going back left here now. Just a little backhand check turn, trying to set this thing up. Is it going to do anything for him on the inside? Like he was sitting on a whole heap of 1-pointers, but he might have stolen this in the last 10 seconds. There he is, the big bloke from Lennox Head.
That thing was reforming for 200 metres.
Kept reforming and then never kind of reformed. But he got a big turn out the back.
Yep.
And he joined the dots kind of really nicely, and it might have done the job. Judges are probably going to have to throw that around a bit.
Well, the score to beat is a 5.75, so that's with North Shelley. So Jolie Vaughan's got that. So here it comes, 4.5 for Mikey McDonough, so not enough. So North Shelley, Jolie Vaughan doing the job there. So that'll be the end of heat number 2, the Hyundai Open Men's Division. And there's a shot of Newcastle. We're at Main Beach. JJ with Sean Doty. We'll be right back with heat 3 in just a moment.
Nope.
Alistair Reginato, great finishing move there. And behind him, yellow Jolie Vaughan. This guy ended up winning the heat, the mid-range 5, so good job there for North Shelley. Mikey McDonough, this is last wave of the heat. Sitting out the back, having a quiet sort of little time there, but he just emerged at the right moment. This thing never quite reformed properly. It looked like he was going to get a lot of sections through here to get the outside moves. Little hit off the lip there, gets hung up again, and just ends up winding it right through into the shore. So this will be I think this was the 4 for Liba. So Mikey McDonough there into heat 3 now. We'll be right back at Main Beach, Newcastle for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. Stick around.
Not growing up, not slowing down. Try to build a wall, but knowing we will tear it down. Not giving up, in order to the top.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
Okay, welcome back. Heat number 3 at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, the national final. As we look out at Main Beach, Newcastle, JJ in the booth with Vaughan Blakey. How about these conditions, Vaughan, as we look at heat number 3? It's a wild morning.
It is wild. It's wild. It's challenging. It's soupy. It's howling onshore. And you know, when we walked around the point this morning and got our first glimpse of Main Beach here at Newcastle, JJ, my first thought was, oh dear, because I just couldn't help but think of the Groms in these teams. You know, I mean, a lot of these kids, oh, geez, they're so willing and up for anything, but that's a lot of work out there just to even get from the beach, get through all that whitewash on the inside, that's super soupy, really hard to get through, churning water, and then out the back, there was a couple of 10-footers this morning.
Yeah, and I was talking to Lee Winkler. He said he had a situation yesterday. You know, he was out the back. This big wedge came towards him, and he was freaking out for a while there. And I saw Hedgie as well, North Narrabeen surfer, and he was taking it very seriously. You know, and that's why we love coming back to Newcastle. Every year we seem to get at least one big day, and it's such a great spot. We get the inside reforms, we get the outside bombs, and it's what makes it such a great venue.
It's true, mate. If Nathan Hedge is saying he got a little bit of the wind put up him from the size of the waves, then you got to take that seriously. This is a guy who surfed Chopu and got a 10 in, 15 foot below sea level, dredging barrels. So, yeah, if Hedgie's getting a little bit scared paddling out, then you know that it's pretty serious. And we can see a lot of these surfers are electing to get out on this back bank for the opening rides here, JJ.
Look at this section. Ty Coolest there from Maroubra United. They're up there in the blue. We've got a score coming for North Stain, and that's Georgie Patar. It's just a 1.25. So Torquay, of course, out there at Jones Beach as well. So plenty of stacked heats. These clubs here putting out who they regard as probably their premier surfer, the most likely surfer to get the best score and take the win here in these individual heats.
Yeah, the individual heats, of course, dictate the seeding round. So tomorrow we'll get into the teams challenges as we see Maroubra United represented here. A couple of nice turns, Ty Coolest.
Yeah,
one of the great things about this format and about this event, JJ, as we've spoken about over the years, is just getting to see who stands up for their club. And it's not always, the person you'd expect on paper. It's not always the world champ. Sometimes it's guys like this guy right here from North Stain, Georgie Patar. He has been a standout now for a good couple of years in this event.
Yeah, he's looking smooth, fluid and focused. Another good little natural foot display there from Georgie. Of course, in last week, Kalani Ball was looking good. Cooper Chapman was looking good. Mikey McDonough had an okay sheet. So plenty of awesome surfers from each club and some of the lesser known guys. And I like what you said there, Vorno, because you get the big stars in this event as well. But it gives maybe the junior or the female surfer or the surfer, can go out there and be the real hero for their team. And then a minute later, you've got Joel Parkinson scrounging for a 2. He's 50 metres from the shore. And the hero for the team's the 13 or 14-year-old male or female surfer who got the 6 or the 7. And you just really can't predict it. That's what's so cool.
It's amazing. And this guy, Xavier Huxtable from Torquay Boardriders, what a talent he is. He's won the Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew medal here 1 year as the standout performer. A guy we expect to represent Victoria on the World Championship Tour in the coming years.
Did very well at Bells a couple of years ago.
Did very well, yeah. Scored that CT experience. But just on that point about, the world champs turning up and surfing in these events, it's a full reset for those guys, because to get where they, to reach the heights that they have to reach, they'll all tell you they've got to be selfish. You've got to put yourself ahead of everyone. So coming back to this team mentality, it can be a bit of a rattle. Like they're out of their comfort zone. Whereas, someone like Georgie Pitar, for example, who's used to these formats, loves getting out there, loves surfing for his club, can really challenge those big names.
Yeah, and you're not making all your own decisions. You're looking back into the beach, you're looking for guidance, the captains are waving, the drums are beating, the flags are going.
The mascots are dancing, everything's going on.
So, we love the excitement, the action and the colour and the drama here. So, scores there for every club now, Vorno. Torquay looking the best at the moment, and that's Zave with the 5.63. So, pretty good start for him. North Stain, 4.75. That's George Pitar. Maruba United, of course, Ty. Locking in at 2.63 and a low score there for Jones Beach. That's Brett Connellan. Here we go. White now. North Stain. Oh, he's come unstuck. Over-rotated there for George. So
it's really tricky out here, JJ. Sometimes when you're surfing these really big onshore rip bowls, there's good reformers on the inside and there'll be plenty of opportunities, but you just never know what the wave's going to do from moment to moment. Sometimes it'll stand up and you feel like you've got a big section, and as you go and engage the rail, it just backs off. As we see Xavier Huxtable putting it up and over. Beautiful turn there. I was amazed by the 5.63 put on the board with that left, because it was just as washy as you can imagine. It was so much work to do. Nothing came easy. Managed to get the fins free a couple of times, but this is strong surfing.
Yeah, he's looking really good. He's looking polished. I love this little bit of pizzazz he puts on this last hit. Up over the foam there, bit of a slide. So Zave, just the one turn really on that wave. And I think he's going to come in and run back up into the corner, make his way out into the rip. Behind him, North Stain, Pitar, Georgie. And this is a better wave. More face there, more sections to work with. Winding through, keeping the board going. And he kicks out. Oh, look at this one. Bordeaux out the back.
Yeah, it is solid out the back. I mean, there's points on offer out there, JJ. The only risk you're taking is the time factor. It takes a lot of time to get out there. If you get a set on the head, that's going to soak up even more. So you can put your team under a heap of pressure by not managing your time properly. But in these individual heats, it's not quite as...
I think that the given strategy at the moment is Glenn Elliott, contest director, is given each club and each team as much time as they need to get out the heat before, at least 10 minutes. So pretty much the strategy is at least start out the back, see where you can get out there, go for the big bomb, try and get something that links up right through, and then, maybe if there's a bit of a gap, you can punch back out during your heat, but it seems like at least start out the back, Vorno, and then come in, work your way on the inside. And but you've really maybe got to make that first one count, because I don't know if you can get back out in 10 or 15 minutes.
This beach is hard enough to get out the back at the best of times, even when it's smallish, it does have a lot of rips, but when the surf picks up, it really shrinks it down, doesn't it? There's not a whole lot of breaks out there to get through. And we have seen surfers come undone on the rocks too, trying to use that rip on the north end. Yeah,
we've seen crew get stuck in the pool in recent years. But yeah, it's a real tricky spot to navigate. But it's a good thing about Newcastle is there's always something going on. There's always scoring opportunities, big, small. Here we go, out the back, Jones Beach surfer. That's Brett on a bomb. Can he hang on? No, he's come unstuck. So big fade on the takeoff. I like the look at that just for a moment.
See these big left roll ends off the back point there. They're standing up beautifully and giving a really nice, pretty spectacular looking drop, JJ, but nothing stays open. It seems to go really quite full as it moves through towards the inside shorey break. But if you get a section that stands up, the big points will be on offer. If you can hook one under the lip and really send a big rooster into the air, the judges are going to be loving that commitment.
And it's one of those gambles, Vorno, like it may not pay off, but if you do get a wave, you've almost guaranteed yourself a big score and possibly the win, at least in the top two positions there. So, because if you start out there, got a good one, no one else has got a chance to match it. So it is a gamble. We love it. Look at the size of that whitewater there. He's dunking under. I think he might have been a little bit undergunned on that last one. So it's had a couple of low scores, a 1.13 for that last one, still in fourth, and he's going to come on in the halfway and meet up with the other surfers there. So we've got Jess down the beach as well. Jess, who you got for us?
Here we go. We are with the last heat's heat winner, Joel Vaughan from North Shelley Boardriders. Now, Joel, that inside section, it looks super chunky. How did you negotiate it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, the inside. It was like a lot of water moving and just really hard to pick waves, but you just got to find one with a little bit of wall and a bit of steepness and just try to get a couple turns going, and then out the back was even harder. Like, it's pretty solid out the back, and just tried to find one, just get one turn on.
Now, I know, I mean, obviously I'm from the same club. I have so much nervous energy running through me today. How are you feeling? I mean, we've had the runner-up position so many times. They're pretty much perpetual bridesmaids. Does that change your perspective going into today, trying to take the win?
Not really. I just tried to surf my best and try to pick good waves and not really worry about tomorrow or what the rest of the event is, and just try to be present.
Beautiful. And you've been jet setting all around, chasing different swells and different waves. How's that been for your lead up to this season? Because you're looking to really represent for the Boardriders, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm really happy to represent North Shelley here today and tomorrow as well. And yeah, been travelling around a lot. It's been really cool. Get to surf different waves, and over in Hawaii was just amazing.
Beautiful. There you go, Joel Vaughan from North Shelley Boardriders. I mean, this kid right here, the Vaughan family as a whole and a part of the community, they are literally all about the surf froth. So if you want to see what Boardriders surf culture and froth is about, just have a look at the Vaughans. Back to you guys.
Unreal. Thanks so much, Jess. And yeah, Jess there, a bit of a favourite there with the local crew driving up this morning from the sunny coast. Here we go, live action now, Borno, Maroubra United. And Ty, of course, a couple of moves there on the backhand. Bit of work to do. The score to beat at the moment is 5.63, and it's from this guy, Abe Huxtable, from Vico.
Couple of good solid backhand cracks there from Ty, and it looked like he just went, you know what, I've had a gutful of these lefts, not giving me anything out the back. I'm just getting sweeping around on this huge open ocean swell that's out there, and really finishing strongly. But it is Torquay's Xavier Huxtable out there at the moment in control of this heat. Not huge scores though, I have to say, JJ, 5.63. I mean, in these sorts of conditions, you'll take it. You'll definitely take a high range 5. But it looks like the scoring potential is much greater on this reformed shorey on the inside part of the break at Newcastle Beach.
Yeah, and of course, big thanks to Hyundai too. Vorno, they're back here. Been great supporters of the Boardriders battle year in, year out. We've got the air activation where they dangle the keep from the clip, and that'll be interesting. So got some prize money up for grabs. Those guys, of course, got the chill out zone as well down the beach, and the new electric car on display, which is a pretty funky little thing. It's pretty groovy. They had a couple down there last year. I got to sit in one. It's the now. It's the now.
Mate, it's yeah, they're amazing. They're just so quiet on the road. They're so smooth, and they really are just futuristic looking, aren't they? They're a wonderful piece of engineering machinery.
Yeah,
and it's just so good to have them as a major supporter here of grassroots Australian surfing.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. So big thanks there to Hyundai, and have that air activation tomorrow as well as we go to the teams events on Sunday. But right now we're in Heat 3 of the Zabrero Open Men's individual divisions here, and Torquay, thanks to Xavier, still out in the lead with that 5.63, and another powerhouse club North staying behind them, 4.75. So still time on the clock, 3 minutes to go. And of course, coming up next in Heat 4, we've got Seaford, Burleigh Heads, Coffs Harbour, and NASA, North Avalon, Northern Beaches of Sydney there. Here we go, swinging in the foam. Georgie, North State.
Look there, yeah, it's been an interesting tale over the last few years, the Australian Boardriders Battle Final. We've seen really well-established, big, powerful clubs take it out, but at the same time, we've seen these upstart little minnow clubs come through Culburra. North Shore's been around for a while, of course, but seeing those guys win, you'd say that was a huge upset.
Absolutely.
When Shane Bevan brought the crew down from the sunny coast to take the win a couple of years ago. It's the clubs that we're expecting to do well that almost get there time after time. Torquay, North Shelley, I heard you and Shauno talking about last heat, JJ. Yeah. Burleigh would be another one. Some clubs that have so much talent, such a rich, deep pool to draw from, and just get pipped. time after time. Do you see a breakthrough from one of these clubs this year?
Well, I think you just mentioned Burleigh, then I think they've come pretty close in years previous, and they have won the state qualifying round before, and I think they would expect it of themselves to maybe do better. But it's so true, Borno, like just the excitement and the unpredictable nature of having the Masters, the female, the Opens, the juniors, and then that time pressure. And, you know, you could have the best surfer make an error or fall off or just milk the clock somehow. And it's just what we love so much. Some of the finishes we've had have been some of the most exciting heats I think I've had the privilege to call and watch. I just love this event. It's unreal.
Totally agree, yeah. I think some of the most classic moments in competition have happened in this event. I'm with you 100%. I just think the team element, it's really been sort of just worked out, hasn't it, over the past few years? We've seen it become fine-tuned into what is just an absolute spectacle. And one of the great things is it doesn't matter what the surf's like. It always lives up to it.
All right.
Xavier.
Yeah, the Torquay kid in red. A third bash there, and he hangs on to that one. So 3 moves on that one, Borno. And he's looking to better his own score. Behind him, might have something to say about that. Inside section there for George from North Stain. Not quite as good as Zave's wave, I think, but number 1 and 2 surfers in this heat getting a wave. 30 seconds left. Yeah, I think it's having the penalty for not being back on the beach changes everything in the heat, you know. So that's where we get the excitement and force the surfers to take any kind of scoring wave. Who was that? Upside down.
That was our Maroubra surfer who put a 4.58 for his last backhand attempt. We really got vicious and vertical. Found a good section. It's the replay, JJ, but I love how deep the bottom turn is. That's just the little shimmy, but there was a couple of good solid cracks off the lip. And, you know, being surfers from the 90s, mate, cracking the lip, that's what it was all about back then. I remember one of the great exchanges between 2 champions, Martin Potter going up to Kelly Slater when he first got on tour and said something like, you know what I respect about you? You cracked the lip.
And he gave that big bear hug.
That's the one, yeah.
The Life's a Beach over in California.
Young Kelly.
Psyched him out. It
absolutely
worked.
Frothing that Potts didn't hate him.
Yeah.
Hard to know with those 80s
that
superstars.
aged well, didn't it? Yeah. All right. Borno, we love the 80s and 90s stories. They're my favourite. Here we go. Who does one? It's done, I think. We're down to 0. So it's going to be official. Zave Huxtable improved on his score, 6.38. And North Stain up into second, 4.75. And very close there for Maroubra United. So look at that. That is Coffs Harbour Boardriders next heat. Is that Wink? He might get taken away. Lift off. So well done to Zave and Torquay there, taking the win in Heat 3. Borno, here we go, little heat recap now.
Yeah, this will be great. Georgie Patar, really strong in this heat. Did everything right, really. It's just that with these conditions, you've just got to be so on every single opportunity that comes your way. This was some good, solid surfing here from Maroubra. And that's the backhand crack I was talking about, JJ. Whack right up off the top.
Yeah, Ty Coulis there getting the job done on that closeout section. This wave here. Nice little turn there from George Stain. That one, we didn't see that one, did we? Didn't hang on to it. So there we go. That's a recap there for Open Men's Heat 3. Thanks to Hyundai. There's the Coffs flag flying proudly. We'll come back in just a moment to Main Beach, Newcastle with heat number 4 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
Hey Jim, it's Jules. Hit me back when you get this. Yo Jules, what's up? You know it's been 10 years and we've had a hell time, but if things don't feel right, then you've got to change it up.
Hey babe, I really missed you. The kids miss you too, but talk to you soon. Love you.
Ash, you know what? I'm coming home.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, welcome back to Newcastle Beach here. Finals weekend. The I'll get it right. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. Vaughan Blakey, mate.
G'day, Shauno.
Heat 4.
Yeah, absolutely stoked to be here. What a great heat. Seaford Boardriders Club, Burleigh Heads, Coffs Harbour and North Ave Surf Riders Association. NASA making a comeback. It's been a couple of years since we've seen them in the APB finals, Shauno.
Yeah, saw the team getting coffee over there this morning, mate. Looking primed.
Oh, it would have taken them 4.5 hours to order all those special coffees that they get in Avalon.
The Avalon coffee.
Yeah, can I get a goat's milk with a twist of lime and hold the... At 38 degrees exactly.
A triple half shot macchiato.
Yeah, they're the coffee capital of the world.
Penguin milk.
How do you milk a penguin?
Very little hands.
Oh, so Coffs Harbour, mate, always so pumped to see Coffs. They've got to be, if not number one, then in the top 3 most backed club when it comes to their members all turning up. It's not just the team who turns up to the ABB finals. It's actually the entire city.
It's the town, mate. Well, they do win the prize for the biggest flag, mate. That thing's about 400 square metres.
Yep.
Okay. There is that is Jakey Sharp. He has been their main guy since day one here. An amazing surfer, great surfer to watch. This thing's reforming nicely. Little fade, setting this thing up. What's he got? Little tag turn. And a few little crumbs here at the end. Nice little finishes, blitzes it. Mate, that's probably a winning wave.
That looked to me like... Do you remember Filthy Habits?
Yeah.
Old movie, Billabong movie from way back in the day.
You're going to say Sonny Garcia?
It reminded me of like Sonny or Shane Horan or Kong doing those massive sunset fades.
Yeah. Look, he faded back left, had to set this thing up, just went rail to rail on it. But look at it bowl out. Look, a little fade off the bottom, sets it up, tags that section, and a nice little finish here as well. So there you go, mate.
Solid.
Out of the gates. There's the big Coffs flag. You can see it down there on the rocks.
Yeah, the Hubble telescope can still see it.
You can see it from space.
I think it's about 9 galaxies away and it can still see it. Shauno interviewed Owen Wright recently, our Australian Irakanji, the bronze medalist in Tokyo. We were in Coffs Harbour and I asked him, like, who are the surfers that you came across in your career from Coffs that really stick out? And he was like, mate, Jake Sharp. He said he was so hard to beat. And I mean, Owen was one of those prodigy freaks. When he was 16, he already had a wild card into the Pipe Masters. He was already well and truly on his way. And he just said Jake had the wood on him.
Yeah.
Just really felt like he was one of those guys. And I think with this format, it's just highlights just how many great surfers are all over this country that might not necessarily, chuck it all in to go and chase that pro surfing dream, but still have that level of talent.
No, mate, he was a freak junior. I remember that. Remember he won a bunch of junior contests?
That's right.
He was like in that top 5 kind of junior series thing from like, we're about 02, 03, 04, around that era. And never went pro, but just stayed around home, absolutely shreds. And, mate, he's carried Coffs. Remember Coffs finished second here one year?
That's right.
Jake Sharp.
Yeah.
When you get that Jake Sharp, Lee Winkler, Carly Shanahan, you've got this strong club that's been built. And you got to remember, mate, they had their renaissance all because of this event.
That's right.
Coffs is an old club, but it had done nothing for years. And then this event came together, and suddenly, mate, Coffs were just this powerhouse. And a lot of it has to do with this bloke here. They're
borderline having to run club comps over 2 days, like a lot of the big clubs now. And, I'm coming from that region myself and seeing the growth of the club and seeing how much surfing is growing in Coffs. It's always had a good little pocket of talent. There's always been surfers around, a big bodyboarding city for a long, long time. But right now, I think they're stronger than they've ever been. And as you say, on the back of Jake and Lee Winkler, the contribution he's made there is, a guy who did a couple of years on tour, but he was another guy who really made a mark as a junior surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been kind of the heart and soul of this kind of renaissance for Coffs, Lee Winkler. Of course, his young bloke surfs in the thing. It's a father-son thing as well. But it's just a super strong team, and mate, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow afternoon we're seeing these guys in the final for sure.
Is his old man Henry surfing in the team?
Granddad, the Fonz,
hey.
in his leather jacket.
Burleigh Heads, mate. Now there's another club that has been celebrating their 50th a couple of years back. Co-commentator JJ actually made a really incredible book on the history of that club.
He did, yep.
Edited that, and probably a club we've expected more from in the ABB. I mean, you look at their talent pool, how deep it runs, how long they've been a standout. Out the back, have a go, the size of this thing.
That's Letty Mortensen. We were wondering when someone was going to go out the back and sit off the point. Well, Letty's gone and done it, mate. It's taken him about 20 minutes to get out there.
Yeah. Letty is Avalon's favourite son, but he's also had a couple of wobbly boots on out here over the years. I saw a couple of heats where he missed getting in on time into the Oakley battle cage, and I don't think he could show his head around the coffee shops in Avalon for a couple of years after that.
Yeah, well, here we go. Here's the Jake Sharp there, almost wearing a board to the face.
But what do you make of Burleigh, mate? I mean, where do they sit, and how do you think they're going to go this year?
Mate, to be honest, I haven't seen the team list. Matty Job's out here as their open surfer, and he rips. So we know that. We've seen him when he won the Burleigh single, mate, which you commentated not long ago. But it's, mate, you try getting a wave at Burleigh. It's the most competitive surfing environment in the country. You know, maybe that and Snapper, and it just hasn't quite translated to results in the ABB. We're seeing Jake Sharp here, and mate, that could be. You see the Coffs crew pretty happy. That's like an event in the world's strongest man. It's the flag hold in the 40 knot onshore. He's a big boy. Oh, just lost it on that first turn slightly, but then made up for it with that little pocket jam. And yeah, not quite there, but he floats this section quite nicely. So it might challenge. He's got a 4.88. It's probably in that ballpark again for Jake Sharp. There it is, world's strongest man competition.
Yeah, Jake, you can just see the connection of the turns that really separates, the average surfer from a really good surfer. Even though he lost the fins a little bit, he just managed to engage the rail straight into that really nice top turn. And this is Seaford Boardriders.
Is that Donnie? Who's Dion Atkinson out there? You got the heat sheet? No, it's Harry Green. I haven't seen Donnie around, actually. Dion Atkinson for Seaford. So Harry just getting out. He was another one who's decided to sit wide. That's why we haven't seen him. He's been out in the shipping lanes out there.
Jeez, it's a powerful club, Seaford. They turn up here every year, and pretty much if they don't go deep into the draw, they put up memorable performances. You think of the House guys, Dion Atkinson, like they really put some big, powerful turns out there, Shauna.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we've had big, powerful surf, so it suits them.
Yep, totally. We I saw the Seaford crew out. It'd be nice to get out of South Oz as well, get to the East Coast. I think they all love getting over east and seeing what's happening over here. But yeah, I saw those guys out last night. Clayton House here is probably going to be their Masters surfer, I'd imagine, with a whole heap of young guys.
That's making me feel old because I think I met Clayton when he was about 9.
Okay, well, here we go. Letty's decided to come through to the inside, and he's got a nice little Ronnie reform here. Oh, how is that little S-turn? Frees the fins up.
That's straight to the lead, Shauna. That was beautifully put together, and I really think that's the sort of surfing in this sort of rip bowl surf. If you can link two major moves together, get that combo, and the judges are just going to be saying, "Yep, here you go. Open the wallet, throw the coin at it."
Well, here we go. The wave was absolutely nothing when he took off on it, but then this section appeared, just S-turned beautifully. Great little snap, fins free. And, at the moment, the best wave is Jake Sharp's 4.88. That's winning the heat. And as you said, Vorno, mate, I reckon that one there for Letty might just take him up into first place.
I think Jake's first turn, even though he had a nice combo, he lost the fins. He went a bit wobbly on it. So Letty put that one together beautifully when it stood up. And we'll go right now to Harry Green for Seaford. La Nina has been very, very kind to surfers on the east coast of this continent, but I think the southern coasts have become a bit of a shocker.
Oh, now this is what you're seeing here. This has been our average summer day down in Victoria. Here's Letty again. Oh, sorry, no, it's yeah, it is, yeah. He's got the aerodynamic haircut at the moment, but he's mate. He's had an eventful heat. He started out the back. He's come inside and picked 2 gems up straight away.
I think he's got a point to prove, Letty.
Quick question, mate. Is Letty Mortensen the best surfing work experience kid that Surfing World magazine has ever had?
Oh, good question. Actually, we've had a few really good surfers come through there, but Letty probably is number one. He did a big internship there, and great to see Surfing World still charging Shauno under your stewardship. I've been loving the last few issues. But Letty was a work experience kid there. You might have to get him back in, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he works for the right price.
We're a bit short-staffed at the moment, mate.
Yeah, well, he works for free, so I know you'll appreciate that.
Okay, well, we're seeing that big red flag waving down there. That's the Coffs Harbour crew. Let's go down with Jess, who's having a chat with them, I think.
Righto, guys. We're down here with the Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. Guys, we've just been bumped out of first place at the moment in the heat. What's the vibe like? I'm going to put it straight to you, Trace, to bring in how it's feeling right here in the bunkers of Coffs Harbour.
Oh, we've still got plenty of time. We reckon we'll back Jake all the way. He will get there.
Now, he's one of those names in surfing. He's just incredible. He's been around for so long. He can take out any single pro surfer. Who else have we got on the Coffs Harbour team?
Lee Winkler.
There you go, Lee Winkler as well. So the Coffs guys, I mean, I haven't...
Shani's husband.
Oh, okay. And the hubby for Coffs Harbour. I haven't seen you guys take out a national final yet, but how are you feeling coming into this year for the 2022 national title?
Yeah, just excited. We've got a few juniors that are coming through that we're really excited about and trying to develop them. So that's a bit of a year for us. So yeah, we're excited about it.
They're a huge community club. They have so much to do with Australian surfing. They're such a broad Boardriders club. So I'm really, really excited to see what the Coffs Harbour team can do. Let's let them get back to the heat, guys.
Yeah, good on you, Jess. And well, the Coffs crew pretty sedate down there at the moment. But this is Saturday morning. Wait till you see it if they're still here Sunday afternoon in the final, Vorno. They will be going nuts. They always bring a big crew down the coast from Coffs. Here's Letty Mortensen again for North Avalon. Fading back left, setting this thing up. It's a great little inside section. A little tube. Did it look like Little Avalon there for a second, Paul?
Shauno, don't say that out loud. Geez, he got swatted though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Must have had a bit too high line there as he pulled in, but look at this thing bowling out. Maybe a little bit of Fraggle Rock about it. less LA. Big shout out to all the crew at Avalon who would be watching, the NASA crew. Ronnie is a member of the NASA Boardriders. Ronnie Blakey, my brother. So he'll be watching this one as well, cheering on Letty. And Kong, Beach Without Sand. I'll bet anything that's on the screens right now. So one of the great supporters surfing there. We've got scores on the board, and as we predicted, Shauno, a 5.15. So Letty for that beautiful swooping carve on the reform into the fins free off the top. Gets it done for NASA. So many good surfers from that club. Who's your favourite? I mean, all the crammies are there these days.
Yeah, I know. They bat pretty deep. But, mate, I like Letty. Good, just really nice young guy. Very polite, shreds. Here we go. Oh, this is Harry Green from Seaford. Just got hung up on that big first turn. He's not happy either because that was a good wave. That could have really done something for the South Australian club.
Mike Ramelsi, Matty G, Cole Bernasconi, Jared Leroy.
Yeah, very strong beach, that one. North Ave, South Ave. Doesn't really matter. It's not a really big beach though. You look at it, it's quite as tucked away.
Real pain is.
Yeah.
He's a NASA guy now, isn't he?
Well, he's officially had his papers stamped. He's NASA, formerly QBC.
It's just amazing. There's so many clubs. Every time you say a club, you can associate 2 or 3 really important surfers And I was talking to Rabbit about this last week, Sean. Just, one of the other oddball things about having a team and putting together a team from a club is that you can have a world champion, but you can also have the guy who might turn up to a comp once a year, turns up, a little bit smelly, a little bit worse for wear, and go out and drop nines.
Straight off the job site.
Just,
Well, that's a beauty of the concept of running it as a team thing. So we're seeing the individual heats right now, which is kind of, you're getting the superstars here. But tomorrow, when we're doing the teams event, which is the final day, that's when you see the whole team, where you see your Masters guy, like you look at North Shelley, mate, their best surfer's a concreter. You get the full gamut of the depth of the club and what it represents. But they're an amazing institution, uniquely Australian. We've seen the Americans actually kind of grabbing the concept and running with it now. Here we go. Oh, Jake Sharp!
Crack! Wow, that was totally committed.
I think we got a new winner. That was sick.
Oh, he just lined that thing up. You could see it coming a mile away, and how deep was the bottom turn? Vertical up the face.
There they go, the Cops flag. Waving pretty strong. Now he's seen this. It was a little chip shot to get into it, but he knew this section was coming for no. Check this out.
Square. Crack. Oh, I love that surfing. That's straight out of the 1990s handbook of power.
That's out of pulse. That's a full pulse turn.
And Bryn down there holding the flag.
Look, mate, Jake's pretty confident. 2.5 minutes. He's wrapped it. He said, that's enough, boys. We've got this, I reckon. There it is, 5.88. So there it is, back to, 6.05. So that's taken Cops up into first place. You see the Cops crew down there pretty happy with that. And he's going to have to hang on here. He's got 1.5 minutes.
I love that, though. I love that. I mean, it can backfire from time to time, but there's nothing better than seeing someone just pack up their bat and ball and head in and just say, well, I'll leave it to you. Parko was pretty famous for pulling that off every now and again, the 2012 world champ, Joel Parkinson. If he felt like he had a good heat, he just...
Job's done.
Prone out, head to the beach.
Job's done, mate.
It was a classic semi, I think, against Andy Irons at Bells, where he went in early.
He got a 10 and a 9.5 with 25 minutes to go and came in.
That's amazing.
And Andy was clicking.
He was blowing up. He wanted to conserve energy for the final.
He couldn't believe Joel had gone in and left him out there alone. It was...
That is just a classic moment.
So there it is, it's official. So Cops up into first place. These other guys have got 30 seconds here now to find something. This looks like Harry Green's going to try and whitewater body bash this thing in. He's just disappeared.
Matty Jobs has had a tricky heat out here. Sean, he's just been floating around. I think he's way out to sea somewhere, just riding white horses.
We've lost him.
Back and forth. But as we come
there he
down,
is.
he's found something.
Well, he did.
If you get a big one out the back and it stands up, there's major points on offer, but we just haven't seen a wave really do that in the last, well, really this morning.
No, well, Matty Jobs rolled the dice and sat out wide. It hasn't worked for him. Letty Mortensen tried it. He came inside. So it looks like North Ave, Letty Mortensen there on screen. He's going to finish second. But, it's Jakey Sharp with the win for Coffs Harbour, which is a valuable win for those crew. I reckon they'd be going into, their expectations, Vorno. They see themselves as a top-tier club.
Definitely.
So, and they really need Jake Sharp to fire if they're going to win this thing, though.
Well, he looks to be in pretty good form from what we've seen this morning. Couple of little wobbly moments early, but this was a beautiful wave. The way he just squared up on that section, I mean, that's backing yourself big time. Letty gets a nice, sharp turn off the top. He put together a really nice heat. But Jake, mate, this was the one. Look at this. He just read that so beautifully, and that is why the Olympic bronze medalist Owen Wright rates him as one of the best underground surfers in the country.
Yeah, Letty Mortensen had a pretty good run on the inside, found a couple of fives, but he gets a second for North Ave, which isn't, mate. You could be doing worse than that.
For sure.
That helps.
Harry Green for Seaford Boardriders coming third in that one, and Matty Job leaving a little bit too late to get a score on the board.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, welcome back to beautiful Newcastle Beach. Well, yeah, mostly beautiful today. It's a little wild and woolly, but it's great to be back here for the national final, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle here in the city of Newcastle, and a man who has spent, well, far too many weekends in Newcastle over the past probably 40 years. Reg Ellis joins me. Reg,
yeah, well,
good to be back, mate.
It's always good to be back in Newcastle. Some ways it's like a second home. As you said, been working on so many events up here over the last decade or 30, and but none better than the Hyundai Australian Battle of the Boardriders. I'll tell you what, Shauno, it's shaping up as a big one. We've seen these first few heats and pretty torrid out there. Challenging conditions, one might say.
Well, put it this way, Reg, I'm glad they're surfing it and we're not.
That's right. I think you and I'd still be duck diving at shore breaking.
Well, there's a few challenges out there today, mate. Like, it's wild and woolly, as we said, as you can see right there. You know, we've got a strong east swell here and a howling kind of east-southeast wind, I think we're kind of looking at here. But also a couple of blue bottles in the lineup just to make life even more interesting.
Well, spices things up for these surfers. They've got to earn their keep, you know. And another great heat out there now. We've got South Arm Boardriders all the way from Tassie. That's right. Phillip Island, of course, in Victoria. Cronulla Sharks from the Shire, the home of our illustrious Prime Minister, Sean.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And, of course, wrapping up the national flavour here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle, all the way from Stradbroke Island, Point Lookout Boardriders.
Mate, what a mixed-up heat this is. They're from all over the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tassie, yep, Phillip Island, yep.
I think I've surfed
Cronulla and...
ever surfed South Arm? That's the only place I haven't surfed out of.
Yeah, I've surfed down there.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
No, you get about.
Yeah.
Was it good?
Yeah, I've surfed Tassie quite a bit in the last few years. It's good. Yeah, mate. Look beautiful, bit chilly, but if you can get around that, mate, it's got great surf.
Yeah, well, there you go. And, of course, great to see the Tassie crew up here. So out there at the moment, we've got solid sets coming through. You can see on your screen, strong onshore winds at, you know, probably 20 to 30 knots straight out of the east-southeast. A good, solid 6-8 foot on the sets. A lot of white water moving around. Very, very challenging conditions for our surfers. And I think it's going to make it an interesting 20 minutes out there.
Well, it's going to be even more interesting, Reg, because Vorno's walked off with the heat sheet. So we don't know who's in the water.
I was just looking for that.
I can tell you now, I know for Point Lookout, I guarantee you it'll be Curtis Ewing will be out there surfing. His brother Ethan's over in Hawaii at the moment. Got knocked out kind of early on at Pipe. But Curtis here, mate, still shreds. He was one of the stars last year, actually.
Oh, without a doubt.
For the Stratty Club. So I guarantee you he's out in the water. But the interesting one in this heat, you know, we have not seen the Cronulla Sharks Boardriders Club in the national final, Reg. Until this year. Because, here we go, that's Phillip Island. I'm trying to work out who that was on their backhand. they've decided to sit out wide as well. So we're seeing a few clubs thinking and rolling the dice about sitting out wide and trying to find something. Here's South Arm on the inside.
Yeah,
but with Cronulla, like generally, it's always Allura.
That's right.
Because there's two big clubs in Cronulla. There's Cronulla and there's Allura, and we've always had Allura.
And that was Phillip Island, as you said. Not sure the surfer is. Because I remember Vaughan Blakey when he first came on. He was sort of our intern, our apprentice. And I thought we'd moulded him into a full professional, but lo and behold, he's walked off with the heat sheet, so we have no idea who's in the surf.
That is a professional move, though, Reg.
That's right.
Because it makes you and I look silly.
Makes him
and
look
then
good.
Makes him look good.
Yeah, I remember he was a nice bloke. But, unfortunately, we don't have the heat sheet with names on it. So we could make up the name, sure.
We could. Yeah, Ocky's out for Cronulla.
Ross Marshall's coming up next for Cronulla. So Point Lookout Boardriders, Sean, I know you just spent a bit of time up at North Stradbroke Island.
I have, yep.
Great place for surf, renowned. Point Lookout faces south, offshore to northeasterly, so gets solid out there. Remember once there was a qualifying series event out there, it was like solid 8 foot, bigger sets, and quite torrid. The wind was the wrong direction to surf the cylinder side.
Yep.
So yeah, they surfed out there, but turned out a lot of good surfers over the years, as you're talking about the Ewing brothers, of course. Now, but it started way back with Specky.
Yeah, Russell Speck, yep. Was I haven't seen the team sheet for Point Lookout, but you'd imagine probably Timmy Mack would be here. Curtis Ewing.
Durbridge
would be here. Well, Durbo would be the interesting one, because you reckon he'll be here, because he's kind of the linchpin of that team. Stacey Holt, the female surfer, I imagine she's here, and the Jenner kids for the juniors. So they back pretty deep, the Stratty Club, and again they made the final here last year as well. And they're another club who could probably, if they had a run, challenge his final here tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, well, that's a couple of small scores ridden at the moment. We've seen 2 ways for South Arm, just a 1.95, 2.05. And just that 1.75 for that quick in and out for the surfer from Phillip Island on his backhand there. So still waiting on the Cronulla Sharks and Point Lookout to open their account. As you can see the on the beach, the support club went down there, and they'll be virtually belting out the cheers for sure. So out there at the moment we are looking at we've got Hamish Renwick out there for South Arm, Harry the Roth for Phillip Island, Hayden Blair for Cronulla Sharks, and as you said, the Point Lookout,
that's Curtis Ewing. There's Harry de Roth there for Phillip Island. Now he's actually ridden this from out the back and going to connect it up through to the inside. Nice finish here. Now he's done a bit of work, probably the best wave we've seen. Nice little fin flare. This thing's given him plenty of opportunity through the inside. So Phillip Island. And he's faded back left. This thing isn't done yet. He's still going. He's running down to South Newey, and that is a keeper, I reckon. And he's going to come in. He might jump back into the rip, I think, to get back out. But in the meantime, while we wait for a score to drop, winning that last heat and doing it in pretty good style was Jake Sharp. And he's down there with our own Vaughan Blakey.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm here with Jake Sharp, winner of the last heat for the mighty Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. Mate, it's pretty challenging out there, but you found a couple of sick sections.
Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of one of those surfs where I guess usually you make a plan, but there's no plan out there. It's just get out there, and even the ones you pick, you're like, oh, I hope. But I got lucky on the inside with a couple of sections.
The best plan is no plan. I love that. Sums up my life perfectly. Mate, Coffs Harbour Boardriders, it's just growing stronger and stronger. What's it like for you now as someone who's been a part of it right from the word go to see where it is today?
Oh, I just think what Wink and the committee have done there it's phenomenal, really. Like when I was younger, it's always been like your standard Boardriders club, I guess, like, your barbecue and your papers, score and heats. But now there's computer judging and there's so much opportunity for the kids. We've got our own clubhouse and the gym in it, and it just gets bigger and better every year. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I think a reflection of that is the success you've had over the past few years. A couple of finals places. What's it going to take to get over the line and get that ABB finals win?
Oh God, I think out there now at the moment, it could be anyone's, I reckon. Like, it wouldn't have to be the greatest surfing team to win out there, but a lot of luck in these next few days, I'd say.
One last thing just on the conditions, mate. There's two definite choices. You know, there might not be a whole lot of choices, but there is two. It's the back bank or the inside reform. The majority of your points came on the inside. Do you reckon that's where you'll be sticking?
I think tomorrow, majority will be in the inside, just with the time. But we just sort of decided today that just follow the pack. Whatever the pack does, just follow them. And then you're really only going to get that one shot out the back. And I got one out there and I wasn't going to get back out the back, so I sat on the inside and I got lucky in there.
Righto, mate. Well, you're the second strongest guy in the club after Bryn, who's waving the flag in the 40 knot onshore. But best of luck for the rest of the ABB.
Thanks, guys. Frothing you.
Yeah, on your Vorno, and well done, Jakey Sharp. Whoa, there's the Kingscliff Boardriders flag just blowing down the street.
It's just gone quick. And, of course, there's a Gromit who has to go get it. So we saw that wave for the Phillip Island surfer, Harry DeRoth. Good score, 6.5. Yeah. That wave just kept delivering opportunities and he made the most of it all the way through. So current heat leader. So a quick takeoff for Cronulla Sharks. Point, look out. Curtis Ewing, he's out the back, I think. And it was interesting, you know, like how Vorno suggested there's two choices. And as they were talking about out the back, we saw someone take off and just get smashed by a closeout, which I think it might have been Cronulla. And yeah, it sort of answered that question, Sue, right on there. So pretty difficult conditions out there, as obviously see from the screen. And that inside shorey, though, is offering something. It looks like, I think that's Red South Arm. Having a look at this. Is it Red?
No, it's Hayden Blair for Cronulla. Faded back, and now is this thing going to run at all through the inside? It might give him something. Little setup turn here, and it might give him one final turn here, but it's not much doing. It's definitely not going to be a 6.5, which is the best wave of the heat so far. So he's going to come in. Now this is out wide, this is out the back. Here we go in blue, that is Curtis Ewing. So he's rolling the dice and sitting out on the back bank. Of course, he is a goofy footer, so he's probably liking the look of that left-hander. This looks like a big day, you know, onshore Main Beach, back at home on Stratty. Looks like Hayden Blair's going to jump back into the rip there at Shark Alley and yeah, get back out and see how he goes. No, board swap. Yeah.
Oh. So
it's going to be interesting because you'd probably out back you'd probably want a bigger board, but if you're on that inside shorey, it's only, you know, it's half the size in there. So you've probably got a couple of questions to ask about what you're going to what equipment you're going to take out. So yeah, like we said, Reg, first time we've seen the Sharkies.
Yeah, which is, you know, a really strong club with a long, solid history. So it's unusual that they haven't beat, but it's not easy to get through to the main event, making the final. You know, even some legendary clubs like Queensland Boardriders Club failed to make it this year.
Well, mate, what happens when you're at a beach and you've got two big powerhouse clubs?
Yeah.
With Manly and your mob, you've got Queenscliff and you've got North Stain.
Yeah.
Generally, only one of them makes it in a year. And that's what's happened here with Cronulla and Allura, which is their arch rival.
Yeah.
So Allura didn't make it, Cronulla made it.
Yeah, it's...
So this is the wide shot here, mate. So you've actually seen Hayden Blair from Cronulla here. Pretty much, if you're going to get out to the back left, this is how you got to do it. You got to jump in Shark Alley there, between the Divider Rocks and the North Newcastle Rocks, and then just, mate, just slug it out.
Yeah,
Normally you might see crew trying to jump off the rocks, but that would potentially be some kind of death sentence today. That's not going to happen. But look at the wide shot, man. There's so much water out there. And well, he's actually getting dragged across, so he's probably going to end up back into the right-hand rip. He might not even try and get out the back.
Yeah, well, it's not like really, you know, a current running next to the rocks to drag you out, like no escalator here today at Newcastle Beach.
But there's guys out the back. So I know Curtis Ewing's out the back. We know that for sure. We spotted him. Hayden Blair's thinking about it. Here on the inside, that's Harry DeRoth from Phillip Island, who's winning the heat at the moment with the 6.5. probably be, for Harry, it'd probably be pretty comfortable, mate. It's like a big onshore day at Woolamai.
That's right.
You know?
He's used to this kind of stuff. And
This is what Woolamai looks like, probably 200 days a year.
oh, come on, it's always offshore, they tell me. Perfect offshore. But Harry's pretty comfortable anyway, that 6.5. That's a good solid score in these kind of conditions. And there's a lot of catching up to do by his opponents, but as I said, Sean, it's just relentless. This really is a solid short period storm swell. This onshore's been with us for a couple of days now. It's going to stay with us, unfortunately, but we do have waves, and we've seen some good action on that inside. It will be interesting to see how the tide affects that. But at this stage, these individual rounds.
No, I reckon Tez has got it right, mate. The human surf report, Terry McKenna, he actually goes, well, it's called it, it's going to get better. Terry, because Terry watches this beach every day of the year.
Yeah.
For a living, that's his job.
I know.
He's paid to actually to watch this beach and tell you what it's like. But mate, he's right, with the high tide in the middle of the day, the rip bowl should get better. I don't know what it's going to do out the back, but we should see better quality reforms on the inside. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. This is Hayden Blair here on a new stick. And a great turn there to finish. So there's 2 turns. So that's his best wave for sure. I don't know if it's a 6.5, but it's probably going to get him up into second place.
Yeah, he'll get rid of the 2.3 definitely, as you said. Just needs to jump that score of South Arm, whose last wave was at 3.23. And as the Hyundai replay will show, so 2 good solid turns here. Just nice little chip off the whitewater there and just sets it up this last closeout hack. So, yeah, a couple of good scores. That awards him. The judges give him a 4.1 there.
Ooh, here goes Curtis out the back. Now this thing's run off. I don't think he's going to get around it. He's not.
Not having much luck.
Well, mate, what's he got? He's got 2.5 minutes. Yeah, he's starting to burn through some time out there.
Yeah.
Of course, the beauty of these heats, mate, it's best wave wins.
Yeah.
So you only need 1 wave.
That's right.
So it's probably worth. And Curtis has figured this. It's probably worth sitting out wide.
Yeah, because he just gets on solid one with a clean face.
Just get one good one and then tag it up and he's done. But Point Lookout struggling at the moment.
Yeah, because the deal here today is, of course, we've got Opens, Juniors, Masters and women heading out there, each division. And the positions will determine the seeding for tomorrow. So if you get the top 8, you sit out the first round.
Yep.
Which, I don't know. It's good or bad. Depends on some clubs like the fact they like starting early.
Yeah.
Get some momentum going, but then if you get eliminated, you're out of the money.
Not so good.
So if you jump that first round, you're going to earn some dollars or get one step closer to earning some big bucks for the club.
Yeah, well, here's Curtis on the inside now. He's on the inside right now. He's got to fade back. Now he's going to try and set this up as a left, and I don't know if it's going to happen or not for him. He's just sitting with it. We're down to 1.5 minutes, so it's probably his last roll of the dice here.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen for Curtis Ewing. He's right on the inside at Shark Alley there. So he kind of got lost at sea a bit. So it's still a Harry DeRoth from Phillip Island holding down the lead with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I can't see. Well, a minute, anything can happen. But yeah, pretty comfortable this whole time. Courtesy of his second wave, he locked in there. Nice little jam turn there.
Yeah, that's South Arm from Tassie.
It's Hamish Renwick.
That might be that. I don't think it's a 6.5, but it might challenge the second score. Currently, Cronulla have second with a 4.1. Here goes Harry DeRoth from Phillip Island. Great first turn. Now waiting for this wave to deliver some sections. Another little jam, and well, that's not going to be a 6.5.
So he's sitting pretty at the moment with just 30 seconds left in this heat. And that last score is coming in for Cronulla. It's not going to affect their situation. Currently in second spot. Get the Hyundai replay here.
Yeah, Hayden Blair from Cronulla. Yeah, kind of missed the section there, and it really didn't deliver. Just gave him a few crumbs at the end and nothing really happening. But it sounds like as they're counting it in, it looks like he's going to hang on for second at least for the Sharkies. So there's some pretty valuable points for the Cronulla team. But yeah, Phillip Island, mate, bit of a surprise.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise, but Harry did the job. That second wave made the most of every opportunity. That was an interesting wave that gave him about 3 turns on the forehand, and then it gave him the little one on the outside. So here's the heat recap.
Yeah, we just saw Curtis Ewing getting the heat winner about 10 seconds after the heat. But this was the heat winner. Harry de Roth wave, he rolled the dice and sat wide. This is the same wave. This is the inside section. So he rode this all the way through, connected the reform and flared a couple of nice turns. So that was a 6.5. That ultimately won the heat. Bit of a challenge here. Hamish Renwick from Tassie, he got amongst it. So did Hayden Blair from Cronulla. Challenge, they fought it out for second. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Phillip Island walked away with the with the bickies and the top points. So you're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle live from Newcastle Beach. Plenty more after this. Don't go anywhere.
Woolworths Pick Fresh, Play Fresh has been developed to inspire healthy eating habits in young Aussie kids.
Pick Fresh encourages kids like me to eat more fresh food. Play Fresh inspires kids to get involved in sport so we can follow in our heroes' footsteps.
This is why Woolies partners with
Surfing, netball, cricket, and the Australian Olympic and Paralympic team.
Pick Fresh, Play Fresh. With these 4 words, we hope to inspire better eating habits and a love of sport that will benefit a generation of young Aussies for years to come.
All right, welcome back to Newcastle Beach, where the action is happening thick and fast. We've got heat 6 of the Open Men's of the Zambrero Open Men's coming up right now. What a battle it is. Some big name clubs in this. We've got Snapper Rocks from the Gold Coast, Kingscliff, Far North New South Wales, Long Reef from the northern beaches of Sydney, and Avoca Boardriders from the Central Coast. And Snapper Rocks, Sheldon Simkus, Mitch James Surfer for Kingscliff, Kobe Clements for Long Reef, and Matty Wilkinson there for Avoca. So JJ, Jonathan Jenkins joining me here, and first cab off the rank, looks like Kingscliff.
Yes, and just a quick wave there. Good to see a couple of former winners in this heat. Snapper Rocks, they had back-to-back titles, of course, when we kicked this off back in Cronulla in the early days, Reg. And Avoca, of course, had an amazing performance here a few years ago. Wigs and the Afros and the big bus. And look at that forehand jam there for Longy. Is that who we got out there for Longy?
Kobe Clements.
Kobe,
so, yeah.
That is Kobe's,
yeah,
right.
It's pretty stacked heat, this one, like Sheldon Simkus, awesome surfer from Snapper, Mitch James from Kingscliff, and Kobe, of course, Matty Wilco. And we saw Wilco with a quick couple of whacks on his backhand there. He is in the blue singlet for Avoca Beach. So I think this is the final heat of the Open Men's.
Yes, it is.
Then
and
we're
then
going into
6 heats with the Hyundai women's division as well. So, yeah, good morning here, Reg, isn't it? Always delivers here at Newcastle, and some great surfing. And Sheldon's been in good form. I've seen some great stuff for Kobe Clements lately as well. I think he's been to Hawaii and back.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
busy
early
time.
season over there.
Yeah, so yeah, looking at there now, of course, Matty Wilkinson there as well, JJ for Avoca. So this promises to be another great heat. Seen some awesome surfing this morning. Very tricky conditions. Solid 6 to 8 foot swell out of the east-southeast, and these strong on shores, making it short period swell. So testing their resilience and their fitness levels as well.
Yeah, but you know, if the guys in this heat can't do it, no one can. Here we go, nice steering carve there, Reg. There's Cobes off the top.
Oh.
Wow, I thought he was going to stick that. That was
So
a huge
right.
closeout move. And the club's feeling it too.
Yeah.
That was headed for a big score.
That was going to be a massive score, I reckon. But anyway, he didn't quite pull off that last turn, but looking at here on the replay, as you can just see, Kobe Clements just coming around off the bottom and smacks that critical turn and just did it right out of it right at the end. So that Hyundai replay showing, well, the difference between 7.5 and what will come in at 3.95. So big difference, just 1.4.
So Longreef haven't made it before. I know NASA, North Avalon, they've had an appearance before.
Yeah.
So I don't remember calling heats for Longreef, not in the final. But,
I don't know. They're all blur, these finals, aren't they? But
they'll stay.
they definitely have been
NASA.
in the mix, obviously, down on the northern beaches, the north side ones that we have there. And
there's been some close finishes in the qualifiers all around the country.
Yeah, it's qualifiers.
Within a point or so.
Well, Kobe was one of the stars of the qualifiers on the northern beaches. It ended up taking it from Narrabeen round to Warriewood because it was solid. It was like solid 8-foot sets up the beach and really heavy conditions. You know, dare I say it, Lane Beasley took 20 minutes to get out the back. And when she did, though, I'll give her that, she got like a 9. And but yeah, really. So they were doing water starts because it was so.
And were people tiptoeing around the rocks there, jumping up around the corner? Had a few state rounds out there. Usually when it's a big south swell, but you get the good right-hand bowls, don't you? That come off the corner there at Warriewood. So plenty of swell. It's been a fantastic summer, a great couple of months right around the country for the qualifying rounds, for all the free surfers, for everyone surfing the cyclone swells up the coast, and of course here down in Newcastle. So great to be back at Newey. Been here a few years now, and it always delivers. And look at that! Look how far out it's breaking. It's we've had some big days over the years, Reg, but today it's breaking so far out to sea. And as you mentioned before, the interval, it's just so close. It's a real test of endurance, more so than ever.
Yeah, definitely. And
so we love it.
Yeah, well, tomorrow it's going to be interesting when the team events are on, because that's when time is critical at the moment. You know, 20-minute heats, pretty short heats, but the surfers do have, they've just got one wave count, so the best wave, so they do have a bit more time tomorrow when, averages each surfer has around maybe 8 minutes max out there. Yeah. If you want to keep to the time, because during those 1 hour heats, it's going to be pretty interesting. Looks
Sheldon.
Yes, for Snapper Rocks.
He's got an open face here, Reg. Jams it down. He tried to maybe play it safe there, and it all went wrong there on that closeout turn. So Sheldon, of course, he's put in a great effort for the club over the years, one of Australia's best surfers at this point. Good to see Matty Wilco back too. I haven't seen him much. Except on Instagram, of course.
Yeah, he's been up there at Wilco's weekends. Or weekend with Wilco's.
He has, yep.
Running his business up there at New Byron. So Wilco, of course, many years on the World Championship Tour, one of Australia's finest ever.
Top 5, leading the rankings there for a while with those big wins at Snapper and down at Bells.
That's right, he had a good run there. And here's the Hyundai replay. So look at Sheldon out the back. Looks like this is going to set up for something. And then he sort of goes, oh, but look how much white water was just bouncing around in the face there. It looks like setting up for the women's. That is True Starling, who will be heading out for North Narrabeen in the Open Women's. And True's been ripping lately too. Stalwart of the North Narrabeen Boardriders. So they'll be up in the next heat when we go to Open Women's. And North Narrabeen, North Shelley, Seaford from South Oz and the Cronulla Sharks. The first 4 teams heading out in the first round of the Open Women's. Yeah, so, Macy Callahan, Marla Tate and Simon Longbottom. So Macy Callahan, of course, loves big surf.
Yeah, she's fantastic. Had that year or so on the World Tour, and I guess you'd almost be selfishly thinking, I'm glad she's not in Hawaii right now, because we get to have,
I'm sure North Shelley are, but then they'll be going
stars back in here to maybe help in the Boardriders battle.
Yeah.
But remember a couple of years ago when we had the scaling was slightly different for the men and the women, and then they so smartly used that to their advantage, and Macy went out and just absolutely was the star for the club there. So of course her partner Sheldon in this heat as well. Snapper Rocks. Here we go. Cobes again. Crisp.
Nice. Again, didn't complete the wave. That first turn was sick, just drifted those fins out the back. Really sharp turn, and unfortunately just came unstuck. That whitewater just getting underneath his board and bouncing him off. So Kobe looking to get back out. It's one of those surfers who's will be interesting to see how it goes in the qualifying events in Australia this year.
Well, he's not scared, is he? We know he's doing the big stuff. And look at this turn here, Reg. I love it.
I love that turn.
Clean,
that was
totally
beautiful.
in control. Fins out off the back. Wow. And just poking the nose again on that the second turn. So the first time he gets a wave and nails both of those together, he's going to get a big score. So at the moment, still anyone's game.
Well, he locked in a 4.13 on that, which has put him into first place. As you said, that would have been a high 6 if you'd completed that last turn.
Sure.
So difficult conditions out there at the moment for our surfers, but they're having a good time. And as usual, the vibe here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle is full on. The culmination of elimination events held around the country. Yeah, we've got 16 teams qualify for here, and it's a big event. Been running for quite a few years now. $1 million in prize money has been given out.
Is that right?
At the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle over the last, well, since it started. So that's that's a lot of support for grassroots Australian surfing, because that's what the clubs represent. As we say every year, every single Australian surfer who's won a world championship, their first time they put a singlet on in a contest was their Boardriders Club.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a great history, hasn't it? Starting at Cronulla 9 years ago, and Hyundai have been such a big supporter of the event. We love them so much, and Destination New South Wales as well, doing so much. And now we're up in Newey, thanks to the City of Newcastle. Prize money, Reg, that 20 grand is massive. That's probably sustaining and spawning and encouraging new clubs to come into the mix with prize money like that on offer. And of course, we have the Club Spirit Awards back this year. There's another $1,500 for that as well. And we're introducing the something for the caddies, for the kids who the board caddies and the club caddies as well. So we'll go into that tomorrow. And of course, Oakley have been a big supporter for many years. We've got the battle cage down there on the beach.
Yep,
and Sombrero as well coming on board this year. Mexican crew, fantastic, really good. So
yeah, I'm heading up there at lunchtime. Don't worry about that.
I'm fasting right now.
That's right.
Just
you
so
don't
I
no
can get there
breakfast.
later.
You're just going to go for the Sombrero.
I stopped eating yesterday morning, actually.
Yeah, I thought you looked a bit skinnier than you did yesterday.
Sombrero, look out! I'm going to send you guys a break later tonight.
Yeah, well, 100 grand total prize money here this weekend.
Yep.
Of course, then there's prize money throughout all the eliminations. So it's an awesome event. Definitely one of the most fun events to work on from our perspective, JJ.
I was saying that to Shauno before. Aside from possibly the biggest CT events in the world, this one's got the most colour. I think it's got the most depth, having all the divisions surfing together, male, female, the Masters, the ex-world champs and stuff. And every year I say this, Reg, I put in a big push to make this the format for the Olympics, or at least a division of the Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's got it all.
It has it all, because I think it's a necessity for the Olympics. But, it's nice of them, WSL, to postpone the Pipe Masters today, so it wasn't clashing with because they knew they had no hope as far as numbers went here in Australia.
It's a tricky schedule, but we managed to pull it off. Yeah, and I look forward to the day we go to the Olympics too.
Yeah, that's right. As the team commentary.
Exactly.
Commentary team.
All right, so down under 7, well, under 8 minutes now, 7.5 remaining. Longreef, Kobe Clements up and out, still in the lead with that 4.13 off the strength of that one big lip smash. Avoca, Matty Wilco out there, 3.75. Sheldon from Snapper with a 3.3. Kingy with a 2.5. So pretty low scoring exchange thus far. I think Kobe will be kicking himself if he hasn't nailed that big second move. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, we've seen a lot of waves reading, although Wilco's only had one. Kingscliff's caught 6 waves, but the high score for him is 2.58. And so obviously be looking for something a little bit better than that.
Look out if Wilco gets a nice bowly right hander.
Well, that's right. That 3.75 was too good wax.
Yeah.
But
so he's lethal.
Yeah, that's right.
Switchblade. Here he goes.
Speaking of the devil, here he goes. Matty Wilkinson. Is this going to stand up? Look out. Here it goes. A critical backhand turn. Throws it straight up into it. Gets a third in here. It's going to look pretty solid indeed. Well, great wave there for Matty Wilco, and just kicks out. So he heard you.
Yes, that was a great turn. 3 good moves off the top there. And of course, that tail kick that he always does, kicks the fins out so crisp and fast. Here we go. Another move here, possibly for, who's that? For
That's Mitch James from Kingscliff. So that wasn't a bad wave. He's looking to better at 2.58. But currently, to move into first, you've got to be tracing down that 4.13, but I think Matty Wilkinson has just done that. We'll wait and see.
Clements.
Ooh, Kobe. Can he finish his wave off?
He's looking for it, keeping the board moving. He might have overextended there. No, he's going to link it up, Reg. He's going through the inside.
Not a lot of action.
We've got to see something now. Bam!
Oh, man. Well, that was a weird wave. There was no points. He was just sort of linking those rails, waiting for something set up on the inside. We've only got, well, it's just over 6 minutes remaining, and here we go. Looks like Sheldon from snapper, a couple of quick turns, comes unstuck again. So that end section with that whitewater moving under, getting between the fins, and again, that's 3 surfers in a row, sort of get bounced off.
Big scores coming in for Wilco.
Yeah, it's going to be the highest score of the heat so far. Pretty obvious. 3 good solid turns there.
Here we go, Reg. One more to lock in for Avoca. We can tell you he's going to jump to the lead, I think. So there's one more score to come in. He's got a 6 and a 6.5 from the other judges. So Matty Wilkinson, former CT star, top 5, former World Championship Tour leader. There it is. It's a 6, Reg. So that'll pop up soon. And we're going to have Avoca in the lead. So there it is. Avoca, 6-point ride. I think that is official. Scores coming in too for the last of Clements in yellow. I don't think that's going to affect his 4.13. So a nice little battle here as we come down to under the 5-minute mark.
All right, well, Oakley, of course, long-term sponsor, supporter here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. In fact, since day one.
Yes.
The best thing about it, every year we come, they give us a new Bo Emmerton comes up and says, JJ, here's your new pair of Oakley Sunnies.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, only if they've got the Prism lens, though, Bo.
Exactly, yeah. So he's down there manning the Oakley Battle Cage, and I think Bo won the Surfest events one year as well. I think he took that event out when he was competing on the World Tour. Pretty sure. Definitely made the final. I'm going to say he won.
I think he
Even
did.
if I'm wrong, sounds good.
Just trying to think, there was an event up in the Oakley Battle Cage down there. That'll come into play tomorrow, of course, when the team's event is on. That's where all the action, each surfer tags the next one, and the Oakley Battle Cage is the centre of the attention tomorrow there. Again, Kobe bloody Clements. Oh, sorry. He's just letting it slip out the tail there. I reckon I was just mirroring the coach, long reef coach. You know, he sort of gave Kobe that middle name then.
No, I think that's a safe. That's in the lexicon, isn't it? Australian vernacular.
That's right.
You don't have to say bloody.
Yeah. I could have said something worse, but obviously I'm not professional, so I don't do that kind of thing. Well, only just a few minutes to go in this. We're well into the final 5 minutes. So Matty Wilkinson, that 6-point ride, that's the score. Everyone's charging down. Of course, Mitch James is third place with a 4.13, and also that's on a countback because Kobe Clements sitting there with that 4.13. I want to see Kobe complete one of those last turns. He's such an outstanding surfer. We've seen his 2 highest scores were 1 good solid turn, while Sheldon Simkes, unfortunately, again, has not completed a wave.
I'm surprised. So
what is going on?
These are the best guys in Australia. So obviously, bit of maybe some anxiety, a bit of nerves, trying to force the turns in, trying to oversurf it a little bit.
Yeah.
But bit of bump and chop, but these guys can certainly handle that, no worries. So maybe all of them quietly thanking the other competitors for not quite running away with it yet. We've still got plenty of time for a good score, so it's anyone's really at this stage, Reg.
Yeah.
But Matty Wilco is sitting pretty, kind of got those 3 nice backhand hits. So
at the moment, it's we've got Avoca in first, Long Reef in second. Long Reef, of course, they used to call, known as the Armadillos.
What's
their Boardriders Club? Yeah, they used to have an annual Long Reef Boardriders versus Queenscliff Boardriders Club.
It's not very Australian.
Rugby league match
I remember that.
At
yes.
Rat Park on the Northern Beaches. There was the Queenscliff Petals versus the Long Reef Armadillos. So I think...
and that was full on too, hey?
That's right.
Yeah, I remember that. Was
I can't remember, someone got helicoptered out one year.
Yeah, they used to run it in the mags, and was Bainey a bit of a star of that?
Bainey was a big star for Queenscliff.
Coat hangers, and they worked out one year that they should have the rugby after the surfing because guys would be so battered they couldn't even surf. Too many injuries.
Well, look out. It's like, speaking of the Armadillos, here's Kobe Clements there again, just going for that big whack. So on that Hyundai replay, we can see just not quite getting the timing right. There's the Long Reef crew, and it looks like Matty Wilkinson again, just jamming that turn. Oh, well. He knew he'd done the
I don't think he's going to make that second turn.
It used to, back in the day, it would have been easy. He would have said, bang, I'll do 2 in here. But now he's cruising. He's got mellow. Been surfing a longboard a lot. Now he's moved up to Byron.
I think he's still looking good. I think he's crisp.
He's looking unreal.
Is he motivated?
He's got the highest
Could he
score.
come back?
Yeah, 6-point ride. So Wilco, you know. I wonder if is Ace surfing for Avoca
That is a great
tomorrow?
question.
Wade Carmichael?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they could have the strongest team in history.
Saw Bede walking around down there. Saw Blake Thornton.
Yep.
There's plenty of CT stars. Lee Winkler, former CT star. Dion Atkinson.
Yep.
There's plenty of championship tour surfers. Here we go, Wilco. First term is beautiful, quick, precise. This one, wax. No good. Feet come off. Board flies away. And Kingy winding it through to the inside. So Huda has gone. That was a nice turn, but still couldn't hang on to that one either. So I think Wilco's going to get this one, Reg.
Yeah, I think so.
Avoca.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid there. So that wraps up the Sombrero Open Men's round. And yeah, coming up next will be the Open Women's. And at the moment, though, we're just going to look at those scores. So the heat recap, you know, we saw Kobe Clements. Now this is really interesting. Beautiful first turn, carving in this section. Looked like he was going to just really go to town. A beautiful snap the first turn, but just lost it right at the end. And here we see Mitch James, who ended up coming third. So Mitch, again, that little connection on the inside, racked in a couple of decent scores. Ended up getting a 4.13 for this wave. And that...
It's a little better on the replay, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So that's the story out here, and you know, this right-hand shore break, classic beach break conditions here, big out the back. See, he's Kobe again. Now that would have been a 7-point ride, I reckon, if he completed that last turn. That first turn was pretty sick. And yeah, so there's the overview. But winning that heat was Maddie Wilkinson. He winning that one for Avoca, so moving through. So Matt Wilkinson doing the job there for Avoca. And we'll be back with the first round of the women's straight after this very quick break.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kiddos will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, welcome back, guys. We are into the Hyundai Open Women's Heat 1 at the Australian Boardriders Battle National Final this weekend. There's our matchup, of course, Seaford, Cronulla Sharks to be specific, North Shelley and North Narrabeen. So one female out representing each of those 4 clubs.
Yep.
And best single score gets the points. And of course, we've got a couple of scores already trickling in. And there's the conditions in the overview, Reg. We've got a pretty good wave coming through for North Shelley.
Yeah,
and
Macy
scored is
Calvin.
Macy, yeah. So she's got a 4.88. Catch up with that in a minute. And on the back end here, Cronulla Sharks.
Summer Longbottom here on a backhand, and nice turn. So 2 good solid turns there for Summer. So just we got True Starling out there for North Narrabeen. She just had a 1.6, and it looks like surfer in yellow now for Seaford.
Wow.
Maya Tate from Seaford in South Australia. So yeah, all 4 surfers locking something pretty quickly, as we can see from those scores. A 4.88 there for Macy Callahan. And as you said before, JJ, Macy, unfortunately not in Hawaii, you know, but North Shelley, Molly Picklum, of course, she's in Hawaii now for surfing in the CT events, and she's another member of North Shelley. Got a very strong contingent, you know, so...
Sure do.
Who would be there if Molly was here? Would it be Molly or Macy?
Well,
yeah.
no. Well, because we've got the teams division and the individuals, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a good decision to have to make, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to ask Jess Grimwood, because our fellow commentator, who is also a member of North Shelley Boardriders. And actually, then there's Jess. I could throw Jess in as well.
Yeah.
So there you go. Got some scores we've been waiting on. So after one wave, we've got North Shelley, Macy Callahan with a 4.88, and then we got a 3 there for Seaford, 5.3 for their Cronulla Sharks. So Summer Longbottom on that. 2 good solid backhand turns has put them in the lead, and that's that throwaway 1.63 for True Starling from North Narrabeen, and it looks like here's Macy again for North Shelley. Wow, it just looked like it was going to stand up. Pretty hard, you know, for us to actually work out whether the wave's going to offer much on the inside, let alone for the surfers. We've seen some good scores being thrown down on that inside shore break. Nice little bit of push.
Yeah, some good shape there, some good bowls. Here we go. So True now winding it back, waiting for this wave to steepen up a little bit. She can see the head. Let's see if she can get up into the lip, jamming it a bit. And a bit boggy that turn there, so she'll kick out, pedal back out.
Yeah, not much opportunity there for True Starling. I thought that was looking a bit like the alley rights at North Narrabeen, but just a 2.45 for that, so not really happening there for True Starling. So we've got 6 heats in this Open Women's round, the Hyundai Open Women's. And big thank you to all our sponsors, Hyundai, Zambrero, Oakley, Reef Tip, Siona, and of course Woolworths.
Yeah. And of course Reg Destination New South Wales, some lovely vision there from around the state, working in conjunction with the City of Newcastle. So those guys get behind all the big sporting events, the entertainment, and really supporting the Boardriders battle here year after year. So we love those guys. Snow, you'd be looking forward to that, wouldn't you, Reg? That's your second life, isn't it?
It is.
Your surf and snow. So big thank you to Destination New South Wales. Been working with those guys for years.
Yeah, they're a huge supporter of surfing in New South Wales. Yeah, one of the major backers for Surfing New South Wales and all the events that we run up and down the coast.
Hey, Reg, you normally kind of fly into this event. You've normally been somewhere exotic or somewhere cold. We're in February this year. You've been travelling with the restrictions, or?
No, not yet.
You just came up from the northern beaches?
Yeah, just drove up and up the freeway.
Boring, mate. Boring.
Yeah, I know.
I was waiting for some story from overseas or Canada or Switzerland or something. Or...
No, not yet. I'm planning on it.
I bet. Yeah, I've got itchy feet.
Yeah.
Been on one plane in 2 years.
Yeah.
Man, I don't even know myself.
My 15-year-old son's in Italy.
Can't run from my problems anymore.
No, you can't. You get stuck. You got to face back.
Get to know myself.
That's right. I know what you're like, JJ. Oh, life's getting a bit weird. I might have to go overseas.
No, it's great to be here at Newcastle, though. We love the event. And is that the flags down there? Is that the Northie flag on the rocks?
Has it got the skull and crossbones?
Shelley. So
Shelley Boardriders Club. Yes. Well, they've never won the main event, have they?
I think, did they?
No, they came second twice.
3 times.
Three times second.
I thought they'd done so well. I thought they'd be past winner as well, but
yeah,
I'm sure 3 seconds. It's got a sting.
There's a couple of heavy hitters there from North Narrabeen Boardriders.
Yep.
Cooper Chapman and Nathan Hedge, and the Hedge is sort of like the backbone, Hedgie, of North Narrabeen. You can guarantee he will give it 180,000% tomorrow.
And Cooper had a heat this morning.
Snapped his board.
First heat of the day, yeah. He came in second.
Yeah.
Second or third. Anyway, looking in good form though.
Yeah. Well, you see both Nathan and Cooper out there watching how True Starling is faring. Yeah, but at the moment, Cronulla Sharks holding that lead. Summer Longbottom on the backhand with 2 good solid whacks has done the job there. And North Shelley, Mason Callahan, that first wave of hers 4.88, still looking pretty good. Here goes Macy again, just trying to find that inside connection. Just does not happen. About the halfway mark in this heat, just on 12 minutes remaining, and still seeing South Australia and Cronulla, South Australia, Seaford Boardriders Club from South Australia. They've just had 1 wave each. We've seen North Narrabeen with 2, and Macy Callahan has locked in 3 waves, currently in second position, 4.88. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Kawana from the sunny coast, Merewether, the local team, Burleigh Heads, and Point Lookout coming up next, and looks like, well, for Merriweather, no surprise there, Philippa Anderson just missed out on making the CT again. But she'll be out there surfing for Merriweather.
She was on 2 years ago. Did she get a full season? I know she's come close so many
Did get a full
times.
season. Yeah, but
I know she was competing in the local CT. That's right.
yeah,
That was a great event.
yeah, she had the
here.
wild card last year.
huge.
Yeah, that's right. When the CTs, we did the jaunt around the countryside.
Absolutely scored. Beautiful weather.
Yep, 4
Great
events.
offshore conditions. Barrels. Some of the barrels were amazing. So here we go. This is summer now.
Yeah, quick in and out.
And real stacked heat, this one. True Starling, she's had some great results around the country in the women's events. And of course, representing her club previously. North Narrabeen former champs. Macy, of course, we've talked her up plenty. CT star, based up on the Gold Coast these days, but surfing for North Shelley. Summer as well. Some of the footage and stuff follow her pretty closely, and what her dad Dylan does with her. Obviously, Dylan is such a renowned charger, one of the, probably, I'd say, underrated heavyweight surfers.
Dylan Longbottom.
On the international scene, but what an amazing coach and dad to have there.
Yeah.
And some of the waves that Summer's been riding on and off for the last year or two has just been amazing. And so 3 pretty big names in this heat, and Maya Tate representing Seaford, South Australia. Not as familiar with her, don't get to see the South Aussies too often.
No, it's great. That's one of the beautiful things about the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. We get clubs from all around Australia, every state represented, except one this year, of course. West Oz. They still can't jump over the wall. The McGowan wall's not letting anyone in or out. What's going to happen with the CT at Margaret River if it's still closed?
I think they do the bubble, they like they did last year. You've got to abide by the protocols. They get their chartered flights and
no Dokovic is allowed.
Oh, I don't know. Let's not go there, do we?
I'd have to ring up Andrew Starkey and see what the plan is. Anyway, we just saw True Starling with a 5.63. Has put North Narrabeen in the lead. So she's overtaken Summer. Summer still holding that 5.3 is her highest score there for the Cronulla Sharks. North Shelley, Macy Callahan came out of the guns, blocks blazing with a 4.88, has been pushed back to 3rd spot. So Macy will be looking to lock something in. Don't have a lot of time.
That's right, Reg. Under halfway now. So, Shelley missed that wave while we were blabbing away. Yeah. Down into 3rd. True, getting the job done. 5.63. There's the sister on the beach there. And here we go. Mace answering back now. Got a bowl. Tricky section off the bottom. Hangs on to that turn off the top. And finishes that wave there.
I wonder if she had anything on the outside. Have a look at the Hyundai replay. It takes off on the inside, so yeah, a little flattish section to deal with.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, and then just had this one hit here. And how's a wave? That sort of wave just dropped out at the bottom. So it wasn't a major turn, and I don't think that'll factor into her top. So Macy Callahan heading back out, searching for, you need a 5.63 or better to take the lead, which is currently being held by True Starling in the red, surfing for North Narrabeen Boardriders.
And here we go, Summer Longbottom now. Cronulla Sharks representative, just a short way for her.
Yeah, looking for that second turn, no opportunity there. And so heavy hitting clubs. Sean Downey and I were talking earlier, Cronulla Sharks haven't been in the final for ages. Usually it's from that part of the world, Allura have been...
yeah, they were in the 1st or 2nd year down there, weren't they?
At Cronulla.
They have been, in the event before, but maybe it's been a bit of a hiatus. And of course that area, isn't there something like 13 Boardriders clubs in that stretch of coast, like the most condensed region?
What, Cronulla?
Yeah, there's like Sand Shoes, there's the Point.
That's right, the Point.
Yeah, Shark Island Crew, then you got Allura, then you got the Alley, and then you got I think there's a longboard club as well. There's a whole bunch, yeah. So we worked out it actually had more clubs in the shortest, most condensed area than anywhere in Australia.
It's even more than the Magic Mile.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
See Summer, quick little hit there. And then down the National Park, Gary Boardriders.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a little bit further south. But it's funny to think there's so many clubs around Australia, and I think only 3 made it through the elimination rounds, and there was like 12 clubs, I think, in the Northern Beaches one.
Yep.
So yeah, to make it through up here to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final is a torrid affair, and like there's a lot of really strong clubs aren't here this year, and this is the cream of the crop for 2022. Look at that! Ooh, True Starling just taking the elevator drop, getting smashed, and that Whitewater is taking her out.
Yeah, I think there's around 70 to 80 all up, Reg, that compete in the qualifying series around the different states.
Wow, heaps.
Of course, as you mentioned just a moment ago, missing the WA crew this year.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Hopefully next year. I remember saying that last year.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
Well, they've come pretty close. They've had some good results.
Yeah.
So
it's a big commitment for the WA crew to get over here, but they do manage it every year. And we've been based here in Newcastle for a long time now. Obvious reasons. We'll always get the swell. It's a perfect set-up position, and dare I say it, it's a natural amphitheatre.
It is.
The viewers here. So yeah, that's pretty early for the cliche book to come out, but it really does warrant it because it is a great setup here. So once again, we've got solid waves here at Newcastle Beach. It's a low pressure system's been hanging off the east coast New South Wales for quite a while now, directing these onshore winds, but also this swell. Been a lot of swell.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic couple of months, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been amazing. We've had the Gold Coast turn on, swell down in Victoria. It's been pretty amazing. Obviously,
except for the Surf Coast, they reckon it's the worst summer around Torquay in living memory.
Oh well, bad luck.
Yeah, well that's why I noticed Torquay Boardriders. It's like not just the team; it's like the whole half of Torquay's up here because they just want to get some surf. And yeah, so. But summer's not renowned for it down there in Torquay anyway. You get the odd one.
Well, you do get
those horrible southeasterlies, and they just don't do anything.
You do get those 4 or 5 days where you don't have to wear a wetsuit.
Yeah, that's You're not a fan of the cold water down there, are you?
No, I liked it. I had a great time down there. Did 5 years in
I was going to say you lived there for quite a while.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah.
You've lived everywhere.
Oh,
yeah, you're a bit of a hobo.
I've been in a few Boardriders clubs anyway. North Avalon, Torquay, Burleigh Heads. So
yeah,
I've got around. Yeah,
they've been settled down now, haven't they?
Yeah, I don't compete anymore. Gone into retirement.
Yeah, fair enough. So we're just waiting on some action on the outside. You can see all 4 surfers. They are sitting on the inside, looking for that elusive point delivering right shore break. We've seen a few good scores come through at this stage. We've still got True Starling from North Narra holding at 5.63. It's the highest score so far, which she scored on her 3rd wave. And it's really tight, actually. It's not going to take much to move into. That's not a huge score. And especially we've got Mason Callahan currently in 3rd place.
Yeah, well, this would be huge, Reg, if one of these ladies can get up over Macy, because clearly she's the favourite.
Yeah,
she's got so much experience. You know, she's been a superstar on the CT. She's been a star at this event for a number of years. She was she's won the Lane Beachley medal previously. She's helped Snapper to victory. Excuse me, North Shelley to victory. Plenty of times. So this would be huge if North Narrabeen or Cronulla can do it over North Shelley at this stage. But there's still a couple of minutes to go.
That's right, we've got a couple of minutes to go, so plenty of time. It doesn't take much to turn things around. And yeah, just all the surface, just see a bit of movement on the inside. Looks like Mason Callahan, no takeoff. And just as well, because that one's shut down. So they're all just jostling on the inside, looking for 1 or 2 more opportunities to try and turn this around. Currently, we've got North Narrabeen, True Starling doing the job from the Northie crew. And, she's become a bit of an anchor for the North Narrabeen team in the Boardriders battles.
Yeah, I have been impressed with True's surfing. She's had the challenges or the QS events up around the East Coast last year. She had a couple of great heats, good results, good performances. Yeah, and it's a bit hard to come out of an area like North Narrabeen and not be a half-decent surfer.
Yeah, well, it's pretty tricky conditions out there, but one bloke who does not have any problem, regardless of the conditions, is Matty Wilkinson, who's down there now with Stace Galbraith.
Winner of Heat 6, Matt Wilkinson, mate.
man versus ocean out there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a long time since I've tried to get out the back and not actually done it, so that's a little bit humbling, but stoked to get a couple of waves.
All that training in the off-season's obviously been paying off.
Yeah, I may as well have put a weight belt on over Christmas. Nah, we've actually had a lot of waves at home, which has been good, but yeah, there's not much that can prepare you for that. Having a time limit and 10-foot closeouts is not too fun.
You felt all different kinds of pressure in your career, mate. Talk to us about the difference between having that individual pursuit and going for world titles as opposed to serving for your club.
Yeah, it's different. You come here pretty much with fun on the mind, and then as soon as you put the jersey on, it's like the weight of the world on your shoulders. All the boys are so psyched to win this event, and yeah, and it's kind of up to you to do the work. So it's pretty scary, but it's an awesome event. It's good fun.
Got a couple of great events coming up in Australia this year. What are your plans for the year?
Yeah, I haven't really got a full plan, but I wouldn't mind doing the Snapper event. Being a Challenger Series this year, hopefully I can wrangle my way in there, and yeah, I'll be psyched to do some training and get another trophy up there at Snapper. Would be nice.
We'd certainly love to see it. Well done, mate. We'll see you again tomorrow.
All right, well, thank you, Stace, and thank you, Wilco. So Wilco might angling for some invites into the QSs.
Yeah, well, former champ at that venue at Snapper, and you could have a shot getting into the Challenger, so let's hope so.
Well,
Reg, we're down, it's over.
It's over, that is. I just heard the hootie go. So True Starling doing the job there for North Narrabeen in first position. Then we got Cronulla Sharks in the blue. They were second. North Shelley, Mason Callahan just couldn't find that wave, and Seaford Mayer only caught that one wave, a 3-point ride, had the potential there, but didn't quite do it. Looking at the heat recap, here's Mayer now, Mayer take there from Seaford. So nice little connection, had two good solid turns on the outside. And this is Summer Longbottom here from the Cronulla Sharks. And she just sets this one up the inside. You can see her aiming at the lip and just smacks that good solid turn. And Mason Callahan, well, she ended up in third spot. She held this 4.33 for the early part of the heat and just couldn't find the wave she needed. You see Macy just trying to find that, but unfortunately, again, just wasn't the scoring potential on that wave to do much there. So there's the Hyundai Surfing Australia heat recap. And we'll be back with Heat 2 of the Open Women's here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle right after this.
Let's ride the waves, finding friends in lost all day. Get strong, be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths surf grom. Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Let's ride!
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. But most of all, to feel new again.
All right, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle is underway, and we've got some standings. This is after the men's division this morning, 6 heats of the men's. So the individual men surfers representing their clubs had Phillip Island out in front, of course, Torquay, Coffs Harbour, Avoca, North Shelley. There's the top 5. And of course, first place in each of these heats gets 10 points, 7 for second, 5th for third, and 3 for fourth. So that's it. Women are underway right now. We've got the third heat. Or should we say who we got out there? Heat number 2, actually, as Jess Grimwood walks into the booth. Join me. Thanks very much, Jess. Welcome back. Look at that shot. Plenty of swell. The sun's come out, which is good. And at the moment, we've got Kawana, Merriweather, Burley Heads, and Point Lookout. And there's the logos. That's the matchup. Jaylee Stokes surfing for Kawana. Philip Randerson surfing for Merriweather local club. Charlie Haitley for Burley Heads. And Stacey Baxter for Point Lookout. Surfed against these women, Jess?
Yeah.
Got some info on them, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, those teams, they got such a history in Boardriders, like how long some of those clubs Yeah.
Daly.
That was
Kiwana.
How was the second? Like ran out of momentum at the wave, kind of fell off the back and it ran away with her, but she had a fair bit of rotation on it.
Yeah, for me, I'm like, hang on a minute, who's this girl? Instant fan.
Yeah, that's the best thing about Boardriders, isn't it? Like, you just see these people pop up on the screen if you're watching from home or you're down here on the sand, and you've never heard of them before, and they literally, you hear it on the ad as we lead in, you know, the promos. You can take out 7s, 8s, and 9s and be an absolute no-name.
I like that. I had the same feeling watching Zhao Shankar Pipe, who just went absolutely nuts a couple of days ago. I kind of heard of them before, hadn't really seen them, and straight away just like instant fan.
Yeah.
And you see Jaylee here, totally different conditions, of course, different event. I go, hang on, this girl can surf. So cool to see her, and she's got the lead at this stage, 3.95. There's the Burley crew watching on intently. Another club we spoke of earlier that have got the depth and talent, haven't sort of delivered, had a couple of close calls, some disappointing little moments the last few years. They could have gone a bit further through the event, but looks like Brizzo there, directing traffic. He won the Masters division of the Burley Single Fin, which is another great grassroots event up in the Gold Coast, just in early Jan.
That's right. Did Macy take it out for the women as well? I think she might have.
Yep, she did. She's won that, and then Dimity won it last year as well. You've been in that event, Jess? You should get up there. It's one of the great Aussie surf events.
I know. I'd love to get up there. Here we go. Merriweather's Philippa Anderson up and right. You can see her trying to load up for this bottom turn. Smooth little slash, setting up the inside right in front of the rock, and she capitalises on that opportunity. So let's see. I don't know. Hopefully it'll push out of that 3-point range we've kind of seen set the gauge for the heats so far.
So for me, in the same way that Macy was the girl to beat in heat number 1, Philippa's the girl to beat in heat number 2. So if Jaylee, Charlie, or Stacey Baxter, she's super experienced, but if they can get the win here, that'll be a real big confidence boost for any of those surfers, and that'll feel real good heading into finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's good for them too. Like, they'll measure themselves up, like you said, against Philippa or against people like Macy, because they're the ladies that have been here every single year for the teams.
It's
like,
a surprise
they're the ones.
when they lose.
Yeah, it
is.
And you saw True. I mean, True is a great story too. She like bleeds North Narrabeen. Oh, here we go. Hyundai replay. Let's have a look at Philippa's last wave. Kind of sets up that bottom turn. She just has to kind of turn to a mid-face slash to set up this second section. So I think she really surfed that score into fruition. She just made it a 2-turn combo rather than that one kind of first flat turn. And there you go. She's pushed out of the bar and posted a 6.25 to take Merriweather straight to the lead so far.
Is Philippa a good contender for the mid-year Challenger Series format cutoff?
Yeah. That's like story of her life, isn't it? It's like the one spot on the cutoff for her qualification, whether it be CT or now the Challenger Series. I think if she decides to do it fully, she'll be right up there in the conversation. But I'm not actually sure where her headspace is at the moment. I know she's just coming off the back of the end of that season. So
4 or 6 spots up for grabs today. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's a tight field. Some of the young generation coming through are absolutely mind-blowing. Far out, there's some fantastic ladies coming through, all teenagers pretty much. And Moana, she's doing well. She's 20. So yeah, that's kind of around that kind of age where you might want to think about qualifying. But the talent's just been amazing to watch, and I reckon probably along with the big wave scene at Jaws and Nazare, I think that women's surfing has seen some of the most growth for sure, and fresh faces, and just girls from different regions around the world putting in such good performances. So
how good has it been too to watch? Like, we've had that single fin that was broadcast, and then we've had Pipe on live, we've had the other Boardriders events up north. Like, everything has just been back to like live surfing.
Yeah.
If you're not at the event, you're glued to the screen.
Yeah. I felt like the biggest surf fan this week. I'll say it at home much every heat in Hawaii, and not being there as well, not being there in person is slightly different. So you're kind of separate from the whole thing, and just glued to the screen, and it's been a great start to the season for sure. It's been amazing here in Australia and overseas as well. So big thanks to our supporting partners here, and Brett, the car on the beach, the Hyundai car that we've seen, and with True Starling, she's got her eye on it already. There it is. And I don't know if you're eligible, True, but she would look good in it for sure.
Yeah, I reckon I'm going to go try and jump in that thing as well later on.
Get down there, get the space buns in the cockpit. I want to see it.
It's fully electric too, isn't it? So you can't even hear that thing. If you tick that thing over and try to drive it off the board, or someone would have to be watching you because you can't hear it. It's so silent, that thing.
There was a really cool story a couple of years ago. The car went to someone who just lost their car or something, and then they ended up winning it, and so it's pretty cool. And it's great to have the Hyundai back on board. We've got the air activation tomorrow as well. Don't know how the blimp's going to go in the wind, but we've got 20-knot winds forecast again for tomorrow. So good luck to the operator of that. The key will end up somewhere. Might end up at Coffs Harbour or up the coast somewhere. But hopefully in someone's hand if they can grab it.
Absolutely hats off to that operator, hey. Can you imagine trying to fly that thing in 30-knot onshores? Here we go, Burley Heads. Ooh, she's made a little direction change. I haven't seen many people pick off any of those left freeforms, but I think we heard Tessa McKenna say earlier, like as that tide's been pushing in all day, we're going to start to see that inside like double up bowl.
Yeah, high tide's a friend out here for sure. That's Charlie there, replay. Way on the inside there, very milky sudsy wave, and just trying to get a read on it. And yeah, that'll be a low score. So still in third place at this stage. Got Philippa with a 6.25. There's the scores now on screen. Kawana a 3.95 for Jaylee, and that wave of Charlie puts her in third. And here we go. This is a nice little backhand hit there. Another section to hit. Can she get the combo? No.
See, she's like skidding out on her back foot then, but I kind of like that about her surfing. I mean, she didn't capitalise on the second section, but she looks really back foot heavy to me. Have a look at this Hyundai replay, JJ. She's like really stomping it. You can see her just kind of winding up and drawing into the section. A little bit mistimed. Oh. There you go.
That's why she turned off. Yes, better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, it looks like she's got the technique down pat on the backhand. So plenty of good right-hand points up on Queensland, the Gold Coast and the sunny coast, so it's no surprise.
She'd be no stranger to run around as well, would she? She'd be like surfing all those places up there, like Burleigh and all those points. Like that's bread and butter for them. One wave, one run around, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
Airy weather.
Yes. So Philippa sitting pretty at this stage, down to 2.5 minutes. I was just thinking too, watching these young ladies as well, a lot of the work that the crew up at Surfing Australia are doing these days. I know you've been floating around that neck of the woods helping with their programs, Jess.
Yeah, kind of more as a part of like Surfing New South Wales, and we're kind of, you know, linking in with Surfing Australia. But I mean, I'm always floating around up at that HPC centre, even if I'm not invited. I want to be amongst it. It's such a good facility, and they've got you know, big her wave programs running at the moment through Surfing New South and via Surfing Oz a lot of the time, a lot of their facilities. So there's just so much happening in women's surfing. Like you said, it's like the growth and the progress within the industry is like just atmospheric trajectory. It's just like all the way to the roof at the moment.
And what's your role?
I'm just kind of like a subcontractor. So obviously on the commentary side of things, like super froth mode when the comps are on, and then otherwise I'll just, you know, tap in behind the scenes, maybe like, what is, Dad calls it something particularly like just greasing the wheels or something like that. Just
yeah, but you have a hands-on approach too. You're helping ladies surf, you're helping women of all ages get out there and doing a bit of that.
Yeah, for sure. Just getting like, probably one of the biggest things I think in women's surfing at the moment is just connecting the networks. There's so many women doing a similar thing and really encouraging their junior girls and their division in the club to progress, but they haven't really tapped into each other yet. So now they're all kind of like, you know, joining the dots, and Surfing New South and Surfing Oz are really helping with that.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, down under 1 minute now. So heat 2, the Hyundai Open Women's Heats. Philippa, I think, has got the leggy off, calling it a day. She's got the 6.25, and Jaylee from Kawana Boardriders Club in second at this stage. There's the Merriweather crew going down to catch up with Philippa to start. In previous years here, they're former winners of this event.
Was it 2019? Was it?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, a couple of years.
And it was an awesome win. It was one of those moments where, you know, no one really knew what the final scores were, and everyone was waiting down on the beach at the Oakley Battle Cage, hanging out for the results, and a real nail biter and a great win too. So down to the final 5 seconds now, and Philippa's done it for sure. 10 points for Club Merewether. That'll help determine the seedings for tomorrow when we've got the teams divisions out there. And good job for Jaylee. Very impressed with Jaylee. She gets 3.95. Burley Heads coming in third, and point lookout Stacey. Didn't get to see much of Stacey in that heat, did we?
She kind
if
of got,
any. I don't think I saw her once.
Oh, she got a couple of little closeouts. There's a little replay there, the heat recap from Hyundai. And that was Philippa Anderson. There's Kawana's Jaylee. Look at that backhand. Look
Smooth.
out. Oh, that's nice. I can't wait to see that light up. You know, maybe tomorrow as they move through to the teams event. Here's a replay of Philippa's scoring wave, the 2-turn combo. That'll be it. I think that's the one she clocked on the board for Merewether and took the win there.
Easy peasy for Philippa on that one there. So good job. All right, we'll go to a break. Stick around. We'll be right back in just a moment with Heat 3, the Australian Board Riders Battle Final, brought to you by Hyundai.
Yeah, welcome back to Newcastle Beach here for the final weekend, the Hyundai Australian Board Riders Battle. I'll get that right one time this weekend. And the women are out there at the moment. It's Scarborough from down there on the south coast, Torquay, my home neck of the woods, currently down there in Vico on the surf coast, Coffs Harbour from up the mid-north coast, and the big dogs, Snapper Rocks, joining me, Jess Grimwood. Jess, a little bit interesting out there right now, and a little bit challenging, I think, would be a mild way to put it.
Yeah, super board rider style. You can see there the swell just pushing through over those baths in the north corner. I mean, it's just so exciting when you turn up here when it's on dark and it is like 6 foot plus every year for day one. It really sorts people out, doesn't it?
It's kind of crazy, but you go back to the original Surfest days here in the mid-80s, there would always be, you could put money on like some wild weather event that would just bomb the middle of the contest, and it'd be like 12 foot and onshore for one day, and it feels like it's just carried on, and we get one of those days every year here.
Yeah, you've got to bring like groveler boards, and you've got to bring like 6'6" step-ups as well, and yeah, we're into the next heat of the women's, and I mean, we just saw that flag then, Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. They've been one for me. I'm going to ear tag them, Sean, and say keep a very good eye on the Coffs Harbour team, because I haven't seen them make a proper final yet, like on the actual Sunday.
Yeah.
But I reckon if they can just get through, get the work done, get to that final heat, they've just got such a stellar crew, and their whole support network's down here. So I'm gonna asterisk the Coffs Harbour team.
Like if you ran just off like support, like they should be win one of these things one of these years, because they bring a couple of bus loads of crew down from Coffs. Like what you're seeing down here on the beach right now is just like the warm-up act for tomorrow. We're seeing I think that's Zalia Short from Scarborough. So we're seeing a lot of runarounds, Jess.
Yeah.
It's not much fun to paddle out through the guts of that right now.
No, I wouldn't be taking it on for the paddle. I mean, maybe if you had 1 minute to go, you'd rather just negotiate this run around. How about the thing with board riders as well? At the battles, I feel like one of the most nerve-wracking thing is that leg rope trip. You always see everybody's like so focused on not tripping over your leggy in front of the crowd.
Oh yeah, and doubly worse, you're on national TV as well, which just adds to the pressure. And we've already seen, we won't even name names here, of certain individuals who've gone arse over on national TV.
Yeah.
And we've got the footage and we keep replaying it. year after year, but it is potentially really embarrassing.
Honestly, that's one of my highlights for sure from Boardriders too. Is that we've had people from our own club just completely face plant and like cheese grate their teeth all the way along the shoreline in front of everybody. So that's one of the exciting things. Like we said, so much pressure, big conditions. Scarborough's Zalia Short, as you said, she's making her way back out to the little paddle out section. There's a little keyhole in front of those rocks just there, so she's going to try and push back out. I haven't seen too many people in any of the heats, men's or the women's, really push right out the back yet, but I've seen some huge blowout barrels, like proper left and right tubes just spitting for days out there.
Yeah, I saw one at dawn when I walked down this morning that literally was a 10. If by some miracle you were actually there when it broke, because it was just psycho, went top to bottom, and it was a barrel and 3 turns, and but you would never have been able to find it.
Yeah.
Like look what you're looking at. You've got to find it amongst all of that.
Yeah.
So it is victory at sea.
I mean, is it worth the risk too? Like, if you're going to be, you're surfing for your team, can the manager just come up with a little plan? Maybe that one person that really loves the chunky conditions, just risk it.
Send them out.
Yeah. I mean, you could get, a smaller score on the inside, as we see. I think it was Kobe Enright from Snapper, 6.63.
Yeah, she's dialed a bomb somewhere there. So of course, it's great to have on for the first time Hyundai as our major sponsors here at Newcastle Beach for the ABB. They've been around presenting sponsors for the last couple of years. They've been down here on site, gave away an EV last year. They're here with electric cars as well for our air contest, which I think we've got on tomorrow. Good luck again to everyone in that, because you're going to need it. But it's cool to have them here and supporting Australian surfing. And this is literally when you talk grassroots Australian surfing, Jess, this is it.
Yeah.
This is as grassroots as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, there we go, Snapper Rock. She's already dialed in a 6.63. That's Kobe Enright. And you can see she's got that silky smooth forehand from up those northern points. She's used to that big wall in front of her on her forehand. So I don't know if she's going to improve on that situation. I don't think so. The 6.63 is probably going to stay locked in the barrel there for Kobe.
Yeah, so that's considering conditions, a 6.63 is like a 9, pretty much, on any other day. Here's the Hyundai replay of Kobe's one. Just sets it up beautifully here, Jess.
Yeah, I like that kind of setup turn, similar to Philippa's 6+ ride. There's the nice kind of forehand slash, and they've kind of generated the score out of that thing because they kind of cut that first bottom hand turn short and then really dialed in that second smoother turn, which I think is the money score on that kind of wave. But I'd love to see them really tap into, a bigger wave. That's Snapper Rocks, I think.
Oh, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm just trying to see who's here for Snapper, because I got word this morning, of course, it's on the QT that Snapper's pumping right now.
Yeah.
And so, of course, Snapper bats pretty deep. They could field about 5 teams for this thing, and they'd all be a chance of winning. But if Home's pumping, then it's really interesting to see who actually makes the trip down. Like I just ran into Josh Kerr downstairs with his daughter Sierra, and I've got a feeling Sierra's going to surf at some point, probably in this. Jagger Bartholomew there. I think their main guy, Sheldon Simkus, who you can see kind of tucked away there, he got him to the final last year. He had an amazing event last year, actually. So, and of course, and then you've got your female surfer, you've got Kobe Enright, so who's kind of knocking on the door of qualification on the World Tour.
Yeah, like you said, they literally could field 5 full teams into a final here on a Sunday. So there's Kobe having a scratch, but nothing on the board there for that one. Just almost at the halfway mark here for heat number 3. And I know the Hyundai has the She's Electric Award coming up in this division as well. So that's a surfboard for the most outstanding performance, most electric performance from the women, or from a woman in and out of the water. So JJ and I were trying to dissect it before. We think maybe it's going along that club spirit line and that overall kind of club person or club woman of the year mentality, where you're in for the whole team, you show up in the water, you blow up on the sand, and you take away that She's Electric spot.
Yeah, it's a really interesting role, like the role of the female surfer in the teams. Like, we'll get to the teams tomorrow, which is a 5-person team. But that role has developed, like we were in our 9th year of this. It's developed to the point where last year we were seeing like North Shelley run to your club, field 2 female surfers and put a female out against the guys, which shook everything up. Yeah. It shook it literally turned all the strategy on its head, and it worked. You know, because when you have Macy Callahan and Molly Picklum in your team, you know, it's pretty hard to leave one of them out.
It completely changed the whole conversation too around surfing and the team selection, I think, as well. There you see a little over the falls there for Zali. It just changes that. You can see it filter down through the juniors in the club, especially. You see all the younger girls and the younger boys going, oh, hang on, like we're being treated more as equals now. Like we're not just battling it for one women's spot, we're battling for a spot on the team overall.
Yep.
So it's just a whole different dynamic.
Oh, Kobe Enright. There you go. So one turn there. If she can get something else, she's going to challenge that 663, but it won't do it. But she's still got the lead anyway. She's looking really good out there.
I'm going to roll the dice and say I reckon they're going to give that a higher score than the 663 because of the depth in the bottom turn.
That was
how critical it was. Even though she got a little hung up, I think it's going to go high, but let's see.
It was top to bottom for sure. So an interesting kind of battle here for second at the moment too for the three other girls. So Bella Wilson out there for TBC, Torquay Boardriders down in Vico. And of course we said Zali Short and Rosie Smart as well from Coffs. But Bella's an interesting surfer because I see her a lot down at home, and her development over the last couple of years, you know, particularly in the big stuff.
How good are your women doing down there? Yeah, I have
They're
noticed
gnarly.
that. Yeah, a lot on socials they've been posting big wave paddle sessions, like not towing's a whole different thing, but paddling into the waves that you guys have down there, incredible.
Well, we had they call it the 50-year storm event. It's an annual charity event that went off for the first time. As we're seeing, that's Zali Short there for Scarborough. It went off for the first time last year, in the middle of the year. And, of course, the two young girls who've been charging big bells and Winky Pop in the last few years has been Bella Wilson, who's out there right now, and Angie Ball. And Angie Ball went out there and went absolutely psycho in this thing, got a top-to-bottom 10-footer and went top-to-bottom on it, and ended up, I think, second or third. And this is against like every big wave Dave in town. So the field was 32, I think, the best big wave crew in town.
Oh, men and women.
Men and women, everyone together. And she got third, and probably could have challenged first at one point. But if you do get a chance, have a look at the footage, and you'll see the wave, and it's nuts. But and Angie and Bella are mates, and they surf heaps. But you'll see them out there on all the big days as well. So Bella's probably not too unaccustomed to seeing waves of like tons of energy like this.
Yeah.
But she does have a bit of work to do out there. She's just a little lost right now.
She might be just waiting for that one bomb though. Like we've seen, it only takes one wave, and you have a look at that score. The last wave of Kobe Enright, there it is, an 8.13.
Yeah, called it.
Yeah, I feel like there's something different. There you go. See, that's one of the future big wave charges, maybe from Torquay there.
There you go.
I don't know. But yeah, we haven't seen that yet from the women in these last few heats, that complete commitment top to bottom, first critical section, and just throwing it all. And I think that's what Kobe did. You know, not perfection. She got a little hung up on the ride out, but that's why the score's been held down towards that 8. So it's a pretty nice looking way to be charging into this heat. There she is, having a little look again.
Yeah, she just looks in a good rhythm right now. Even that one, if she had got on that looked like something that could have developed into a score. So, like, the hard thing, I think, particularly for some of the younger girls too, is just working out what the hell to do out there, because it's so mixed up, and it's just a complete lottery. And you can see how much water's moving. It's like it's kind of pulling a bit north to south, like left to right on your screen there at the moment, and just trying to work out where you've got to be, I think, is pretty tough.
And I think, like, turning up here this morning on a Saturday morning, the Hyundai cars are on the beach. There's literally so many people lined up. There's the Oakley Battle Cage. Like, it's such a big scene, the Boardriders Battle Final, that to come, you know, from Torquay, and where it's, you know, relatively your local community surfing your spots, and you come to this stage where you're bringing your whole community here, like, it's so much to take in. So to process that, you know, line-up positioning as well at the same time, there's a lot going on out there.
Yeah, that Oakley Battle Cage down there, you just see, well, that's the finish and start line for the teams, which we don't see it now in the individual stuff today, but tomorrow there'll be 400 or 500 people around that, all the teams and the clubs, and it just becomes a full bear pit, because you've got to come in and out through that that's the start and finish line.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, and you know what it's like down there, Jess. It's like crew are just like there's so much talk, so much like trash talk as well, and just like, and it's a full-on kind of thing of energy. And like this is just a warm-up day, really. We're seeing Kobe Enright up again, and tomorrow is the real deal.
Yeah, how beautiful was that first searing kind of top turn. She kept it high and tight there. You can see she's just waiting, seeing if that thing doubles up on the inside, but she's right in front of the rocks there, so she'll tap out of that. I don't think that'll replace her 8-1-3 on the scoreboard, but yeah, like you said, that it's literally just this like molten pit of like your team is screaming for you, the other teams are screaming against you or like crying because they're just lost position, and you know, there's that guard of honour thing, the tunnel when you come up as well. After you surfed, a lot of the teams make a big tunnel and you have to run through it in your jersey to the battle cage. So there's just so much intensity, and that's the best thing. That's what we love about Australian surfing. That's what we love about the community.
Now here we go. Here's Bella Wilson, and she's found a reform through here on the inside. This thing's starting to stand up. Just going rail to rail here to set this thing up, and finishes. No, she doesn't. Goes over the handlebars. But it is better than what she was sitting on, so she's moving in the right direction with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it might kind of rev her up a little bit. Let's have a look at the Hyundai replay. It's a nice looking double up there. You can see she's tapping into this first section. She has to hit it because it kind of crumbles away in front of her, and she's just really waiting for that opportunity, setting up these inside turns. But she's, I think, maybe a little mistime on this end section, and there's a wobble right in front of her. You can see that cross rib, and she goes down just inside the rocks. But yeah, let's see her open up on a big face, and she's going to be throwing spray to challenge Kobe. No problems for Torquay.
Yeah, the other thing with kind of to probably note here a little bit is like Torquay again are one of those kind of perennial underachievers. We've seen a replay here. This is it is Rosie Smart from Coffs here on a backhand, just finishing nicely. She actually got that turn in pretty well, faded back left as well. So there's one for Coffs. But Torquay, as we see Bella Wilson running up the beach here, like one of the perennial underachievers, like because they're like the Victorian powerhouse club. They're the big dogs of Victoria. And they come to this weekend every year with expectations that they're probably going to kind of make the final, and they haven't done it. It just hasn't clicked. And I reckon Bella, considering kind of where a lot of the other teams, female surfers, are at, like Bella having a big one would really push Torquay's chances. And even though she's probably kind of struggling to find stuff, that was a 3.65 actually for the last one, which isn't the win, but it's getting her in the right direction. Surfing this heat today is going to help her tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just in terms of knowing kind of the rhythm of the lineup a little bit. And here we go. Kobe again. Oh, are you kidding?
I can't even contain. I'm going to be jumping on this stool by tomorrow, I reckon. Like the hacks and the power surfing that I've seen out of both the men and the women already today. It's not even midday, I don't think. 11 o'clock, look at the Hyundai replay. Here is some power behind this rail, if ever you've seen any. This is what I love about Australian surfing. Deep bottom turn, absolutely hacks.
It looked like a Parko turn a little bit there, coming off the top.
Didn't it?
Yeah. But like look what she's throwing away. She's throwing away a 5.83, a 6.63, which would win the heat as well, because she's sitting on an 8.13.
But like you said, for Torquay, that's and as well for Scarborough and Coffs, they've all kind of got a starter score now, and they're in the right direction. If they can link two turns together, like their threes or their fours, they're going to be really challenging Kobe for that top spot. But at the moment, she does look kind of in rhythm, just getting rid of first heat nerves. And I mean, not that I've often seen Kobe that nervous anyway. She's pretty used to surfing a lot of heats.
You know, I reckon it is too. Like, look at where a lot of these crew are from, and look where's had surf in the last month.
Yeah.
Snapper has been firing. Like the Goldie has been firing. Yep. Like a lot of the rest of the East Coast has had a lot of weather and bits and pieces, but up on the Goldie has been pretty much relentless, and it's been pretty good on the points. And I reckon Kobe's probably surfed twice a day every day the past month. No worries.
Probably. I've heard some of them saying, I just wish it would go flat for like a week so we can have a break. Sunburn can cool down, everything could just chill out for a little bit.
And the opposite of that, down at Torquay, is that we've had the worst summer down there in living memory. You know, so I don't think Bella's had a lot of surf time. she hasn't been anywhere near like 8-foot storm surf, that's for sure. So, you know, and it's you know what surfing's like, Jess. It's just rhythm, and it just gets easier the more you do it. And if you have a good run of surf, you feel like you're surfing lifts. And it just feels like Kobe at the moment is running hot. Like, she could really do some damage tomorrow when this team sync comes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Snapper had such a strong showing last year as well. Remember here that was such a tough final, and they were so solid throughout. I think they kind of peaked in the semis. I thought that was their best performance last year. So they're probably just looking to wind up. Here we go. Ooh, nice first turn here. I like the line she's looking at. Down. Nice wrap for the second turn. Here we go. This has got the momentum going for Torquay. Right before the buzzer too. Beautiful looking wave for her. This is like 4 turns. Ooh. Oh, I think I've jinxed her. It's the old commentator's curse, but I think she did the damage on the outside of that. Nice
but that's what we were saying. Like suddenly Bella's got a bit of rhythm, and that one looked way easier. Like, she found that quickly. It's not going to win the heat, but it might get her up into second, which will actually be pretty key for Torquay. Those points will be pretty valuable. So looking a lot better flow on that second wave there. So I'll wait and see whether it bumps her up into second. I don't think it has. It's come in just short.
Nice line though. Look at the intention on that wave. She knew she had to do a bit more than that last 363, and she really lined it up. Didn't want to waste any bit. That was kind of the nice smooth turn. It was a smaller wave. You can imagine if that was on a bigger set and she was able to capitalise on the last turn.
And that last turn would have got up into second if she had stuck it. So yeah, finishes third, but probably not disappointing. That's actually, you know, she's made some ground in that heat.
Beautiful. There you see the Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. Here's the heat recap from Surfing Australia and the Hyundai Women's Division. That's Kobe Enright for Snapper Rocks, like right there, searing big forehand turn. Beautiful, dominant in this heat, like you said, warming up for tomorrow and just kind of showing that expertise.
Yeah, of course. Well, Steph Gilmore surfs for Snapper Rocks. She's not here, but it doesn't really matter at the moment because Kobe Enright is looking the goods. There's Bella Wilson from Torquay. Took a while to get going, but once she did, started to find a little bit of rhythm in this this crazy lineup here at Newcastle Beach. But it really was just a Kobe show.
Ooh. Imagine if she had landed that one. That was a score.
Okay.
Probably a bit better than 8.
Well, you're here at Newcastle Beach live all weekend for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Don't go anywhere. More after this.
Jules, hit me back when you get this. Yo, Jules, what's up? You know it's been 10 years and we've had a hell time, but if things don't feel right, then you've got to change it up.
Hey babe, I really miss you. The kids miss you too, but talk to you soon. Love you.
Ash, you know what? I'm coming home.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows, your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, welcome back to finals weekend here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. The women are out there at the moment in the individual heats. We've got Redhead from just down the coast, North Stain from the northern beaches of Sydney. We've got North Ave from also the northern beaches and from up the north coast. Kingscliff joining me. Stace Galbraith, mate, they got you off the beach. We've got you confined to a booth. How's it feeling?
Feels great. The toupee stayed on out there. It's pretty windy, but yeah.
You're like one of those free-range chickens, mate. You're much more comfortable out in the open, just pecking around, and you don't like to be caged.
I am, Sean. I'm like one of those Chinese variety with the hair going everywhere and, yeah, making all kinds of unnecessary noise.
No, it's good to have you here, mate. What have you made of this morning so far?
Well, I was lucky enough to have the late start this morning, so I got to just take in some of the action, and the froth from amongst all the clubs is palpable.
Mate, you're the new guy on the crew. How do you get to sleep in?
I don't know.
Who's doing this roster?
I'd have to thank Zena for that one. I got the late call up, so yeah, bit of hair and makeup, and here we are.
Yeah, but it's a pretty wild scene, mate. We're not running out of swell over the weekend. We can tell you that, but finding some kind of winning strategy, not easy out there right now.
No, it's very challenging. I've heard you guys on the broadcast this morning talking a lot about strategy, and I know the clubs down there are also figuring it out. Do they send their surfer out the back and go for the one Hail Mary, or do they sit on the inside and chip away and try and build some rhythm? So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out.
Yep. Well, heat out there at the moment, as we said, for Redhead, it's Shay Lewandale, who we just saw paddling around out there. Bella Huggins for North Stain down there at Manly Beach. Helena Morley from North Ave, and Ava Aguiros from Kingy. Kingy crew have come on, haven't they, mate? They're here every year now.
Yeah, Kingy guys are doing great. They've got a really strong team. Mitch James, Micah Margerson, Ava out there now, young Dane Henry. So, you know, I'm sorry if I've left one surfer off that list, but yeah, they're looking really strong, and you know, it's great to see you know, the women this morning. Kobe Enright just then was on fire.
Yeah. Well, here we go. This is it's Bella Huggins from North Stain, just getting going early, just on a wild little insider. We're having a bit of a theory with the Kobe Enright performance in the last one, Stace. She had enough scores, even like her fourth best score would have won the heat. But the theory is, do you reckon she surfed 3 times every day for the past 6 weeks?
I like where you're going with this, and yes, I think she has. The waves have been on fire up on the Gold Coast, and Kobe gets her fair share of waves, which is sometimes hard to do at Kira, as we see a replay here.
Yeah, here's Bella Huggins. Little roll in to get this thing going, and then she just had this section just coming straight at her, and probably not what you want to see.
Yeah, she did well there to identify that double up, so she's done, I would say, the majority of the hard work. She's got her feet in the wax now, and if she can identify another wave like that, I'd expect a big score to come for Bella.
Yeah, we're already seeing a 5.38 drop in for Shay Lewandale from Redhead, it's a bit of a family affair in the Redhead team. Shay goes out with Connor Lee, who's junior, whose dad's Justin Lee, who's the master, and they won the trials this morning. They're actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, Connor's a fantastic young surfer, and obviously his partner Shay out there now, but Shay's from Currumbin, mate, so Redhead have done well to poach her there. Yeah, she's from my neck of the woods, and Shay's a lovely young lady and a fantastic surfer, so I know she'd have a lot of friends in this draw, you know, probably from Kingy and, you know, Snapper and Burleigh and other clubs like that, so I know she'd be stoked to, you know, play spoiler here for Redhead, I think.
That's a good signing, good off-season signing, that one.
I think so.
For sure, here she goes again. Already sitting on a 5.38, Shay Lewandale. Little top turn and nothing doing at the end of that one. What do you reckon, Stace? Like, in terms of all the girls are sitting in the inside rip bowl, but finding the right one. How much of a lucky dip are we looking at, you reckon? I
definitely think it's a numbers game, and I'd be trying a lot of different waves out there if I was in a heat today. I think it's a pretty short paddle back out if you get lucky. There's a lot of water moving out next to the point here, so if you get a little ride into the channel, you're not going to be ducked over for too long, you'd hope.
No, it'll just suck you into the rip bowl. Then the challenge is staying in the rip bowl. There's a lot of water moving around. Here's a replay of Shay's first one, I think.
Yeah, I think this is her good score. You know, you're from the Gold Coast when you got a wrap like that. That was a beautiful combination of major manoeuvres there. So really easy score for the judges to throw down. And I think a 5. Look, I'm going to be nitpicky here. That's a 5.25. I don't know where 5.38's coming from. In all seriousness, there, I think that was a great ride, and a 5 on a score like today is really good going.
Yeah, 5 could be an 8 on a normal day here.
Yeah.
There we go. That's Bella Huggins has opted to jump into the rip next to the in between the divider rocks and the rocks near the ocean baths. Pretty dangerous bit of water there at the moment, particularly if you're trying to make it out the back. Here we go, Shay Lewandale again on another one. She's found some clean ones, Stace.
Yeah, she's doing well to identify the clean water. That one just running into the gutter. I must apologise, actually. I think the judges are probably averaging all 4 scores. I didn't get the memo there, Shauno. But with only one wave counting, that would make a lot of sense because you're going to have a lot of tyres otherwise. So, yeah, 5.38 it is. I stand corrected.
There's the wide shot. I think generally on a normal kind of bigger swell, you'd see crew trying to actually jump off the rocks further out. There is a jump off spot if you're game enough. Even on the biggest days, you kind of need it. But today it's just too relentless. It's just the interval's too short. There's a lot of energy pushing out there. So basically you're paddling out, you're jumping in the rip and then hoping for the best.
Yeah, I definitely think with that tide coming in for the rest of the morning, hopefully it's cleans the conditions up a little bit and opens up a few more opportunities on that inside bank.
So we're only in, we're in day one here. This is essentially a bit, as we're saying, it's consequence because there's seeding points and it's important for tomorrow. But today's a bit of a hit and giggle warm up to get crew going. But already, strategy brain sitting next to me here. You've probably been down there with a lot of the club crew. How many of the coaches and captains have got their heads in tomorrow already and trying to think about, because forecast is exactly the same.
Yeah,
you're looking at exactly the same stuff tomorrow. How many are already thinking, what the hell are we going to do when we have to throw a team's heat out here?
You're right, they are down there, they're all scheming, and a lot of the different clubs have a lot of different expectations. Some of the clubs that have just made it here for their first time, they're happy to be competing. But then you've got clubs like North Narrabeen, they're breaking it down. They know exactly what they need to do today to put themselves into be the best position tomorrow. They know who they got to serve, when they've got to serve them, and everything's thought out. Nothing is left to chance because, like you said, the forecast is looking the same for tomorrow. And in all seriousness, one less heat you had to surf in conditions like this, probably the better.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to be a bit of a turkey shoot tomorrow. Because you're going to, because you've got these 1 hour heats and you've got to fit essentially six surfers into that 1 hour, and everyone's got to get a good scoring wave. We saw last year, we had the finals day here last year, which wasn't quite as big and messy as this, but wasn't far off. And there was a strategy where they'd send some crew out into the shorey just to get a quick one, but then they'd send a couple of the heavy hitters out the back.
Yeah.
To try and just see what they can do.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting as this event plays on. The scoring opportunity, although it is few and far between, there is massive scoring opportunity out the back. You can see this free surfer outside here. Look at the size of that wave. But with the size of the waves, it offers a massive critical section. So if you could even just get one manoeuvre out the back, you're going to put your team in a great position.
Yeah, we saw some of the guys in the men's heat this morning roll the dice and sit out on the outside left. Harry DeRoth from Phillip Island, he was probably the one guy who nailed it. Everyone else kind of got lost out there a bit and ended up with their tail between their legs back surfing the shorey. But it's going to be some fun and games tomorrow either way.
Yeah, I heard there was a bit of carnage this morning. Cooper Chapman snapping his board on the paddle out, I think.
Yep. Yeah, we had a couple of snap boards and you can see like the view from the beach down there at sea level. That's kind of more or less what you're dealing with out there in the water. It's like, whoa!
Oh, I like
Sharesies on that one. That was Helena Morley from North Ave in the yellow on the inside, and I think it was Ava Giros from and she's lost the board. So Helena's doing the swim in here.
I wonder if we'll see Letty Mortensen get down there and get his socks wet. This is where all the training comes in. This is when you can use it. It's a bit of a swim in there.
Well, I haven't seen the board. I know we've got a snap board or lost the snap leash, probably a snap leash. Now she was on the inside, Helena, so she's probably she had priority essentially. There it is. So it's a snap leash. Board's in one piece, but that's pretty healthy swim because you've got the rip going out. And we've got crew running down to retrieve the board already.
Oh, here we go. This could just be a leggy change here. No need for an actual board change because, you have essentially walked out on your favourite board. You don't want to jump on your backup board unless it's absolutely necessary. So young Gromit here is doing a fantastic job to realise that and get his trackies wet And
Well, going back up board, mate.
Yeah, maybe.
There you go.
Could be a strategy there, but yeah, I know if I was surfing, I'd want to be on the board that I started with, unless there was something, of course, wrong with that surfboard. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. Well, Helena Morley's going to get a new board and get back out. She's done pretty well on the swim, although...
Run her board up to the corner, mate. Don't give it to her there. Get up into the corner, Gromit. Do the leg work.
Although ideally, it's like you wouldn't want to have to do that swim if you don't have to, because she's probably going to be gassed. But I suppose the beauty, mate, of the best wave wins format is that you can stay in these heats right till the end.
Well, all right, we've got some big team talk going on here. We've got Letty Mortensen. He's come down out of the bunker and he's putting the foot down. He's giving some final thoughts with 6.5 minutes on the clock. There's plenty of time remaining. I guess you can see a big rev up there from the team. It's, you know, these interchanges are what it's all about. Quite often as a surfer, you don't get to see your team members or your coach or anything mid-heat. So sometimes a little change-up like this can actually do you the world of good. As she's making her way back out to the channel here. There's no sets on the horizon, so she should be able to get out without any real drama. Probably a little bit gassed after that swim in, but you know, with only 6 minutes on the clock, should still get enough time for another few good opportunities here. So I'm interested to see how this final part of the heat plays out. As we see Shayla Wendell on the outside. She's looking a better of 5.38. I'm not sure she's going to be able to do it on this ride. I don't think it's offered out the same amount of scoring potential as her earlier ride as she finishes right on the rocks there.
Yeah, so we've got 5 minutes here, and yeah, Shayla Wendell from Redhead, or from Currumbin via Redhead, officially on the entry form, is looking pretty good. She clocked in that 5.38 at the start, and she's just in a good flow, Stace.
She is, yeah. It's got to feel good to be riding a lot of waves, but you'll notice Shay here, she started really strong, so I said she might be a little bit frustrated now. She's had 4 rides where she hasn't bettered that opening ride. I think, you know, a 5.38 is a great score, but I know she'd be pretty excited to try and find one more good ride just to really put this heat to bed.
Okay, well, of course, it's great to have Hyundai on as our primary event sponsor. We've had them around as presenting sponsors the last couple of years. Great partners for this event. And I think, Jess, are you down there? Are you trying to steal one of their cars?
No, true sniffing around this thing. So I've got the space buns in, I've put my mark on it, and this is the Ioniq 5 Car of the Year for 2021 for Hyundai. So I think the idea is a bit of luxury on the inside. I've actually turned it on. You can't hear that it's on, so I'm just going to switch it off, take the keys with me, jump on out. You can have a quick squeeze up and down. Look how nice the rims look too. I mean, this is the EV, and you can see it's just a beautiful looking unit. And we've got to talk to you about the Hyundai activation for this event as well. There is a QR code here on the beach. If you are down at the ABB, you can get on down to the Hyundai team down here, scan the QR code. Now you get to pick which team you think is going to win the overall ABB. And if you choose correctly, you win a trip to Urban Surf courtesy of Hyundai. So get down, see the crew at Hyundai. They've got the Ioniq 5 here, Car of the Year for 2021, as well as the Kona Electric just to my left there. So really great, like you said, to have them naming partners on board for the ABB. Thanks, guys.
And if one of those cars goes missing before Sunday, we'll know who's probably got it, Jess.
I can't promise anything.
But no, it's great to have Hyundai on, particularly, you know, they're here, you know, their support, particularly for the women too. They're throwing, you know, their weight in behind women's surfing and just establishing that pathway, which Jess and I were talking about the last heat, how kind of things have changed radically. And you see it here with the Boardriders Clubs, and particularly last year, the year before, when North Shelley opted to put both. They've got Macy Callahan and Molly Picklum, like 2 of the best female surfers in the country. They put them both into their team. And
yeah.
The strategy book just went out the window with that.
Definitely, I think, and ultimately the right move. It's commonplace now. I think you see a team like Burley, Charlie Hatley and Mia Huppert surfing for those guys. I'm not too sure how their team's going to play out exactly, but more than enough depth there to field multiple women in their team. So yeah, it's a great sign. It's a great place for surfing to be in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting tomorrow actually to see what because I know some of the clubs here might look at that. I think Snapper probably got Kobe Enright. I think Sierra's here as well, Sierra Kerr.
Yep.
I reckon Snapper might have a good look at doing that tomorrow, to run 2 female surfers in the team. But it's definitely, definitely things have changed a lot, from where we were 9 years ago. Like, we think of the first ABB, we were at Cronulla, we had the superstar girls, like Steph was here, Laura Annabelle was here, so you had a lot of the established female pro surfers at the top end. But then it's kind of a bit of a gap, after that. But now you're seeing that levels, like the mid-level and even the teenage level is so high that you can throw these girls out into these heats, and there's 5s to 8s all over the place.
100%, and it's a fantastic opportunity for the young women as well as the young men to surf against their heroes and ultimately lift their level, as we see. Ooh. Massive drop.
Yeah, that was of course Helena Morley, who's already done the swim time. So she's done the swim in, got a backup board, got back out there. That thing looked sick when she took off on it.
Wow. We're at Waimea Bay, Shauno. That drop was nuts.
Yeah, a little bit of the MR bottom turn there, but unfortunately just closed out on her. So she's had an eventful heat.
She has. She's currently sitting in second, so I know she hasn't had the greatest of scores. But look, you want to be getting first or second in these heats for your team. So she's doing a good job of that so far, and is really challenging out there. One thing I've just noted there from earlier, there was an interference for Kingscliff, unfortunately, with that takeoff at the peak, as we see Shayla Wendell here.
Yeah, she's in a good groove now. Oh, there you go.
That was a beautiful turn. But the clock is counting down, Shauno. Roughly 15 seconds remaining, so this could be the last roll of the dice here.
Yeah, you can hear the countdown now. So there it is. So Redhead, the local wildcard team, gets the win here through Shay Lewandale. She cleans them up. Surf really good. There's another name we hadn't heard a lot of before, today. And
definitely.
So that might make things interesting tomorrow. She's got a bit of form coming into Sunday.
She'd just become a life member of Redhead Boardriders after that performance. That was amazing. Big score on her last wave as well. Looks like locking in another 5-point ride there for just that one big manoeuvre. So that'll give her a lot of confidence moving into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the NASA crew, the North Avalon crew going down to welcome Helena back in. She's, like you said, she's had a wild old heat. A bit of swim training in the middle of it. It's good to have NASA here from the northern beaches of Sydney. So you've seen the tide coming in here too as well, which has kind of changed things a little bit. Here we go. This is the recap of the last heat we saw. Shay Lewandale kind of owned it from the start, Stace.
Yeah, it's a beautiful opening ride. That combination of major manoeuvres is exactly what the judge is looking for. She got a 5.38 on that one. And then she spent the rest of her heat not really being able to better her situation. And then she managed to finish her heat with a really strong single manoeuvre wave. Oh, that drop was insane.
Oh, I just needed one turn there.
Yeah.
And then that could have really been something. But Shay Lewandale iced it at the end. This wasn't a best wave, but it didn't matter by this point. She comfortably won the heat and banked maximum points for Redhead. So a bit of a rinsing for all the surfers here today. Okay, you're watching the final here at Newcastle Beach. This Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. Don't go anywhere, more after this.
Ocean conservation and protection is so important in Australia and every country, I guess, but as surfers we're in the water all the time and we want to help protect that, and if more Australian companies can jump on board as Reef Tip have, I think they're going to just make such a difference to our country and our ecosystem in the waters.
I think it's amazing that Reef Tip is using their money towards restoring reef. It's so important for our ocean to be healthy, and I do notice it a lot that the water is getting warm and we have a few effects, so I think we really need to take action, so good on Reef Tip for doing that.
Things that I do to protect the reef and the Australian climate as a surfer, like I guess as a person in the general population as well, is I try and be part of products that are more environmentally sustainable and use products that aren't going to hurt the reef, like reef-safe sunscreens and things like that.
Okay, welcome back here, day one, the finals weekend, a Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle out in the water at the moment. The women, I think this is last heat of it, Labar, Lennox Ballina, Jones Beach down on the south coast, South Arm from very further south than that, down in Tasmania, and Longy from the northern beaches of Sydney. Joining me, Vaughan Blakey. Hello, mate.
G'day, Shauno. Lovely to be here, mate. And we've got 2 dogs in this fight, believe it or not. I've been a member of Labar and a member of Long Reef, different stages of my long board riding life. And New Brighton is actually my home club, but wonderful to see. I'm really looking forward to this battle. But a couple of lesser-known clubs in this one, Shauno, with Jones Beach and South Arm. Tassie getting a Guernsey in this one.
Yeah, well, Jones Beach down there, like on the south coast, like that's a pretty hot, like their region covers like south of Sydney all the way down to the border. But you think of some of the towns, surf towns between there, like, they've done pretty well to Jones the win and get here for the final. But very, surf mad part of the world down there. And here we go, straight up Longy. Who's out there for Longy? Gabby Spake.
It is, yeah. Gabby Spake put on a good show last year in these finals as well. Longy's starting to really drop anchor in these finals, Shauno. They took a long time trying to get over some of those Northern Beaches clubs. Yeah. North Narrabeen, Avalon, of course, they're all in that sort of battle to get these 2 places.
Yeah.
And a good result, again, to see Longy back in the mix.
Well, Longy, or as we like to call it, when I lived at DY, mate, North DY.
Oh, here we go.
Of course, there's a famous rivalry between, because it's essentially the same beach. Long Reach is the northern end of the beach, and DY is the south end. But of course, there's a pole in the middle. I don't know what the pole actually where it came from, but it's a divider, and they have every year. They have the Pole Classic, so the Battle of the Pole. So it's Long Reef against DY, which is one of the famous Northern Beaches rivalries.
It's a good one, isn't it? Speaking of Long Reef,
yeah,
looks like Gabby Spake there. I love those inter-club rivalries from the beach to beach.
Yeah.
Another Northern Beaches one is Newport Plus versus Avalon versus Nassau, and they surf off for Bilgola. So whoever wins the surf off gets Bilgola, the little nook in between both beaches.
For the next 12 months.
Yeah.
The other crew aren't allowed to turn
That's
up
right.
there.
So I don't know what the Bilgola crew think of that. But that's another classic one. And it's sort of like really, it's your neighbour who you generate most of your competitive energy for. I know Snapper and Kira have a fairly hectic one up the coast as well.
Snapper, Kira, now throw D-Bar into that mix as well. But then go to Manly. QBC.
There's another pipe separating a couple of heavy local strongholds. And now, down in Victoria, you've got Torquay and Jack Boardriders.
Who hate each other more than anyone.
And Snapper and D-Bark. Oh, it's all splitting all over the place.
Cronulla and Allura.
Oh, Cronulla, Allura. What's the other one up the beach? Isn't there another one? Sure, there's 3 down there.
There's one at Sandshoes as well.
That'd be right, yeah. Gurgis and Corbin.
Oh, yeah.
Just doing battle, the 2 of them. So scores locking in here, not huge rides, but very challenging conditions, Shauno, and we're seeing this inside shorey really get a workout. The big sets out the back are, gee whiz, they're challenging, mate. There's a lot of water moving out there. Not too many surfers opting to really waste the time needed to just punch through this shorey section as Shauno takes a little break, and we welcome Stace Galbraith back to the head commentary position. Stace, how you going?
I'm going good, Fauno. How are you, mate?
I'm so good. Mate, look, I've got to ask, you're a guy who's heavily involved with women's surfing, obviously coaching a couple of the top brass on the Women's World Tour. Have you ever seen it in a stronger place than it is right now?
No, absolutely not. I think we saw that with the Pipeline event which is probably going to finish tomorrow over there in Hawaii. I think you got to see the progression of the women in full flight there, and it's an amazing thing to say, because I think they shut a lot of people up.
Oh, big time, yeah. I'm really looking forward to this finals day for the women. I think that's where it's really going to start turning up over there at Pike. But, you know, this is where it starts.
Definitely.
The journey finishes up there over in Hawaii at these sort of death-defying waves, but this is where it all begins. And one thing I love about this format, mate, is that tomorrow when the teams thing kicks in, it's men and women versus grommets versus legends. They're all just in the mixing pot contributing to their team total. And so often in this event, mate, how regularly do we see it all fall on the women in the team to really get a clutch performance in and make it back to that Oakley battle cage?
Definitely. It's almost like, who's it going to be this year? I was going through the list and I was thinking, you know, I mentioned it in an earlier heat that Burley's got a couple of young women, Charlie Hatley and Mia Huppets. You know, it could be one of those young ladies. Obviously, Macy Callahan's done some amazing things for North Shelley in the past, and I'm sure there's probably women in the draw that I've never even heard of that have just been tearing, and this is their chance to show it. Got the runaround here, a very worthy tactic on a day like today. Can save you a lot of time, and the benefit of it is you get a little chat with your coach or your team captain, and he can let you know where you're at in the heat if you can't hear the scores. So, yeah, it's a beautiful thing to run around. Turns it into a bit of an Iron Woman event.
Yeah, it's the runaround is some of the best highlights from this entire comp. Let's throw it down now to Jess Grimwood, who's with Shay from the Redhead Boardriders Club, who won through the trials this morning to get a spot in the ABB finals.
Yeah, I'm right in the Redhead bunker right now, and with us, we spoke to her this morning, Shay Lewendell, and she's got the boyfriend of Instagram, I believe, Connor Lee behind her, and they've both taken a heat win for Redhead. How do you feel, Shay? I mean, we spoke to you before, you've done the job, and now you can just chill out in the bunker.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty stoked. Like, I didn't let the team down, so that's always a plus.
Yeah, I mean, you came up, everybody was cheering, there was so much support.
Such a good feeling. I was like, oh, thanks, guys. So supportive.
Beautiful. I mean, you guys kind of become a little bit of a power couple here. You've won the trials early this morning. You've already surfed a heat each. What's going on for the afternoon in the Redhead Club?
Probably just stay and like support our other team members. They still have to surf. But yeah, we'll see how long we can keep going. Usually we're both really bad at comps, so hopefully you can just stay on the roll.
Maybe the ABB suits you guys just fine this year. So Connor, I mean, you've got a dad in the draw as well for the club. So is there like an inner rivalry between you and your dad to see who can finish better?
Yeah, sometimes. There's definitely some competition going on, but we're usually pretty supportive of each other, I reckon.
Beautiful. And he'll be surfing a little bit later on this afternoon?
Yeah, he's on at around, in an hour, I think, yeah. So hopefully you can hunt a few of them little rights down.
Well, beautiful. Here we go. Vibes are high here in the Redhead bunker, and this is the power couple of the moment. Trials winners, heat winners. Back to you guys. Keep an eye on Redhead.
Oh, thanks, Jess. Well done. That's an amazing interview. Now, can I say the Lee family support each other like no other. Justin Lee actually stripped down at a local grommet event to retrieve his son Connor's surfboard mid-event. So hopefully Connor's equipment can stay intact today, otherwise we're going to see Justin in the Starkers again.
I was there, mate. And yeah, please.
Still scarred from it?
Keep the pants on. Keep the pants on.
No, they're doing great, Shay and Connor. And yeah, Redhead, the underdogs, as we see Nixie.
Solid surfer from Lennox Head. Gets a surf at the point there a fair bit with Nixie. Always puts on a very strong performance. The women in this heat struggling to put anything meaningful on the board. Just at the moment, long reef with Gabby Spake, a 3.38 to be leading. Nixie, you can see the way she's got such a good read here. Beautiful off the bottom, but just nothing. Just backs off there, Stace.
Yeah, that was a shame. That wave had a beautiful drop. I'm not sure she could have done too much else there, but I'm sure she'll be back out the back and ready to roll as we see another run around here. Absolutely powering. It's a great indicator of your fitness, and this young lady's got it in spades.
So pretty exciting times here. Of course, Shay and Connor, not the only power couple in this event. Saw Sheldon Simkus and Macy Callahan take out the Usher Cup last weekend. Boyfriend and girlfriend. I can't recall another contest where a couple has won both divisions.
I'm sorry, Vorno. We've just had our first stack, and I hope the cameras didn't catch it because that young lady did an awesome run around, but unfortunately just came a gutser out next to the paddle out. But yeah, getting back to it, Sheldon and Macy, they earn enough money to buy a house.
The funny thing is, they surf for different clubs. So last week they were all together, lifting the trophy, having the time of their lives. This week it's like, game on.
It is.
Forget about it.
Two clubs that Shauna and I were talking earlier about. Some clubs are just here, happy to be here, and some other clubs are most certainly not just happy to be here. They want to win the thing. And North Shelley and Snapper are two of those clubs that do not muck around. So yeah, Sheldon and Macy might not be staying together at this event.
There's another couple as well, Micah Margison and True Starling. Micah for Kingscliff, True Starling surfing for North Narrabeen. They've got a little bet going over who's going to place higher, and whoever wins that bet, the other has to wash the car for the rest of the year.
Micah's never washed a car in his life.
Yeah,
so
I know, he wouldn't know what to do with it.
No,
he'll pick up the sponge and probably start washing himself with it. So yeah, it's great to see. A lot of support, of course, for women's surfing, but like we say, you know, equal opportunity. I think when the pay parity came in, mate, just the level of performance across the globe went up. I felt like it happened that afternoon. You know, Jessie Miley-Dyer made the announcement, and almost instantly things just started happening, and we've seen a generational shift already happen on tour. You know, Katie Simmers, like 16 when she qualified, turned 17, actually didn't take her spot, which allowed another young charger, Molly Picklin from North Shelley, take that spot. So no Molly in this event for North Shelley this year, but you'd have to say, like, their chances of winning this thing wouldn't have diminished at all. They've always backed themselves not on the quality of their stars, but on the quality of their camaraderie.
Definitely, and that's I think a lot of clubs could say that about themselves in this event. There's a lot of depth across all the clubs, and you know, this is one event where you can really, you don't have to be that superstar to win. If you go out there and you put your heart on your sleeve, you surf your absolute hardest on the opportunities you're given, it usually works out for you.
Gabby Spake has increased her lead. Here's Stace. It's a 4.18 for the long reef surfer as a big snap off the top here from Nixie Ryan. And a really solid surfer, strong power game. Love the way she draws out that bottom turn. That is the sign of someone who grows up on points. You know, if you know how to hold off and just really generate speed, get low, it says to me that you're growing up on nice, long, winding walls.
Absolutely, and there's probably no better winding walls in the world than Lennox Head, a beautiful part of the world, and it's bred some fantastic surfers over the years. But
even though it's got a main highway, it used to be the Pacific Highway running past it, the local still thinks it's a secret spot.
Yeah, I shouldn't talk about it, right? No one knows about Lennox Head. Oh, this wave's so fun. I mean, as a surfer, I don't know that there's a more fun ride in surfing than bashing it right and then coming back left. I think I was unfortunate there. The wave just ran off the bank a little bit and didn't give her another opportunity, Vorno. But yeah, what do you reckon about the old go right, then back left again?
Oh yeah, dream scenario if you can do it. Like, that's, for some reason, it clicks you out of thinking, because you hit it and then there's a bonus section and it forces you to just get into the flow of things. You know, I love that feeling, flow state. I don't know, I think for a lot of us, Stace, particularly if we're in the average category of surfing,
which you're not,
a day-to-day thing, but like, it can be so hard to just snap out of your mind. That's one thing I've always appreciated about the next level up, that level of surfing where you're going, how do they just generate speed without thinking it? How do they always manage to be in the right spot and be on the best wave? I just feel like the better you get, the more you're able to just be in the moment with surfing, and the less you're thinking about it, you know, the better you tend to perform.
For sure, you just see you know, the top level of men and women on the world tour. That it's like instinctual. You cannot tell what they're about to do. And I think from a spectator and a judging perspective, that's how you want to be surfing. You want to be surfing, you know, as it happens, not really too premeditated.
I'd love to get your take on this, mate. I was chatting with Ryan Callanan last week, a guy who is, in everyone's opinion, should be in the conversation for world titles. He actually missed the Pipe Masters due to a hand injury. He broke his hand trying an aerial, but obviously, you know, one of Newcastle's great new hopes. This city is so famous for legends, none bigger than and better than Mark Richards, but Matt Hoy, Luke Egan, all on tour and really successful surfers. But Ryan was saying that the Morgs effect has had a huge impact on the way that he's approaching, or was looking forward to approaching this year's tour, because he said that it's been really hard for him to snap that free surfing mindset into his comp game, no matter how hard he tries. Like, last year, just before the Newey comp, I think he dropped one of the clips of the year for performance. Excuse me. And he was just saying, after watching Morgs last year, he was like, man, that's what I've got to get. Nothing to lose. Go out there, bring that free surfing mentality to my heats. But how? How do they do it, mate? When you're a coach, and I know you're pulling your hair out sometimes going, why are you thinking? Just get out there and rip it. But there's got to be a mix of both, right?
Absolutely, and it doesn't matter who you are. Everyone's had that, whether it's John, Geordie, Ryan, as we see Nixie having a look here. Oh, this could be a fun one if she gets down it. Not quite. But, getting back to it, I think having that mentality is so difficult. Geordie Smith lost a heat when he was going for a world title in France, and I heard him and his coach, Chris Gallard, talking, and they just said, we surfed that heat like we were trying to win a world title, when all we should have done was just paddled out on this French beach break and surfed it like we were just trying to surf, nothing else. And, it's the ultimate art, and I think someone like Italo has mastered that. If Ryan's taken a bit of leaf out of Morgan's book this year, I think it's better for us as fans. We'll see Ryan riding a few more waves and hopefully sticking a few more big airs.
Well, this is a whole different format to the CT. Oh, my goodness. That was 4-point bottom turn in my books. That was so drawn out. Absolutely beautiful foundation surfing. And far out. What about that? That was so beyond her years. I cannot believe it.
That was Caroline Marks-esque. That was a beautiful turn.
So Oceana Rogers there from Jones Beach, mate. And really, this was what I was just about to say. Let's take another look at this. Look at that bottom turn. Just holds it for an age and just unfortunately doesn't get the completion.
Wow.
But this is what I was going to say, mate. You've got that individual pressure to try and find the free surfing mentality, not think too much. It's such a balancing act, as we see Nixie again on one that's looking like it might offer something. No, it fades out. But when you're in a teams event, maybe there's a little key there, because you're surfing for something bigger than yourself, and so all your head noise is out the window because you're basically going, I've got to do this. It's not about I need to do this, or I should be trying this or that. It's I have to step up from a club.
Definitely. You heard True Starling mention that earlier for Narrabeen, and there is added pressure there, no doubt. But I think the pressure comes from hopefully a place of sort of love and wanting others to do better, that it creates a better performance. Whereas sometimes individually it can come from a place of panic and almost, not the opposite of love, not hate, but you're just very hard on yourself. But when you're serving for a team, it's obviously, like you said, there's a lot more going on.
I just love the contribution that we've seen from the women surfers in these teams over the past 9 years that the ABB's been on. As we said earlier at the start of this, it so often falls on their shoulders to make up for someone else's mistakes. And I feel like there is that, as we count down, we're just going to get to the end of this heat. And it does look like Gabby Spake from Long Reef is going to take it out. So a big result here for LR BC from the northern beaches of Sydney. And Labar in second with Nixie Ryan getting a 3.78. Let's go through this recap here. Jones Beach Surfer, 1.53 for that bottom turn, but one of my favourite turns of the whole heat.
Oh, that was amazing. As we see this replay here brought to us by Hyundai. I love this wave from Nixie. Unfortunately, couldn't get the rebound here, but this was enough, this ride, to keep her in second position. As we see, this could be the turn of the day so far from us. That's what it's all about, kids, showing your fins off the bottom. If you're showing fins off the bottom, you're doing something right. As we see Nixie here, unfortunately, couldn't find some steep face. So I know she's got a lot more to give tomorrow, so looking forward to seeing Nixie surf again.
Let's have a quick break. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Australian board riders battle. The matchup continues as we move into Heat 6 of the women's event. Out in the water, we have Maroubra, North Shore board riders, Phillip Island board riders, and Avoca. So a huge heat here and some massive talent in this one. None better than Sophie McCulloch, who has really... We saw a lot of her on the Challenger Series last night.
Felt like last night.
It did, didn't it? It was an amazing Challenger Series last year. Probably the best QS series I've ever seen, actually. Good to see Soph on there, get a bit of experience. I think she'll be qualifying in 2022.
You'd have to think that's how most surfers do it, Vorno. They do it over an 18-month kind of season, and Sophie's had an amazing run into this year, so yeah. And recently getting piped out of her brain on the sunny coast.
Wonderful. So here she is. This is Sophie McCulloch from North End, contributed to a huge upset win for the North End Boardriders Club just a couple of years ago. And it's just such a polished performer, such a cool head. I love her. She's got a lot of the Mick Fanning sort of just icy coolness about her approach. And oh, dearie me.
Yes, Soph, you got it.
There's
she's an absolute warrior. No, she'll be fine here. No drama at all. Cool as a cucumber, like you said. Made her way back off to the jump rock and the reverse Finn's first jump. She knows what she's doing. No need to send down the lifeguard there. But yeah, Sophie's an incredible performer under pressure and loves hitting a big section. So I think these conditions are
like she's
custom built for her.
Yeah, having a bit of a laugh at herself there. Hopefully she's okay. But here's the replay, and just beautiful timing. You know, not a whole lot on offer, but doesn't try to force anything there, Stace, and gets 3 good turns and a really strong finish on that one, and had to just basically rip the ripcord out of the jacket there because the rocks were right on her. And check this score, holy moly, that's a 7-point ride for Sophie McCulloch. And again, I can't stress enough just how good the read was on that wave.
Definitely. Didn't overcook it when the sections weren't quite there. She just sort of, with all due respect, nursed that middle turn, but it set her up beautifully for that end section. And I think flow is such an important part of the criteria when the waves are like this, because the ocean can look unruly, but if you can make sense of it, the judges certainly appreciate that. And Sophie did a fantastic job there of piecing that wave together.
It's like she might have copped a little... couple of barnacle scratches on the hand or something. She keeps looking at her hand. She's a warrior. She'll get back out there. Always a bit sketchy when you get rolled on rocks.
Definitely.
It's happened to me a couple of times here.
Yeah, well, you're down Lennox Way now, the spot we can't talk about. But yeah, how do you go getting across those rocks?
Oh man, that's got to be one of the trickiest jump offs and get-ins. I mean, getting in there, that's when you know a place is tricky, right? You've got to, manage 4 foot, 5 foot whitewashes rolling over, dead slippery, often a few barnacles on there too. So, yeah, it can be pretty hectic. But even the best come undone, mate. I've seen it plenty of times. And speaking of the best, why don't we throw it down to Gabby Spake, winner of the last heat for Long Reef Board Riders. She's with Jeffs.
Yeah, here we go. We've got Long Reef and Gabby Spake. I mean, Gabby, you said you didn't even know that you won that one, but you came to all the applause and the craziness of the Long Reef Club. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel stoked. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything out there, and yeah, I was just stoked to get a wave out there because it's not good out there.
It kind of suits your surfing pretty well though, doesn't it? I mean, you're really well known for your power. You've, at the ripe old age of 17 now, you're one of the veterans of the women in the club for Long Reef. Who have you got juniors coming up for you guys for Long Reef?
We got Sydney, coming up for Longie, so she's the backup surfer, and that's about it.
So the rest of the team's pretty stacked as well for Long Reef. I mean, you guys have got some really heavy hitters. What are the expectations coming into the 2022 final? Like, is it cruising for the rest of the day, or are you hoping to go home, go to the drawing board and put together a strategy for the win tomorrow?
We have team meetings at the end of the day, just prep everyone up for the next day, and I guess just support everyone.
Beautiful. And you can see right behind us, this is the Long Reef team. Guys, how are we feeling for tomorrow? There you go, you can see the vibe's high down here. Gabby's done it for the Long Reef guys, and back to you. Keep an eye on these guys.
LRSA, thanks very much, Jess. When I think of Long Reef Board Riders, mate, a club I was a member of for a little while, I just think good times. They are a club culture that puts having fun at the absolute premium. As we stick now with beautiful backside surfing here, this is Sage Goldsberry, who is another surfer you would expect to see really start to move deep into the QS ratings at some point soon.
Definitely, but before we see this replay, fun and good times. That would have suited you, Vorno.
Oh, it did. It suited me a lot.
Sage put this wave together beautifully here, and I think very similar to Sophie's ride. Just a lovely opening first carve. It really set her up for that inside section. She didn't overcook it, and as we see, young Jazz just hasn't looked left here. She's got out of the way fairly quickly.
Going to be interesting here. Is that considered a drop in your view? We'll have to wait and see what the judges say, but any interference with another surfer's ride is usually going to get penalised, right?
Yeah, that's right, particularly within a priority situation like that, which I believe priority potentially had been established, which is not going to fare well for Jazz, who's in the Evoca Club. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, if we could see the replay in real time, I think that'll give us a bit better of an idea, because slow-mo, it's like watching the NRL in slow-mo, right?
Oh, it's frustrating.
You can't really make a decision on it. The judges, they get their replays in real time, and that's how they'll make their decisions. It's 50-50. As a judge, you really don't want to penalise anyone unless it's necessary. Was there any scoring opportunity missed? Potentially not. The wave kind of fattened out. She got her carve in. Oh, it's a tough call. It's a really tough call.
It is a tough call, and to liken it to watching NRL, it just depends on your position when you're watching it. If it's slow-mo and it's looked like a knock-on and it's against your team, then you love it.
Yeah, that's right. I think she got out of the way as best she could. Ultimately, she should have never been there, but it was a mistake that she rectified pretty quickly, so...
Huge scores dropping in here for North Shore Boardriders Club. Looks like...
Wow.
It does look like Sophie McCulloch has put another big score on the board, Stace. So, North Shore, I mean, the contribution that Sophie made to their winning year was enormous. I think she was one of the form surfers, the power surfers on the team's day, and really just a huge talent. There she goes, running around the beach again. She's been washed on the rocks. She's gone back out there and put an even bigger score on the board. So that just shows you how steely she is.
Yeah, that's the kind of heart that you want to see out of your surfers. She'll be making the club very, very proud. As you see a replay here, she's well used to surfing unruly conditions like this and just identified the pocket just beautifully with a great opening first turn. That's where the majority of the points are going to come from this ride. All the risk is in your first turn, so to see her really going hard at that section and then a massive finish, that's nearly going to be a 10 if she makes that. That's an amazing ride. It's nevertheless, with the fall, an 8.38, so the judges really appreciating that opening turn.
These inside rip bowls are so difficult to manage. I mean, often you're paddling counterintuitively towards the beach because it's sucking you out to sea, but you add like a really strong onshore, you add the shifting banks, the wedges coming across from big sets out the back, and it's a dog's breakfast out there, Stace. I don't know how you're supposed to manage it. And Sophie has put a heat score on that'd get her through just about any heat on the women's CT right now.
100%. No, she's from the sunny coast, so she's well versed in surfing conditions that are unruly. But this is what breeds great surfers. You know, Julian Wilson, Mitch Colborne, Wade Goodall, they all come from the sunny coast. And
it's the Florida syndrome,
right.
isn't it?
It is, right? Yeah. Yeah, and they all charge. What's up with that?
I don't know. Sunny Coast and Florida must have some sort of like weird energy crossover going from one point to the other.
Sister cities, right?
Yeah, they must be, because the Hobgoods, Slater, Lisa Anderson, all from a really similar sort of crummy little swell that breaks on these like gutless little banks, and they've turned in some of the best heavy water performances of all time.
Dean Brady, absolute madman. So yeah, but
Gary Elkerton, I mean, it goes deep too. It runs really deep.
It does. But yeah, with 9 minutes remaining in this heat here, Sage Goldsbury's first ride of real consequence was a 4.38, and it doesn't look like Jazz has been stung with an interference, which is great for her
Good
campaign.
judging.
Well done. Getting back to though, effect of having the World Tour women and the effect they're having across the board. Young Sage Goldsbury is obviously in the Phillip Island Club, and I think someone who deserves a lot of credit for helping the juniors down there is Nikki Van Dyke. Her presence on the World Tour over the last half a decade, the amount of good quality young women coming out of specifically Phillip Island was you know, they would have 12 members in their national team or whatever, or state team, and 9 or 10 of them would all be from Phillip Island. So you're starting to see these little clusters pop up all around the country now, and I think, you know, Sage is flying the flag here very well for her club and her hometown.
Nikki Van Dyke also having a huge influence on the doof scene down there, mate.
I think it's the other way around. I think Phillip Island has the influence on everyone.
I'll bet you the Phillip Island Boardriders Club would be packed right now. They're one of those great clubs that have an insane community, but their little clubhouse is one of the best little pockets of energy, surf energy. You know, they're all together just on the other side of the bridge. Been lucky enough to get down there and have some fun there over the years, so a big shout out to all the crew who are watching.
What have we got there? Is that Maroubra United? Oh, I love it. Oh no, Avoca. My bad, Avoca. Better not get that wrong. I'll get some steaks thrown at me as I walk out the door. But getting back to Avoca, Jazz has just picked up some new sponsorship there. Vorno, she was a member of the Wayborough Surf Camp that the Jurakai mob just ran up there at Fingal. So I know Jazz will have a bit of, as we call it, a bit of sticker confidence coming into this event. So I know she'd be really excited to put on a big performance here for her club. And yeah, stoked to see her get some support. She's a great young surfer, and all she needs to do is just find a bit of an opportunity out there with just under 7 minutes remaining.
I have to say, and it sounds ridiculous, but sticker confidence is such a thing. When Joanna Fay paddled out with the O'Neill stickers on her board at Pipe Masters, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I actually was, for some bizarre reason, absorbed into it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
No, it's definitely a real thing, and I think as grommets, you can get tied up in wanting to get a sponsor as the be-all and end-all, which it's not. But it is very rewarding when you do get that support from a big company such as, you know, Vulcan or O'Neill or whoever it may be. So yeah, it's good to see, but sometimes that can come with added pressure. You put a little bit more heat on yourself, so hopefully Jazz can kind of clear that head noise here and find herself a good scoring ride. As we see, I don't know if it's Red in this heat or the next one, but it very well could be Sophie McCulloch having a crack out the back, which that's what we want to see. She's got 15 points on the inside. Obviously, we're only counting one ride here, so she's got her 8.38 locked in. The only way she's going to better that 8.38 is to get out the back. And look at her go, Vorno. She's gunning, and there's a big set coming, so hopefully she doesn't wear it. But then again, if anyone's capable of getting washed in, it's her.
How good is this? I love seeing this running the gauntlet, trying to beat the next big set that comes in. And no doubt powered, I reckon, by Zambrero, mate. The biggest and best Mexican food, healthy, tasty, and there it is, one of the great supporters of Australian surfing and the Australian Boardriders Battle Finals. Get down there and sample the goods. 190 restaurants. I know you've been shoving a lot of burritos into your skull.
Mate, I've been filling the skull right up. I've actually got one straight across from my joint at Tugan, and mate, after a couple of beers, they're pretty good too.
So Zambrero, thanks very much. There's the team. Be heading down there for lunch in just a moment.
It looks like Red in the next heat, Vorno. I've just seen Sophie catch a wave on the inside. So whoever you guys have got coming up next, Red is out the back. So keep an eye on them. But we have just under 5 minutes left in this heat. And at this point, look, I would say it's anyone's game, but it's kind of not. Sophie's got her feet in the wax, and the others, apart from Sage, are really still looking to find their feet. So the other women here are going to want to get going.
Yeah, Sophie has basically put up CT level heat winners here, 7 and an 8.38. Of course, it's just the single ride that counts, and this is all leading towards seeding. So even though Sophie has got the points in the bag for the win here, Maroubra, Phillip Island and Avoca will still be completely absorbed as this heat starts to wind down, because second, third and fourth, every single place makes a difference to your seeding tally. And tomorrow, mate, if you're in those top seeds, it makes a huge difference, and it's a big advantage going into the finals.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the top 8 getting seeded into that second round. So if you're surfing one less heat in conditions which will be very similar to this, you just come finals time, you're going to have a bit more left in the tank than a club who's had to surf through that earlier round.
Mate, you need it. You need it. We have seen some of the fittest surfers alive run out of gas, running up the beach, and just make an absolute meal of it.
The fittest surfers of Newcastle's ever seen, just went down like a ton of bricks. And you know what? I'd be lying if I said I don't want to see it again. So
This is a classic format. Mikey Wright springs to mind as well. We've seen him do some charging up the beach and just collapse into the Oakley cage, the battle cage down there on the beach. It can seem like it's 10,000 miles away when you're running in soft sand.
Liam O'Brien comes to mind. He had another great sprint finish. Who's it going to be this year? I'm excited to see how that all plays out.
The Regginato brothers, they put in some big leaps. I think to win it one year, they had to get Alex into the box with 4 seconds left, and he just scraped in by the skin of his fingernails. So big finishes here. Don't think for 1 second that Oakley battle cage isn't going to factor in to who takes this thing out. Wow! Goldsbury has just put a huge turn up, and maybe, just maybe, North Shore might be a little nervous here, because that was a monster turn, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. Looks like she's going to better her situation as we see a replay here. Oh, there's another classic backhand bottom turn. Wow.
That's one of the best turns we've seen. That was beautifully timed. Hit that wedge absolutely perfect. The Hyundai replay showing just what's there. I think we're going to do a quick cut down to Woolies right now. Jess Grimwood, what's happening?
Guys, yes, I'm at the Woolies activation site. You can grab a fresh piece of fruit here. They're running the smoothie bikes daily, and they've got a fruit carver coming in from 2. I mean, Woolworths are the fresh food partners, and they literally sponsor surfing pathways here in Australia, all the way from the juniors and the grassroots surfing to the junior era Kanji team. So let's have a look what they got going on. Here we got some of the nominated caddies for the clubs. So these fellas have the nominated Woolies caddy hat on, which each of the Groms can get as a part of their Boardriders Club. And they're sponsoring it. The best caddy tomorrow, $1,500, $250 for you personally if you win. What would you do with that cash?
Get new wetsuit and like more stuff.
And you're here representing your club as well. You got your mates behind you. How's the whole vibe at the ABB so far? You guys just losing it, rocking out? Yeah. These Groms have been dying to get behind the camera too. I mean, they're seriously what the Boardriders is about. You all know when you get down to the beach every month, you pop up the tents and then it's just infiltrated by 300 Groms. So this is what we're about. Here you can see the smoothies, where you can generate your own smoothies, and that's what Woolies is really about for surfing pathways for the juniors. It's about being the healthiest athlete and turning into the healthiest surfer you can. How are you going, Frankie? What smoothie are you making up?
I'm a mango one.
So Frankie here from North Shelley's making up a mango. We've got Jessie over here. What smoothie are you on?
We are having a smoothie strawberry and banana.
Beautiful. Now we'll cut back because I think there's some pretty crazy live action going on. So straight back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Jess. Like a carrot on a stick, the smoothie you can never reach. Just riding, but you never get to it. Here's Sophie McCulloch as we start winding down this heat. And, well, she's put on a show. It looks like only a 5.33 for that really beautiful turn before of Sage Goldsbury. So not enough to peg back this runaway lead. And, last-ditch attempt here from our surfer from Avoca, Jasmine McCorkadale. And it was a slow heat for Jasmine and also a slow heat for Emma McGuigan, who we never really even got to see much of out here. Got a wave early, but Sophie McCulloch has made a big statement for North Shore. She's such a team player, but also one of the real shining stars for the future of Australian women's surfing.
Absolutely. Well done, Soph. That was an amazing performance. We should catch a few replays coming up. I think it's going to be the Sophie McCulloch highlight reel. She's put together a video part out there.
It was really solid. Also, I had a bit of an incident. Washed up over the jump rock, which she just rinsed off and paddled back out. Got an 8.38, one of the biggest scores of the day. So Sophie doing it yet again for North Shore Boardriders Club up there on the sunny coast. Hyundai recap is coming up, and we will have a look how she did it. Take us through this one.
Well, there's some surfers that you think a little incident with the rocks might throw them off, but it's almost like this incident with the rocks here from Soph. It got her more fired up, which is dangerous for her competitors.
Love that wave. That was so well put together. Here's Sophie on a much bigger one. This is where the points came from. That snap in the pocket, so tight, and really jammed it with a lot of power, a lot of speed, and then comes through onto the inside. And you're right, if this finishing turn was nailed, look out, gets the fins up over the back, just doesn't ride out of it. But a big score. The judges loving the extra size of that one.
Yeah, definitely. If you see Sage's best ride, that was amazing.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Sage, just couldn't get the connection. That was heading towards an excellent score as well. A little connection, a little completion would have been awesome. All right, we're going to have a quick break here at the Hyundai Australian Board Riders Battle, and we'll be back with plenty more in just a moment.
The Hyundai Australian Board Riders battle continues, and there is a look at the battle board. JJ joining Vorno in the booth. Look, North Shore, 17 points. That's a healthy little lead at this stage. Vorno, Snapper, former champs. Merriweather, former champs. North Narrabeen, former champs. Redhead, the locals, the trials winners. That's the top 5. But from here, anything could happen, couldn't it?
That is such an interesting story going out on the battle board there, mate, because North Shore, Snapper, Merriweather and North Narra, I mean, that just shows you what a win here does. It just ramps up your belief, ramps up your confidence, ramps up the team spirit. But look at Redhead, mate. The Minnows, the local crew,
they're winning,
battling away and right up there with these huge, successful clubs. This is an amazing story that's playing out. This will be all over the news tonight.
Yeah, it will be for sure. They love their sport here in Newcastle. Love their surfing. They will be getting a run, I would say. Seen a news crew down there already, getting the story nice and early, but there's plenty more action left to go, Vorno. We've got the Asiana Masters division out there now.
Yes, here we go. The old reptiles, the old relics. No cartilage in the knees, but they can still throw up a few good turns. In fact, quite often, mate, we're looking at world champions, we're looking at former CT competitors.
Lots of
This
them.
is where we get to really relish in the contribution of these massive names to these huge clubs. And the minnow clubs. Some of these guys come from tiny clubs, but North Narrabeen, Burleigh Heads, a couple of big clubs there. I know Burleigh's very close to your heart, mate.
It is.
Redhead are back out there as well, so can they continue on this blinding run? And South Arm from Tasmania, so a great representation from all over the country.
Yeah, really good, and sort of more our generation too, eh? These are the crew that we looked up to and sometimes even surfed against, and they're out there now and still got what it takes too. Looking fitter than ever. That's what I've noticed about everyone around the contest this year. I think they've been training or something, they've been getting ready for it. Everyone's looking good, everyone's looking crisp, sharp, focused. We've had a lot of surf though last month or two, haven't we? They're coming in a hot streak.
I think, the east coast of Australia has been
pumping,
experiencing a kind of like an endless party for this La Nina season.
Yeah.
But the southern coast, Victoria, South Isles, they've just had nothing. They've been getting so skunked. Not sure if Tassie has been copping the same sort of rubbish, the swell-wise, that the other states have had to deal with during La Nina, but we have definitely been spoiled on the east coast.
Yeah, that's what Sean was saying. Can they make up for it during winter? By the time Bells comes around, would they be blessed? They usually get something pretty amazing.
It's a late Bells, so that's a good sign. Anytime there's a late Easter, Bells usually crank, so that's one good thing to look forward to. But it's always the way. If Victoria's pumping, we're usually suffering. So
that is true. Yes,
it's hard to feel sorry for all that crew. Here we go. This is the redhead surfer off the bottom, throws it up and over the master, rotting through the whitewash.
So coming unstuck there. So we got Hedgie out there. Paul McDonald, that was Justin Lee, and Luke Johansson from South Arm. So Northie, Burleigh, Redhead, South Arm. Here we go. Replay Vorno. Justin.
Yeah, Justin, a very passionate surfer, passionate club man. He's in one of the teams with the intergenerational. His son is surfing and he's in his team. Connor Lee as well. So You'll be looking to basically fly the flag for the Lee family, for the Redhead Club, bring it home.
3.38 scores now. Look at that rip. Look at the current. I'm just cruising around. There are actually plenty of good waves, but that's easy for us to say. With a nice, we're up pretty high here. We've got some good elevation, and but we're loving this reform shorey, the high tide. We've talked about that, how it's sort of helping give these waves a bit more wall, a bit more shape. But check that left to right drag.
We have the defending ABB champions, North Narrabeen, represented in this heat. I was talking to Joel Parkinson, the 2012 Pipeline Master, 2012 World Champion.
Triple Crown champ.
Triple Crown champ just last week.
Snapper Rocks Club champion.
Mate, he's won it all, Parko. Don't worry about that. But
Newcastle Surface champ.
12 CTs, yeah, he's won here at Newcastle. But he was saying that Nathan Hedge is the greatest team surfer he's ever seen in his life. And that's a big compliment coming from a guy who's surfed for probably one of the most successful clubs in the world. Snapper Rocks, so many heroes, so many champions, so many great clubmen, but he was happy to pass that accolade on to Nathan Hedge. He just said, you will never see a guy come out of the gates harder than Hedgie.
That's true. It's true. You got me thinking, though. I don't think anyone's going to beat Hedgie, but I want to think of some other patriotic club
Well, I think Lee Winkler, who's representing Coffs Harbour, he's a real proud, passionate member. And they're not just members of the board clubs, mate. They're members of the local community. They want to get out there. They want to make a difference. They want to invite people to experience surfing on every level, from grassroots to outside the community. And it's just a real contribution that goes beyond just getting results in heats.
What about someone like Holmesy? He'd be good in your club, mate.
He would be.
For per wave, points per wave average, Holmesy be up there with Hedgie. There's some real guys that just don't fall off. They always deliver. They hammer it. They can do it in 2 minutes. They can do it in 10 minutes. Do it in 20 seconds. Holmesy, Hedgie.
Every team needs a heartbeat. Someone who's like Billy Moore walking down the tunnel for Queensland in that Origin series years ago, just beating the chest and screaming out Queenslander. You've got to have those guys and women in your teams. People who live it, breathe it, and just want it to happen.
I'd love to have Philippa on my team too, Boardriders Club. She's reliable, dependable.
Yeah, if you need a clutch surfer, Philippa Anderson has just proven time and time again that she can deal with crazy amounts of pressure. I've seen her paddle out. She's got 1 or 2 minutes to get a wave, and she just nails it and gets a score too, not just gets the wave, you know. So let's keep our eyes focused here. Beautiful cutty.
Paul McDonald, Burleigh.
And Burleigh Heads, I would say a club that has underperformed in the ABB finals. The depth, the number of talent. Look at this out the back, a huge wave,
there
and
he
the
is.
hog snaps off the top, coming straight into this event with form after a second place finish at the Usher Cup just last weekend. And now he is getting a big set out the back. You're never going to stop Hedgie from hitting those big lefts rolling off the point.
No, absolutely making the most of the water starts and getting out there to get one under his belt. Replay now of the Burleigh surfer. Paul Mack got a little wrap around there. Definitely looks like a big day at Rock Break on the Gold Coast at Burleigh.
It did have a touch of the Rockies about it.
Same kind of bump, and even that colour too, and it's been a bit of rain. Hedgie, look at this thing going, a big overhead drop and a section of work here. Snaps back in the bowl, very bumpy though, and that wave just changing shape every metre that Hedgie surfs it.
Well, if I close my eyes and imagine little golden ringlets on Hedgie's head, it could have taken me straight back to 2002 just then. Hedgie always loves that left off the big rock point out the back. Saw some incredible footage of Tim Benathans actually, who used to come up, film all the surf-s, and he had great stuff of Hedgie on a really clean year. I think Mick Campbell won that year. I'm struggling to remember the actual year that it was, but it was just pumping, and Hedgie was going ballistic out there, mate. But yeah, had the golden ringlets back then.
You're talking about hair?
Yeah, hair.
Yeah, hair.
That's right.
Yeah.
A few waves of you in that footage too, JJ. I think you've had some good results here at Newcastle. Yeah, you know I'm bringing it up.
Every
you know I
year,
am.
I love it.
Who was it you beat again? Tom Curran? Yeah, that's right. 3-time world champ.
Never let the
Tell us, for folks watching at home, mate, as we just go through a few score drops here. So first of Hedgie, a 5.13. So the judge is loving that he's attacking that back bank. Not a whole lot done on that wave, but a big drop, big committed surfing. Looks like he might be caught on the inside. Burley Heads, 3 for the last ride there. Redhead, a 3.38. Still waiting for South Arm to get started. But yeah, give us a bit of an idea of the setup here, because it's got so many different moods, so many different breaks in this tiny little squash beach here at Main.
Yeah, well, you've always got the reform section, which is good on a day like this when it gets really big, and probably the main factor which makes Main Beach in Newcastle so good is it's so exposed to so much swell. I mean, anyone who lives down in Sydney will know that it's always bigger up at Newcastle. It picks up the south and the east, no worries, and this actually turns on massively if you get a big east and northeast swell. This place turns into a sort of mini G-land, and so you get all the angles. You get always got the shorey on the inside if it's big like today, so you get some kind of wave shape and wave quality. And as Terry McKenna was saying earlier, like you get battered by wind, but usually you get those reforms and stuff, so you always got something to work with. And it's proven itself time after time. I remember one of the first times I saw surfing on television was the event here in '85 for the Surf Fest. And I can't really think of a dud year ever since that. Like, just absolutely infatuated and hypnotised by pro surfing and competing here and being part of these events. It always delivers.
Well, mate, from a guy who beat the 3-time world champ Tom Curran to a guy who asked for his autograph once, Reggae Ellis is on the beach with Sophie McCulloch, who dominated in that last heat.
I was wondering what intro you're going to give me there, Vorno. Yes, here with Sophie McCulloch, totally dominated that last heat. 8.38 is your high score. Threw away a couple of sevens. Pretty easy out there?
Definitely not easy out there. It's a workout, but yeah, I was happy to sort of get myself in the spot. I spoke to a couple of the boys from my club before my heat and kind of found my markers, and yeah, it's pretty easy to get lost out there, so I was happy that I found a couple of sections.
When you compete as an individual all the time, how important and what's different about competing for the North Shore?
Yeah, it's definitely different. I really love it, and I think that can be attributed to my club. Like, we're pretty much just one big family, so yeah, it's so fun to be here and competing alongside them, and know that everyone back home is watching. Hello to all of the North Shore crew. And yeah, it's definitely different to being an individual, but I think the way surfing's moving at the moment, if you can foster any sort of camaraderie, it definitely pays to feel like you're a part of a team.
Well, you've got a big year coming up, obviously qualifications in the back of your mind. How important, by an event like this, do you take it a little bit more relaxed or just as focused?
I'm definitely just as nervous, but I think for some reason, knowing, like, sort of hearing everyone cheering on the beach and sort of giving me a pat on the back on the way out, it helps me to relax and have a bit more of fun. But yeah, I'm definitely not, I'm definitely not super relaxed. I'm still just as nervous.
Well, highest scoring surf of the day so far, and all the best tomorrow. I reckon North Shore looking pretty good.
Thanks so much. Yeah, the team's looking sharp. So we've been carb loading on pasta. So yeah, watch out.
There you go, Vorno. That's the secret. Carb load on pasta, and you too can surf like Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah. I think I could do with a bit of carb loading, actually. Looks like Reggae's been loading up a fair bit lately, as we see a nice off-the-top redhead. This is Justin Lee. He's been busy, and he's getting some nice connection here, JJ. I think I am Sophie McCulloch's biggest fan. I have to just admit it, because every time I see her surf, every time I see her talk, I just get blown away, and I just...
Even her hair was perfect then.
Oh, yeah. She's due to get onto that challenge series and make up some real noise.
Next year or the year after, she's on, I reckon. She has to be. She's surfing so good. What a professional too. Beautiful.
Just a big contribution to North Shore success. We'll be seeing more of Sophie McCulloch this year. I think the Winter Olympics has just kicked in. And it's so cool to have Reggae on the broadcast. He is Mr. Snow in Australia.
Yeah, well, he just actually ducked off the beach to do upload some interview with one of the Aussies, and he's doing something there with Mountain Watch. It's his second life, isn't it? He's either on the beach or he's on the mountain.
Been a big presence on the Australian surf scene for so long. So good to have him here as commentary on the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. It was He was the editor of Tracks at one stage.
Yeah.
Did the Triple M Surf Report for years and years with Doug Mulray back in the 80s. Before most of the competitors in this event were born. So here goes Nathan Edge. Look at the froth. He's got a frothy one, and inside his brain looks exactly the same as this wave. It is just non-stop aggression as he tries to link this one up, and I'm telling you, if he can't get through, nobody can, because that is the kind of energy that Nathan Hedge brings to every wave he rides for North Narrabeen. He's holding on to first place at the moment. We're going to welcome Kate Wilkins to the commentary box. Hi, Kate. Hedgie again. Here he goes. Big vertical foam climb. What have you made of the action so far? Hyundai Australian Board Riders battle. Far out. It's challenging, but it's entertaining. You have spent time with Boardriders Clubs, through the grassroots system, onto the QS, onto the CT, had big wins. How important is the Boardriders Club in forming a pathway to those next level successes?
And I got that bug and didn't ever turn back. I surfed at Yamba as in the Pippi Beach Board Riders back in the day. It's no longer called that, but the Angari crew. So it did pave the way for me and gave me that insight into travel and competing for your club and the feeling of the camaraderie it creates. And it was a great support system. And I'm not currently signed up as a member for a club at the moment, so I should be at Black Rocks Board Riders. But we are. Yeah, we've got some great surfers up and down the coast that have progressed through the pathway, and Board Riders has been a big part of that.
New Brighton Board Riders, more than welcome down there. We'd love to have you.
Well, Hoggy's living in Pottsville too, so maybe we need to get him out of Narrabeen up to the Black Rocks crew.
It's always a tricky one, isn't it, when you move and you do maybe sort of 10 years somewhere new, and then you've got this weird pull. You've got the loyalty to your old club, but also you want to be surfing on the weekends with your new community. And it's a tough call. I've surfed for 3 clubs and I just claim them all.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's becoming a bit like a state of origin, isn't it? You've got to go back for the Board Riders Battle Final. It's like, well, where did you grow up? Where did you start?
Big time. Hey, did you ever win the Pippi Beach Classic?
Oh, God, I'm glad you asked that. Yes, I did.
Yes, because I know that for people from Yamba and Angari, it's bigger than winning a CT. It's like the most important trophy you can put your name on.
Yeah, it's a fantastic club, and just the feeling down there. Maybe that's why I haven't joined another club, because I still feel loyal to that way, being down there. And I did talk myself into one of the years I came and watched this. It inspired me to rejoin, and I was really going to sign up down the coast and make the drive on those weekends, but haven't done that yet. But no, it's an amazing thing that we have across Australia to have this. Just the support system, but we always surf individually, and the fact that we can be a team, I think we all just thrive for that, and you get pretty proud of your club and representing them.
You've had Olympic involvement. Can we ever get this kind of format in the Olympics, do you think?
Oh, we actually spoke about, are they going to run the tag team? Is that going to happen at the Olympics? That would be a crazy event, and I think the Australians would dominate in that space. We, looking back at the qualification at the ISAs at the World Games a couple of years ago, Bede and led the team over in Japan, and they were doing they did an incredible last minute kind of picked it right at the buzzer. I think that would be fantastic to do the tag team aspect in the Olympics. We'll have to rally for that one.
Bring home gold next time in the teams for sure.
Yeah, and you've both been enjoying watching this, no doubt. Soph McCulloch, as you said, just had a crazy moment in that other heat, and now we've got the guys out there.
Yeah, these are the legends, the crusties, the old relics, the fossils. They're out there. But I mean, to be fair, as we wind down the end of that heat, it looks like North Narrabeen, Nathan Hedge. Well, nothing too crusty about his performance. He went out the back. He caught a monster set. Probably the biggest wave we've seen ridden today, a 5.13, just for a big drop and a little off the top. But, this inside rip bowl, as much as it offers chances to surf, it's so hard to manage. Here's the heat recap from Hyundai. And look at this, big deep bottom turn, gets the searing turn off the top, and that was enough to put North Narrabeen into first place. So Hoggy gets it done yet again, as Joel Parkinson said, the ultimate team man.
Paul McDonald there from Burleigh as well. And this one, Hedgie, it's a strategy that's pretty hard to beat if you can get yourself out there, Warner, and get one of those waves, and no one else does. You've almost locked in the win, haven't you? So Hoggy on the inside now, up into the suds, a bit of hand drive and a bit of passion. And North Narrabeen looking good. Good job there for Hedgie. So there's the overview. We're still at Newcastle Main Beach. We'll come back with heat number 2 in the Masters division of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
Fiona's Feeling Swell program is a program through the Surfing Australia where it's creating a better tomorrow by including women and men at any age, any ability, and bringing them together and showing them the love of the ocean and creating a happy, healthy environment. Okay, welcome back. Heat number 2 underway out there at Newcastle. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle final weekend. Going to finish tomorrow. A couple of big days of surfing with plenty of big swell on hand as well. And we welcome Kate from Surfing Australia back to the booth. Borno on my right. A couple of beautiful faces here, beautiful people. Thanks for coming, Borno.
Great to be here. Yeah, it's awesome. We're into the Masters now, so Heat 2, where we get to see some of the champions, some of the legends of Australian surfing representing their clubs still, which is great to see. It's actually one of my favourite things about this format. We do talk about it, but Masters represented, women represented, Open men's represented, and juniors, which can be men, boys, girls, whatever. Not pets, obviously, but snap off the pack. And this is Long Reef, I think,
Nick
represented
James.
there. Nick James.
We did see a master competing at Pipe Masters the other day, so you know these guys are definitely showing they might not be out at Pipe like Kelly,
a 50-year-old,
but they're still surfing great. It's a lot of talent, and I think he inspires a lot of people to go, hey, maybe I can still, if I'm surfing regularly, I can still perform well.
I think everyone inspires everyone, doesn't it?
It's not unusual for the Masters to put up the big scores, so we've seen that in the ABB in the past, and one guy who has just really put on a show here year after year after year is Beat Durbidge out there for Point Lookout at the moment, and he sort of single-handedly lifted the profile of the Point Lookout club based on paddling out here and really going for it.
Totally, and I feel kind of weird calling him a master. It's like some of the, all these guys that are serving so well, they could still be on tour.
He's been a master for a long time because he won the Pipe Masters, I think, in 2003 or something, was it? Somewhere around there, long time ago.
Yes, I should have been talking about Beat's performance at Pipe, not Kelly. Incredible surfer, and obviously he's had a big impact on the Olympic campaign that has just been, and we're sad to lose him at the high performance program. But Andy King, as you may have heard, is going to be the new head coach.
Huge news.
Yeah, big footsteps for Phil and Bede, but also we're obviously really proud, and Andy's got an enormous list of accolades as a surfer, but also as a coach over these last 15 years. So
helping Gabriel Medina to his 3rd world title last year. It doesn't get much bigger. Yeah. So I think we are... I thought we were going to pass down to Reggae and Oggy. Let's have a chat with Nathan Hedge, who took out that last heat of the Australian Boardriders Battle.
Yeah, thank you, Borno. Down here with Nathan Hedge. Now, Nathan, you said a little bit hard work out there.
So powerful. Kind of feels like Hawaii. It's real lumpy, and even the little bits of white water, that clip here, just smasher.
Yeah. Well, you got the high score of 5.1. I mean, but, you know, big drop, big bottom turn, nice slash. I mean, what else could you do?
Well, I think they set the precedent. You know, they said if you get out the back and you get anything out there, you're going to be rewarded because it's such a big effort. Like, you're lucky if you get out. So I think it's, you know, if you can get out the back and get one big major, you know, they've said that's what they're going to score. So that was what I went for. I didn't get it, but yeah, gave it a crack.
1.5 for paddling out, you reckon?
I reckon. And if you're like over 40, you should get an extra like 1.5, 2, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, I know they didn't give you an extra 1.5 for being over 40. Yeah, mate, you're probably the fittest you've been since you were 12.
Yeah, I think so. I just, really froth on the surfing and staying fit, and I want to be a good example for my daughter.
Yeah, we're definitely a good example. And North Narrabeen, I know, you know, North Narrabeen runs through your blood. How important is this event for you? You're seen as the ultimate team man.
Well, you know, it's grassroots, and it's where your whole career is forged and formed, and you know, so many times at your local beach, and just a lot of ultimate respect to the pioneers and the people that set up the clubs and paved the pathway for us to have a life in surfing, make a lifestyle out of a career. And you know, without those early guys in the history of the club and the guys that come down month after month and had the vision, you know, so there's ultimate respect to them, and I can't help but be excited and have the energy to surf from on days like this. It's an ultimate respect and a great feeling.
Well, North Narrabeen, you know, one of the strongest clubs in Australian board riders history, multiple winners of this event. Who do you see as the major rivals tomorrow?
There's a couple. We haven't really seen too much form today because there's been so many like big sections and more like wild and woolly waves. So, but I think the usual culprits, you know, the North Shelleys and your Snappers, and hopefully the local boys, Merriweather. They've always been a good show.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day tomorrow. All right, Nathan, I'll go and let you rest up. Great for being here, and congratulations on another outstanding heat.
Stoked. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, there you go. Nathan Hedge represents everything the ABB is all about.
He sure does. Thanks so much, Rego. Great interview there with the Hog. Great to see him just looking as frothed out and charged and ready to go again for Narrabeen as always.
He's just come off a second place at the Usher Cup, didn't he?
That's right. He's in really good form. He's surfing. It's amazing, you know, like it used to be the case where the retirement age in surfing was almost early 30s. We saw so many champions in the 80s in particular retire at that age. But nowadays, people just seem to be getting better and better and better long after they've retired from the competitive side of surfing. Their performance can still keep getting better. I think Nathan Hedge is a prime example of that.
Absolutely. And I think they're motivating so many of the juniors as well. It's just fantastic. You know, they're keeping them on their toes. So there was juniors out at the, you know, in that event, and Hoggy smashed a couple, and it's but it's great. It's good to see that talent, you know, coming across the whole pathway.
We are into the Masters heats right now, Kate, but being the director at the High Performance Centre, I know that, you know, all these guys started off their careers in juniors, basically surfing those really early formation years with surf clubs. What sort of programs have you guys got going on to sort of elevate the, the level of talent that our juniors have got at the moment?
Yeah, I'm so proud of the program we've got going, and Clancy Dawson as a pathway manager is leading that space. We've got Chelsea Hedges, as we all know, world champ, but she's coaching as a talent pathway coach, and lots of, you know, our whole team. We've got a great performance support team that's backing all of the activity we do up there. So we've got national camps. We've actually got so the ISA World Juniors has been announced now, the date over in El Salvador in May. Got a great team that's going over there, and Clancy and Chelsea will be taking the team over. There's a few of the competitors that are on the beach, I'm sure, today. You know, like I think Kobe Clements is there, Lennox Smith, Jarvis. I don't think Sierra Kerr's competing today, but she's in the team. We've got a lot of great talent that are coming through Australia, as we know, and I think this year we're really keen to bring home gold. But we've also got, you know, different things, like there's a Limitless camp starting next week. Josh Kerr is the labelled as the Commissioner of Fun through that coming up with the program content for that with Clancy and Chelsea, and so that's going to be a great few days for the Groms up there, and then talent ID camps and strike missions and all sorts of great things happening, and we just want to work to add value to the coaches they already have in their hubs as well.
Wow. From the outside looking in, I feel like there's been a big change in the way that we're sort of creating these pathways, because for a long time there, it felt like a little bit like every man and every woman for themselves. You know, you get onto the QS, you'd sort of have your own entourage, and you try and just make it on your own. But the Irukandjis at the Olympics, and then the Challenger Series, the Aussie team that got sent off, all of them products of the HPC, men and women. And all of a sudden there was this team element that we hadn't seen for a long time, and it delivered instant results. We had a lot of qualifiers onto the 2022 CT. Is that a big part of what you guys are doing at the HPC, like putting an elastic band around everyone, getting them all in together and saying, look, we're much stronger as a group?
Yeah, and I think you said it perfectly. It's like it's the whole group like working together. Like you've been a big part of creating that. The sting in the Irukandjis. We've got people that are working with crew and their home. It's so important the support crew you have from your parents. That was a sick turn, by the way. From
Talk
coaches.
About team.
Yeah, that was a great.
Russ Maloney has always been a linchpin for North Shelley, and I think this is a club that really lives and breathes exactly what you're talking about. It's a community. They all get in there. They all do it for each other. On paper, year after year after year, you're kind of going, okay, yeah, they're strong, but where's their A team? And they've just basically formed a reputation as being a club that no one underestimates anymore, because they just get in there as a unit and they always get it done.
And he's always a contender for best on ground too, is he, Russ? There was a couple of years ago where he took home the Indigenous title and he was jumping in an Uber or his friend's van, coming up here, surfing a heat for his club, and then he went back and he nearly had 2 victories in one day. I think he surfed probably about 4 hours that day. And look at him, every year, still delivers. Such a good, great guy to have on your team.
He's so calm, isn't he? He just gets out there and gets the job done. Look at this, he's just dropped a monster score, a 6.75. He let more than half the heat go before he even selected that wave, so extremely calm, backing himself. It's just a single wave score. Top score will get you to the top of the heat list. And what we're surfing for today is seeding points. So there's a leaderboard every time you get a result, whether it's first, second, third or fourth. Those points go onto your team tally. As we see B. Durbidge now, Kate, someone you know extremely well, and oh my goodness, blows the roof off it. Huge turn there from one of the Irukandji coaches.
He was definitely good at the sting over in Tokyo. He led the team with a lot of passion. He's another man that brings great culture and energy to a team. I'm sure Point look at a pump to have him surfing today.
And Nick James there from Long Reef as well. So great little exchange here. 3 surfers getting 3 pretty good waves. And we come down. 7 minutes remaining, Kate, just in the last sort of 4 or 5 minutes of this heat. What are the ramifications of the ISA in El Salvador for the juniors? If they make the finals, they get good results, what happens next?
I think, it's just an amazing title to have under your belt to be a gold medalist at the ISAs. You can, last achievement we had with Grayson Heinrichs, he got gold under 16, and it's a title that you carry away, forever, and it definitely sets you up with, great steed for World Tour campaign, and I think it's an experience that's very similar to the Olympics in the fact you've got all these countries competing together, the energy, the pressure, all of the great elements of a big event. So really excited just for the team and all the best for their preparation, and like you were saying before, Vaughan, it does take a village to raise a child. It's not just one thing, and at Surfing Australia we hope to bring everyone along for the ride and just listening to what everyone's needs are. I think that's the big part of it, and from Boardriders Clubs, like obviously all the way through to the Olympics, it's a great pathway, and I hope we can just all work together to get the most out of it.
Yeah, we're seeing of course so much of the seeding and the selection process that's coming through Surfing Australia to the ISA, and then the WSL working in with both organisations to really get the best out of every nation and every country, and get the highest standard at the Olympics. So
it's a bit of a theme, working together, It's got to, but it is great that obviously with the World Tour athletes, they've got to do all of those CT events, and then they've also got to do, focus on Olympics. It's a lot to compute, and similar for some of the World Juniors, they're thinking of doing, like, they've got the WSL World Juniors, there's ISA World Juniors, there's also the Pro Junior Tour back at home. So there's a lot to navigate, as a competitor surfing, and then you've got little things that come up like this, or big events like this for your club. So it's a lot to juggle, and I think that's what I hope we can bring, is a bit of an area where people know they can come and have support if they need it, whether it's performance support or coaching advice and things. So yeah, it's exciting to be all working together.
So much opportunity. One of the best jobs in surfing these days is being the parent of one of the young superstars, and you get to see the world.
Yeah, just ship them off to the HBC and just kick back on your couch and watch them win heats.
Get updates from Kate. He's doing fine. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're in good hands up there. I think the High Performance Centre, the proof is in the pudding. Australian surfing is absolutely ripping. Australian women's surfing is particularly powerful. And it's been wonderful to have you on set, Kate. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good luck to everyone today and tomorrow. It's just one of the best events in Australia. It's great to see everyone and catch up. So thanks.
Thank you. Kate Wilkins there, the director of the High Performance Centre at Casuarina, an incredible institution that has really, changed the way that we're fostering the talent here. It's not just about making great surfers, it's about making great people who are looking after everything from, our ambition as a surfing nation, but also our ambition through grassroots into every single far reach of our surfing communities, and it's an awesome place.
It's a good setup up there too, isn't it, Borno? Jeez, they've got such good facilities.
The foam pit, mate.
Did you?
We've got a big foam pit. I just love getting on the trampoline, doing backflips into the foam pit.
I'm straight in on the massage rollers and all the cushy, good stuff.
So a big score dropped while we were chatting with Kate for Bede Durbidge, a 7.55. And the former Pipeline Master, former world title runner-up, let's not forget that, finished second to Kelly Slater.
Did he win trestles too? He won in Brazil, I think,
as well. Did win trestles, that's right.
It's fantastic. Lucky to be surfing at all after this incredible wipeout at Pipe, and obviously still ripping. Look at this bumpy wave here for the North Stain surfer. It's Bowie Mitchell. Manages to hang on up and over the foam there. A little roller coaster to finish, and got some work to do though. That was an amazing snap, that wave from Bede. It was pretty sick.
It was amazing. He really hit it with power. The timing was spot on, and a big plume of whitewash. We're sent to the heavens. He's a huge fella. Bo Mitchell, well, he's not quite the same in stature, but he is a massive presence for North Stain. One of those surfers who doesn't just turn up and perform for the club. He gives back so much of his time and energy to being a mentor to a lot of youth around that zone. And he is an absolute hero around the North Stain zone and area.
Did a lot of training with Barton, another world champ.
He did, yeah. And
for a period.
Was a hyper-talented junior surfer, but the images that stay with me about Bo Mitchell are those huge East Coast swells surfing Queenscliff bombing. Look at that. There's the big points that Bede Durbidge locked away for that first turn. It's so hard to be coming off the bottom of speed and line up that 1 second that the section stands up with a perfect wedge on it. Bede did that perfectly. A couple little bonus yatsies on the inside. And a good, solid ride there. But yeah, Bo Mitchell, the last couple of you've seen that, right? So the Queenscliff Bommy is basically Australia's first ever big wave break. Before Australians really started finding out about these bomboras and slabs that, basically just get attacked every single time there's a swell now. A guy named Dave Jackman back in 1960s, early 60s, saw the Bommy breaking and thought, yeah, I could have a crack at that. He just got back from Hawaii, and so, seeing that direct line from the first big wave session in Australian history was on the cover of the national papers, that session. And Bo Mitchell sort of reliving that on those last East Coast swells. And I'm not joking, it was massive. It looked no different to Waimea Bay out there.
Yeah, there's not many spots to go on surf these days, of course. And I've seen Bowie put in some massive performances at Sunset as well. I actually saw him just pig dog into this crazy kind of closeout inside Sunset one day. I was paddling out, looked straight into it, and he's always been a great surfer. Good in the small stuff as well. And he's got North Stain up in the third at 5.58. So Still Bede with that big raging forehand snap and those calves out in front for Point Lookout at the moment. Down under a minute now, Borno. It's been a great little heat. Good to have Kate in here. Plenty of action. Surf continues.
Oh, this has been...
Swells pounding in.
And, you know, we joke about the Masters being the old boys of the event, but actually, you know, time after time, the performances these guys put on, the years of experience, the weight of the club, what it means to them, what it contributed to their entire surfing journeys, it all goes into every turn that these guys do. And Mitchie James now up and over. I love those smooth backside vert foam climbs. They're such a tricky turn to do and do smoothly because you're basically on a bucking Bronco there.
It's just the windscreen wiper, wasn't it? Okay, 5 seconds remaining, and it looks like Bede, well, he's going to get the job done. He's got that 7.55, and no one's going to take him from here. That heat is officially over. Thanks very much, Warner. Thanks very much for coming in, Kate. There's Bede right there, Point Lookout, getting the best wave in that exchange, and that'll feel pretty good. We'll have a little recap now, thanks to Hyundai. Here we go. So this is heat number 2. There he is, Bede, Point Lookout. He just won this heat. 10 points for his club. Off the top there, jams and throws the tail out. That wasn't his highest scoring wave. This man right here from North State. Bowie Mitchell, the goofy foot. Russ Maloney here, a standout performer every year. And smooth as you like. Nice little whoompa up into the pocket. Finishes this one cleanly. Little handful of feathers to the sky. And Bede once again, Point Lookout. This turn, wham! It was a beauty. And then Bede just wraps this back through to the inside. That was his best scoring wave. So well done to Point Lookout. This is Shot at Main Beach. We'll be back very soon with Heat 3 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Masters Division. Stay with us.
Pick Fresh, Play Fresh has been developed to inspire healthy eating habits in young Aussie kids.
Pick Fresh encourages kids like me to eat more fresh food. Play Fresh inspires kids to get involved in sport so we can follow in our heroes' footsteps.
This is why Woolies partners with
Surfing, netball, cricket, and the Australian Olympic and Paralympic team.
Pick Fresh, Play Fresh. With these 4 words, we hope to inspire better eating habits and a love of sport that will benefit a generation of young Aussies for years to come.
Okay, great to have you guys here. That's the view looking south, Newcastle Beach, heading up towards King Edward Park. Beautiful little corner of Newcastle. Yeah, casting your eye out to sea, though. I don't know if you call it beautiful, but energetic, wild.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful in its own way, JJ.
It's captivating.
It is. But we're definitely not going to run out of surf here this weekend for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Final. There is tons of it. And at the moment, we're throwing the Masters out amongst it. That's the current matchup in the water. Seaford Boardriders, Clayton House from Scarborough. It's our old mate Nick Squires from down there south of Sydney. From NASA, Shane Carroll from North Avalon. And from North Shore Boardriders, it'd be Bevo, wouldn't it? It is Shane Bevan, the one and only.
Absolutely stacked this heat. So this would be really good. I expect a lot from every single one of these guys. You know, no shortage of experience. These guys have all probably surfed against each other before in Australia and abroad, I dare say. And look at that. That's whipped cream.
Well, yeah. You look at it now and go, oh, hang on, look, it's 3 foot.
Looks very manageable.
Until you see an 8-foot set kind of detonate about 300 metres out the back. But it's, yeah, there's plenty of movement in the ocean and it's going to stay that way. It's forecast to be this way tomorrow as well. So, of course, we're doing the individual heats today, which sets us up for tomorrow. So today's all about getting seeding points and if you can finishing in the top 8. Because if your club finishes in the top 8 today, you get the morning off tomorrow, which is actually tactically a big advantage tomorrow because everyone's going to be gassed tomorrow, JJ. There's going to be a lot of paddling once we get to the teams events.
And a lot more running, and it's still going to be 6 to 8 foot.
Yeah,
easily.
Yeah, it's going to be solid, brah.
And I think everyone's pretty disciplined. I wouldn't say that the first couple of years, but there has been the temptation in the early days to go out and kind of celebrate on the Saturday night.
On the Saturday night, forgetting that the actual finals day is Sunday.
Hey, there's $100,000 up for grabs tomorrow.
Yeah, we did lose a couple of competitors to the night last year. We won't name names, but mate, that's Newcastle. Mate, it's got a vibrant nightlife as well, and for a lot of these crew have come from corners of Australia where the nightlife isn't so vibrant. So
exactly,
mate, you can get a good night out here in Newey all the time. Here's Nick Squires, just this ball of muscle. He's just built low to the ground, but one of the driviest surfers you've ever seen, and also one of the guys who's always a standout here.
Yeah,
JJ. He's carried that Scarborough club for a lot of years. He's got some backup at the moment with Kalani Ball, but it's great to see him here and just doing his thing. Man, he's a great surfer.
He's like a surfing staffy, isn't he? He's just a ball of muscle, like you said, Sean. And when I see Squizzer, Nick Squires, I think him and Shane Holmes, very similar approach. Always dependable, super powerful. Rarely do they fall off, and they're so good, and they just keep showing up every year. I don't see him anywhere else except at this event.
No, exactly.
Well, the odd QS win, maybe.
Well, that'd be Shane Bevan there, I reckon, on his backhand. He's the only goofy in this thing.
Former world champ.
Yeah, former world amateur champ and former world tour member. And former member of Snapper, but we won't talk about that here.
Wow, yeah, contentious. Here we go, this one, Squizzer again. Jams it through the suds. Using his muscle to hang on to that one. Again on the inside, up into the foam. Over pushing it there, losing it. So, speaking of Bevo, there was one day when I was at Coolangatta Airport, and you got to take your boards and hand them through the doorway. And it's always a nervous moment when you hand over your surfboards before you get on a flight. And then the door opened, and it was Bevo, who's working at Cooley Airport, and he goes, "How you going, mate?" And I've never felt safer giving my boards to another surfer. You know, I knew he was going to take good care of him.
Especially a surfer who's travelled the world and seen his boards shoved into airplane holds and run over by luggage trucks and
luckily, I've never dropped in on him or done anything wrong, so he would have had a good payback there. But
it was funny actually that for a while there, the old Coolangatta Airport baggage handler was the fallback career. Once you fell off tour, all the local surfers, you'd pick up, you'd catch up with all your mates. Doors would open, there'd be another one of your mates to come with your boards out.
It's a good way to get flight discounts too, staff travel.
You get flight discounts, and it's generally pretty good hours, good surfing hours, that job. So.
I'm so old, I remember when it used to be a tractor bringing your bags out from the TAA flights. Here we go, a bit of a tussle there, Shorto. Who was that? Caught behind.
Well, it was Shane Carroll on the inside.
Yeah.
That was Bevo.
No interference though, right?
Nothing's been called.
Okay.
Ooh, a bit of cat and mouse out there.
Well, we'll see what happens. We've got someone down on the beach, Shauno. Is it with Rego? Take it away. Is it Reg?
Here with the winner of that last heat, Bede Durbidge. Bede, 7.3, but you had to do a bit of duck diving, you reckon?
Ooh, I reckon 50 duck dives for that wave. It's tough going, but there's actually fun waves out there. It's just trying to get on them, just so much water moving, but I'd rather that than 1 foot, so it's a good day out for everyone.
Well, you've had a pretty storied career. We were just talking off air about how you won the Pipe Masters. We worked out it was 15 years ago. So all those years on the Pro Tour, top 5 finishes. Then you moved into coaching last year, of course, the head coach for the Australian team at the Olympics. And now here you are with Point Lookout Boardriders. That's a lot of variation in your surfing career.
Yeah, totally. And that's why I love surfing. It's such a full circle. And like we all started, we just love the ocean and love standing on a board, and then you can go all the way through to, like I was fortunate enough to follow my dreams and in my own surfing, then go to the Olympics with the Irriganji team, and now back surfing for grassroots Point Lookout where it all started, and it's such a beautiful sport like that.
Yeah, it is a full circle. So the Olympics, tell me about that. How was it? And, with Owen getting the bronze, you must have been pretty happy.
Oh, yeah, I was definitely really happy. It was so surreal, and still pinch myself that happened actually, and just with everything happening in the world, it could have really easily got cancelled, but it went ahead, and Owen to get the first Australian medal for surfing, and what a person to do it after everything he's been through, and never forget that moment ever.
Yeah, no, it's funny, and then you go from something like that, but I know representing Point Lookout, it's not far behind if you guys get to hold that trophy tomorrow.
Oh, I know. I was injured the year the team got second, and last year we got fourth, and yeah, we're knocking on the door, and yeah, that'd be a real feather in the cap to get that one and take it back to the island. So yeah, a lot of surfing to do, but there's waves and sun's out now. It's good. It's going to be a fun weekend.
It is going to be a fun weekend. Well, congratulations on your performance and also on your last 15 years in surfing. It's been awesome to watch.
Cheers, Rego. Stoked to be out.
Okay, there you go. B. Durbidge, one of the greats of Australian surfing. It's awesome to see him here representing Point Lookout Boardriders.
Still on the Mount Woodgies too, I see.
Yeah.
That's been a long relationship.
That's his whole career, mate. He's been on those. They obviously worked for him as Rego was rolling through his career. Not a bad one. You win the Pipe Masters, runner-up in the world title. There's Nick Squires again.
Oh, bring it back to the 90s. I love it. Should have gone the whole way around.
So he's actually currently in second, Nick Squires. So that opening wave there for Shane Bevan came in at a 4.83, which is the best wave so far. This is Shane Carroll, Battle of the Shanes out there from North Ave.
Yep. Just got a text from Conger actually, watching down in Beach Without Sound there.
I bet he is.
G'day Cong, how are you, mate? I got it. Felt my pocket vibrate. Here we go. Finishing this one, the NASA Surfer. And what's the score to beat right now? 4.83, so not big at all. Shane can do much better than that. We'll see. Here we go. A big one on the outside.
Bit of a roll in
Seaford. Guess who?
Yeah, Clayton House has been out in the with the coal freighters. Half a mile out to sea, and he's got his wave, but unfortunately just fell on the first. So he's probably got a decision now. Like, do I come inside and start, picking, trying to pick up the reforms, or do I just, mate, I've committed, I've got to roll the dice. I'm staying out here.
If he can get back out, I would stay out because you're almost guaranteed an above-average wave score there. But I don't know, is that him at the top of the screen there? I don't know if he can do it. Maybe with the tide, Shauno. But it's Bede and Hedgie and those guys. If they say it's hard to get out, if not impossible, then that's absolutely exactly what it is.
Yeah,
it's tough.
A couple of mad dogs like that.
He's out there. He's out there. Here we go.
Yeah, he's going to get one on the head here as well. But he's over it. Yeah. But interesting. And we're going to see this strategy battle tomorrow. It's going to be pretty epic to watch, because when you've got to surf a team event, you've got to get 6 waves six surfers have got to get scoring waves in an hour, which sounds easy in theory, but when you've actually got to send them out amongst that surf, not easy.
I really can't imagine anyone but the first surfer getting out the back.
Yeah,
it'll be amazing. It would be good to see. I know people will be trying. We'll have a look. So it's going to be an eventful day. It always is on the final day here at the grand final. And he's out the back. So let's see if one of those big lefts comes through for Clayton. So, okay, 6.13 there for Shane Carroll.
Yeah, there you go.
I was a bit cruel, wasn't I? He's jumped straight up into the lead. So North Shore in second now, Scarborough third, and Seaford fourth. And it is looking much more manageable now. And plenty of opportunities there on the inside. Some little right-hand rip bowl waves, but a lot easier said than done when you're sitting up here nice and dry with the headset on.
Well, it's funny actually, when I just walked back down from the hotel and looking at it side on from the top of the point there at the North Newcastle, looking down, you go, oh man, look at these sections, look how good it looks. Yeah. And then you actually get here and look front on and just and almost at sea level and just go, oh, hang on. Like, trying to find this thing is like, find a wave like that Nick Squires just got is not easy. There's a lot of moving water, and it's just mayhem out there.
Here we go, replay now. So, yeah, look at that takeoff. Wow, he did well just to stick that. He got thrown up in the air, the bucking Bronco. Winds back through, plenty of chop and suds, up into the lip. And very stylish. Strong, but didn't get much more than that. So, bit of a lucky draw, but one good turn on that wave, nevertheless. Is the famous rock where Pierre Tosti is getting the shots at you.
It is the Pierre Tosti almost memorial rock. He survived. Got hit by lightning on that during Surfest. You're listening, Pierre. Good to have you still with us, mate. You're a legend. Good bloke.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've actually probably both worked with Pierre quite a lot. Became quite a famous surf photographer.
Yep.
After his surfing career.
Transition through analog, the film days into digital with the World Surf League, and a great surfer as well, fantastic surfer.
So just another part of the rich surfing tapestry, the history here at Newcastle, which we love so much. So many contests, a major event every year pretty much for decades. So drawing the best surfers from around the world and around Australia.
Yeah, well, there's Clayton House, and looking at the screen, we still think he's a fair way out. He's like probably up. We're going to pan out here and have a look exactly where he is. He's off the top of the point, I think, out there. He's hunting one of these big lefts that we've kind of seen them, and it's pretty straight out the back, but occasionally one will hold up and corner a bit, and that's what he's looking for. Meanwhile, all the other crew, they're in the rip on the inside, just taking whatever they can get, pretty much.
Yeah, coming down to just on 6 minutes. Big set on the outside. Look at that thing, heaving and breathing. On the inside, though, a rip bowl. Looks like inside V-Land or Bowles Reef or something. And that was Squizzer pulling through the back.
Yeah, that first turn, it looked sick when he came up the bottom. Unfortunately, it closed out. Here's Shane Carroll. Now, this is an interesting wave. Big pocket jam here. Slides into a second turn. We can get a third one here. Like, he's got the lead already with a 6. He might have actually just beaten it. He's just got to get in front of the divider rocks there. But that's another solid wave there for Shane Carroll from North Avalon. Didn't look like much, JJ, on takeoff. Look at it.
Yeah, and then look at this bowl.
Whack. Beautiful first turn. Second one, the wave had died off a bit, and he had to make the most of it, and then he had to work for the last one. But that first turn, I'm seeing points in that for sure.
Yeah, good little wave there. Nice backup score if not else. Oh, on the outside.
There we go. He got it. We got one turn in for Clayton House. So that's his roll of the dice.
Stay with it.
Yeah, he's got no choice now. He might as well milk it and see if he can get this thing to reform. In the meanwhile, here's Shane Bevan. One of the best backhands around. Just that low centre of gravity. Kind of built like a duck. which
that a compliment?
That is a backhanded compliment, yes.
He's so smooth.
It's a compliment when he's on his backhand, because mate, that's those kind of guys that have got that power.
And excellent timing as well. Really great timing. Wow, look at this one, Shauna. It's huge.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of points in the drop, and got the first turn, and then that thing just turned to soup, and he milked it through. So whether it was going to take him into first place, probably not seeing it. But it was worth a roll of the dice for Clayton House from Seaford Boardriders, South Australia.
All right, we've got Asiona, of course, one of our supporting sponsors, a major sponsor here for a couple of years, a local company. They've been doing great stuff. We've got Reggae down on the beach. We love Asiona Reggae. They've been awesome supporters here at Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely. Acciona, long-term supporters here at Newcastle and with Surfing Australia. And I'm here with Craig McGrory from Acciona. And Craig, you guys are responsible for some of the biggest infrastructure in Australia for a long, long time. A bit about that and why the partnership with Surfing Oz.
Not a problem. Look, really proud to be here with the Boardriders Battle again. This is our third year with our partnership with Surfing Australia. And Acciona is a leading global infrastructure company, and so we've built some of the most iconic projects over the last 100 years. And we're really focused on sustainability and diversity and inclusion, which is why the important partnership with Surfing Australia, same values. And we're really focusing on young talent and how we can actually bring those through.
Yeah, as you said, diversity and sustainability, Surfing Australia, sort of aimed at the whole community, from young grommets to the masters out there, the over 40s. But for you guys, how's this fit working for you?
Oh, look, it's fantastic. And I think we've got a big shout out to Bella Nichols, who's our ambassador that we've got through Surfing Australia. Great young engineer on the Pro Tour, and she just made the quarterfinals over at Pipe, which is fantastic. First time females have been surfing Pipe. So fantastic testament to her, and we're really proud of what she's achieved.
Yeah, it's probably perfect for Isabella, as you said, an engineer. Partnership with you guys. When she retires, she might come knocking on your door.
Mate, we hope so. She's a really fantastic person.
Yeah, well, it's been awesome to see you guys continuing your sponsorship. As you said, you've been partnering up here for 3 years. You can see this partnership with Surfing Australia continuing for a while longer.
Oh, look, definitely, and it's great. We've got some sand sculptures here, getting the kids involved. Pacific Highway, we've built the majority of the Pacific Highway upgrades. We're going to have a number of our other projects too as well. The Anzac Bridge through Sydney, Toowoomba Range Crossing, and many more. We've got Western Sydney Airport construction's happening over there with the kids as well. All our jobs, we're really proud.
So we're going to see all those projects modelled here on the beach here at Newcastle over the weekend.
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you grab your shovel and spade and get down there and get amongst it.
You can come and join us.
Yeah, no worries. I will do.
That'd be great.
All right. Well, thank you, Craig. And yeah, all the best for the weekend. Enjoy the surfing.
Thanks, Reggae. Really enjoying it. Tough conditions, though.
Yeah, very tough. All right. Back to you guys upstairs.
Yeah, those highway extensions are not going to build themselves, mate. Have to get down there and get... Come on, Reg. Get in.
Yeah, I'm in there, mate. I'm just going to do it.
Hey,
you know I love hard work.
Thanks, Red. Shaun, your position in Surf Rider these days as well. I mean, you know as well as anyone how important a business like that is. You know, they specialise in sustainable solutions, infrastructure, renewable energy, and water treatment projects. I mean, perfect alignment with this event.
Yeah, an interesting company because they do a lot of stuff. Yep. And obviously that's one arm of it is that the renewable energy side of it that they're heavily involved with is obviously a huge conversation in society right now. And we're at a super interesting point in time where, you know, it's all flipping on its head, and these guys are ahead of the curve a little bit with it, and it's great because we've got to go that way. You know?
Yeah, fantastic. And I'll take the moment to publicly thank you for your work for Surf Rider 2. It's great stuff. Frightening some of the information that you are delivering to the Australian surfing public and the public at large these days, but obviously we've got to do something about it, so good stuff. And we saw a replay there. Still NASA out in front. Scarborough in second. Here we go, Scarborough riding. This is Squizzer. Look at this section.
Double up on it. Look at it. Drops to the basement. And, well, it was kind of all drop and no wave.
From hero to zero.
You can see that thing shaping up a mile away, and then, but it didn't actually give him a section to hit.
Yeah, super unpredictable little rip bowl out there. Here we go. This is the front-on view. Watch this thing change. It doubles up in size and then pretty much disappears beneath him. So
yeah, just couldn't find somewhere to put that turn in. So, yeah, a bit frustrated you see in the kick-out because you can hear the countdown in the background. So that's going to keep him in second place, Nick Squires for Scarborough. So it's going to be this guy here, Shane Carroll, winning for North Avalon. And, yeah, the Avalonians will happily take the win there and the 10 points. And Shane's still just ripping this one in. Yeah, you can see a little double fist pump. He's had a good heat. Good on him.
Yeah, great job there. So NASA getting the points, as you said, Shaun. Shane Bevan, Nick Squires and Clayton Howes making up the minor placing. So well done there. Team coming down to congratulate Shane. And the boys from NASA and the girls and the crew down at Beach Without Sand will be very happy with that one. So well done to those guys. Come back soon with Heat 4 in the Masters Division, thanks to Asiona. At Newcastle Main Beach, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Final is underway. Stay with us.
Let's start this wild ride. Gotta get you on to me. You got my blood rushing. Gotta bring me to my knees. You got my heart pumping. Are you coming home with me?
I think the Great Barrier Reef is one of our, few sacred sites, and the diversity of the species that are there and the coral, it's beautiful. I think we have a duty to kind of restore that and make sure that it's there for our kids and their kids, and should be at the top of everyone's priority list.
It's one of the most important things for Australia is to protect our natural wonders. It's such a beautiful place, and the Great Barrier Reef's easily one of the best places we have in this country. So if we can't all stand up and try and protect it and do what's right to look after the reef and the pollution and the animals, then we're kidding ourselves. So put it on the top of your priority list and get involved where you can and help out. Companies like Reef Tip and that getting behind it and trying to do their bit to get the word out there, and also whatever they can to reduce climate change and the impact we have on the reef, then it's awesome.
You've got to look at any brand like Reef Tip that are looking after our environment, and we've got to support them to make sure that we've still got these available to us.
Okay, nice
shot there of Newcastle. The sun is out, which is a big change from yesterday and early on this morning. The waves continue to pound in there behind the pool, the north end of Main Beach, and but got great conditions here for the Australian Boardriders Battle Final, brought to you by Hyundai. There we go, right now in Heat 4 of the Acciona Masters Division. Shauno, Dylan Longbottom's out there for Cronulla. Torquay is represented by Jack Perry. That's your neck of the woods. Samba Man surfing for Kingscliff, and Maroubra United, Blake Thornton. So stacked Masters Heat.
A couple of good old boys in this one for sure. Really interesting mix. And a good mix geographically as well. Clubs all spread out. Here we go, out the back. This is Jack Perry, who immediately has paddled out wide, and now he goes as fades back, lines this thing up as he turns it into a right-hander in the inside rip bowl. Now Pez obviously went out there with the plan to sit wide and get something early, and he's done it straight up. Now we haven't seen anyone kind of really nail one of those big outside waves. But Pez got his big outside turn in. He connected it with a couple other turns. So that'll really give the judges something to think about early on in this heat as we release Jonathan Jenkins to the Wild and we replace him with Reggae Ellis, who we just brought in from the Wild and caged.
That's right, uncaged out there. I was going with the flow, man. You might have noticed that out there.
Well, you're a man of the people, Reg.
That's right.
You're better off, you're more comfortable amongst your people down there on the beach in your nightclub outfit. You're the best dressed. Yeah, please put Reg on camera. He's the best. Look, some of us make an effort when we go to commentate these events. And
Collared shirts when you're in the booth, Sean. I've told you this. You and I have been working together since 2004 BC, and you still come in your crappy T-shirt.
Yeah, well, I didn't know this thing had a dress code, Reg, but there it is.
Well, I'm still aiming for that that proper inside morning TV show gig, and I haven't got the call yet.
There we go, Jack Perry. That looks like Carl Bell Warren with him. Old Pez. Pez is not in bad shape at the moment for an old Masters surfer.
Yeah.
So he's doing the run around straight away. He got one wave all the way down the beach, and that's Cale, I think, marching him back up to the corner.
Cale has not stopped talking since he's been running. So.
No, Pez is just going, mate, would you just shut up?
I reckon. I'm surprised Pez hasn't put the foot down yet and trying to get away from him because Carl Bell Warren. But have a look at this.
Yeah, well, here we go. This is a replay. This is Dylan. Now, Dylan Longbottom. Now, there's a name familiar to a lot of surf fans out here. Big float to finish. And he might have connected this through. So this came through at a 5.13 for Dylan Longbottom. It was funny, actually, because I was just walked back up the hotel room. Dylan's van's parked up the top of the hill. So he's been sitting there watching.
What, not the gluten-free donut van?
No, that's your van, mate. The van he sells his surfboards out of. But he's been watching that top of the point section for the last half hour. So he's another guy who's gone, right, I'm going to roll the dice and sit out wide and see what I can get early. Here goes Samba Man surfing for Kingscliff. Sumba just lining it up there. A couple of big backhand turns. Another great backhand surfer.
Looking sharp, old Samba.
Yep, and another Surfing Australia coach as well.
We saw Dylan's daughter Summer earlier on there in the women's heats, and she surfed really well. And look at Samba just looking really sharp off the bottom. Chris turns out of the top. This is why he's a high performance coach with Surfing Australia, because he knows how to do it.
He's high performance, man.
That's right. He's always been like that. Doesn't have the afro he used to have.
No, but he's such a frother, mate. Here we go, and this is Blake Thornton. So this is a pretty mad heat, actually. That was a double up, so he had the high road on that one. But this is a pretty sick heat.
I'm pretty sure we may have called these guys in a heat 15 years ago in a QS somewhere, but this is all these guys have surfed on the tour for a number of years, and as you can see, they haven't lost anything. So some outstanding surfing here in the Masters division, and it's pretty good. These guys, we've got the young guys. They're fit enough to get out the back. These guys are smart enough to get out the back, and so no problems there.
Yeah, these are the old bulls, mate. They sit at the top of the hill and just wait.
Yeah, that's right.
They're not the young bulls who are frothing around trying to catch everything. But this is a really interesting heat. All four of these guys got strong pedigree.
Yeah, definitely.
And at this stage, yeah, Cronulla Sharks in the lead. But once again, it's a good indication of what this event's all about. Just the Masters and just clubs for, well, 2 Sydney clubs, Southside clubs, in fact. Here we go. Look at this.
Yeah, that's Blake.
Let's look for the barrel.
He was for half a second there, Blake Thornton. Now this thing stood up. It was a great-looking wave. He's got to get some turns in. There it is. And the Maroubra crew would be very happy about that. So Blake, his previous wave at 3.88, so that one's going to go better for sure. So this is good, mate. All 4 of these guys have got scores on the board. 5s, 4s. Here we see this thing stand. It was almost trying to barrel there at one stage, Reg.
Yeah, then it just sort of held back. So Blake setting things up on the inside with a couple of nice turn to finish. So he completed that wave nicely. Judges coming back with a 4.18. So nothing huge. You need that big, solid outside manoeuvre. We saw B. Durbidge a couple of heats ago throw down some really good turns on the inside. And there we go, the run.
Yeah, so Blake's going to head back up the corner and try again. So all of these guys are fairly decent heavy water surfers as well. Like, you remember back, like Blake Thornton surfed in that Cape Fear event on the big year in 2016.
Yeah.
And, well, if you live at Maroubra, you've kind of got no choice. You're going to have to throw yourself over the ledge somewhere at some point. But all of them, Jack Perry's made a final at Sunset. Dylan's been one of the craziest heavy water surfers
for
years. Like, you go past his van up there on the hill, he's got a photo of him in a 15-foot chopu.
Yeah.
So, and that's kind of more or less what
he was one of the forerunners, really.
Yeah.
Of hunting out those big bombies and slabs.
He's had an interesting career, because you think about it, like, he surfed kind of competitively, but not. He was more a free surfer at that point. But has kind of then went into tow and heavy stuff as well. But his family lineage is in shaping. Like, his dad's one of the legendary shapers out of Cronulla, and so Dylan's come back. He was in Bali for a bunch of years. He's come back and set up in Cronulla now. So he's surfing for the Cronulla Sharks. So summer.
Because they were South Coast, weren't they?
Yeah, Dylan was South Coast for a while. Then he was Central Coast for a while, and then he was Bali for a bunch of years.
Yeah.
But yeah, back home now, and shaping amazing surfboards.
Ooh.
There's Sumba.
Yeah.
Samba man. Now he's just trying to avoid the rocks there and come in.
Yeah, well, Sophie McCulloch had a bit of skin, bit of bark off from that rock on the inside.
She hit that one, did she?
Yep, she hit that one. She had a good heat, threw away a 7 and a 7.2.
Mate, I just got a feeling when it comes down to teams tomorrow that she might have a say in what happens in the overall result.
Oh, for sure.
She is gnarly.
Yeah, she definitely one of the advantages that North Shore Boardriders have. Of course, they've won this event before, 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was 3 years.
Yeah, just defeated our friends from North Shelley right at the end there. North Shelley, of course, had come second 3 times.
Yeah, here we go. Big drop here for Dylan. Out the back, but not liking the look of that. He's going to kick out. So yeah, kind of a fair bit on the line actually for this heat. Because like you said, it's a pretty stacked heat for the old boys. We've seen Jack Perry on the inside looking. Here we go, Pez lines this thing up. It needs to stand up a little for him. Gets one swooping turn. Going to work it over here. He's already committed to finish it and tags it. Tags the finishing section, but can't stick it.
Yeah, I thought, well, here we go. Just sort of overplayed that one a little bit. Have a look at the Hyundai replay. So just held back a bit at the start of this wave. There he gets this nice swooping turn. Just rebounding off the whitewater and looking at this little inside section. Builds up his speed, but just sort of lost it. That board just flattened out as the fins broke from the wave, and unfortunately for Jack, not knocking that one down. Still looking really sharp. Always had a great style, Jack Perry.
Oh, mate, I surfed with Pez a lot down around home, and, mate, still got it. And you look at the quality of, there's a lot of good surfers around that area, but he's still up in the top mix. And it's going to be, again, there's another club that going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow. So, never quite kind of got within touching distance of the title, never made a final. But then you look at the team on paper and go, ooh, you know,
It should.
Probably that's like a top 4 team there.
Yeah.
Don't want to put the kiss of death. We did that last year with them.
Yeah.
Talked up their chances and they lost the next heat. But
yeah, but no, super strong team though. As you said, it's sort of a lot of depth around Torquay now.
yeah, everyone a lot of the Victorians will be cheering them on. Probably everyone except for Janjuk Boardriders.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't be cheering them on?
They hate Torquay, don't they?
Yeah.
They have, you know, kids, you know, Torquay Public School, you got your Janjuk Boardriders, you got your Torquay Boardriders.
Well, you know what it's over, but you know what it's over? It's getting to surf bells in club events.
Oh.
Because Torquay get to, Juk don't.
Really? Juk don't get to surf bells?
Don't bring it up around, there, mate. Soft, touchy issue.
Is that like, is that in Torquay Boardriders' constitution?
They've written it in, don't worry, mate.
Yeah. Well, look at that. Look at there's the overview of Newcastle from our drone shot. Looking back towards the beach. Obviously, you can see the infrastructure there. Behind us is the beautiful harbour. And, I love coming to Newey. Done a couple of surf fests and used to stay over there. Yeah, one or two. Stay on the other side, but you can always be guaranteed you're going to have a good time. What I like about Newey, like when the steelworks shut, it was... everyone thought that's the death of Newcastle heading our way. It sort of reinvented itself as one of the cooler urban areas of Australia, like great food, nice bars. It's always had the awesome coastline and surf, and probably some of the best ocean bars if you're into swimming a few laps in the whole East Coast.
Yeah, totally. But if you look at it, like the actual setup of it, because it's a really old city. Like it's been here since the 1840s, I think. It's like one of the early European settlements here was, but you walk around the East End, which you're looking at here behind the hotels and the units, like it's all still terrace houses. So
it's unreal.
But it's like walking down Surrey. It's like being in Surrey Hills in Sydney, except you're on the beach.
Yeah,
and they've done up a lot of it. Like they're all done up, and it looks really different to what it looked like 30 years ago when I was here at uni. But this wasn't the end of the coast to be at, but it was, mate. It's beautiful here now. It's like and it's just a magic little corner.
Yeah, it definitely is. So you went to university here. So you lived in Newcastle.
I did a 3-year degree that went for 10 years, Reg.
Ah, yeah, socially acceptable unemployment. I did one of those. Gotta love that.
Yeah, we lived up the East End here for a while. Lived around Merriweather, like all along the coast, Bar Beach, heading south towards the Stretch. Mate, if you're a surfer...
Good town to go to university.
Excellent university town. If your kids out there, if you're thinking about it, I can highly recommend it. A lot of distractions if you're a surfer.
That's all right.
But awesome lifestyle and just a great place. Like perfect mix. You know what it is, Reg? Like it's the mix, because I grew up in a country town. Yeah. So it's the perfect mix of big city and country town.
Country town
you
vibe.
get a bit of feel of both.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like the Gong, like in that way,
like
you know.
Yep.
Remember, here we go, Samba Man. Nice little snap there. Good section ahead of him. Needs to get up into that lip, and he does, and off the back. Unfortunately, that one looked like it was going to stand up for him as he drove into that bottom turn, but not much happening. So Samba, though, look at that. He's got the number 1 in front of his name. So currently, courtesy of his second wave, that's 6.13, he is in the lead. And, in the final 5 minutes, just 4.5 to go in this. And these Masters heats, Shauna, they have been very entertaining.
Oh, it's a big drop. There was plenty of wave when he took off, and then it all disappeared, and then it all reappeared again. Now it bowled out, and he found another little... Oh, he didn't find it. Got out of there.
Yeah.
But it's hard to read, mate. You take off from these things, and you just don't know what they're going to do. But this is big for Kingy. Like Kingscliff are one of those emerging clubs up the far north coast of New South Wales. Just it's one just south of the border of Queensland, and you've been up there a bit, Reggie. Like the place has changed. Yeah. Like 20 years ago, the Kingscliff was full of retirees.
Yeah,
and no one from the Gold Coast would even go there, really. No. But it's now full of young families, and of course the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre is there at Casuarina. As you see Blake Thornton on this inside wave here, not really opening up for him.
Right, it's like...
And it's the whole dynamic of the place has changed, man. You're surfing with kids up there now all the time.
All the time. Well, it's like when Steph Gilmore, burst on the scene as a 17-year-old. You said she was from Kingscliff. I went, where?
Where's that?
Where's that? Never heard of it. Is there surf there? I thought you were from Willumbar.
Yeah, no, but it's it's a really different vibe, mate. To the point where they had a WQS event at Cabarita.
Yeah,
right in the middle, which is the next town down.
No.
So,
they held a CT final at Cabarita.
yeah, they did.
Yeah,
Well,
Bo Emerton.
the man who won it is actually here on site.
Bo Emerton.
He'll
up
tell you
against-
about it.
Yeah, Bo Emerton versus
Noodles.
Noodles. Yeah, Nathan Webster. And I wrote a caption in Surfing World. Nathan and Noodles, and it was fatty and skinny.
How'd that go down?
Went to New Guinea. That was pretty good. It was an old one, but a good one. But
Well, we've lost, mate. It's been strangely quiet from our roving commentator Vaughan Blakey. We haven't heard from him for probably an hour and a half, mate. I wonder why. Vaughan, are you there, mate?
Yeah, thanks, Shauno. I'm down here with Solly Bailey, who is an ambassador for Reef Tip Drinks Co. Now, Reef Tip are one of those awesome companies that is given back to the environment. 10% of all profits from Reef Tip, mate, goes back into planting coral on the Great Barrier Reef. We all know the strife that the Great Barrier Reef's in. What has attracted you to jump on board with Reef Tip?
Yeah, definitely. I think with a company like this, and they're supporting and helping regenerate the reef up there, it's just something giving back. And I think in the end, you got to look outside the box, and when they're giving back to someone else, or you're giving back to somebody else, even for me, I think with surfing, giving back to the young generation and just trying the best to translate anything from yourself to someone else is a cool philosophy. So.
It is cool, and I mean, you're at Byron Bay, mate, which is really close to, the southern tip of the Great Barrier Reef. You haven't had any crown of thorn starfish wash up on the main beach there after Cyclone Seth or anything, have you?
No, not yet. There's just about no beach left, but who knows? They're definitely. I think the jellyfish and all that are starting to come further south, so maybe one day.
No, it's pretty hectic, so it's a wonderful thing to get behind. What about yourself, mate? I mean, we were just chatting about Pipeline. We've seen you win one of the all-time great events there. How's your fizz to get back into the jersey?
Yeah, it's been a pretty wild one. I actually kind of have been teetering on the idea of having the year off, but with the Pipe Masters the way they were just gone, it really fired me up to consider surfing for trying to get back on that world tour, because that was just, they're the waves I dream of surfing. So I've either got to go find myself some crazy waves or knuckle down and compete in these events coming up and try and get back there.
We want to see more of you, mate. We want to. Reef Tip boys, they're also throwing up $2,500 for the club award. So that's for the club that brings the most fire, the most heat, the most club spirit here to the ABB. And as we know over previous years, the crew send it.
They do. They definitely do. And like you pretty much said it all. It's going to be whoever sends it the hardest, all the club spirit, get in there, get mad, and someone will end up, winning that award tomorrow afternoon. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the spirit, and may the best spirit win.
Good on you, Solly. Well, back to you guys. That's Reef Tip, the drinks co. Get on it.
All right, there you go, Reef Tip. And as we hear the hooter sound, here is Samba Man, who was,
he's in the lead, so that's not going to put him further out in front.
No.
So not much doing there. So he had a bit of a flurry there towards the end. And there's a score coming in for Blake.
Yeah, well, he's...
Thornton, this wave here, which is going to
nice.
do something pretty quick. Great first snap and nice clean finish. And little fade back away from the rock. So that's going to go close, scores in. Okay, close, but not close enough. That came at 6.05, so still Samba Man. Now here's Dylan out the back. Just hits that oncoming section. And going to work the reform here. If that's going to do anything for him. He's looking side to side. He doesn't know left or right. What's it going to be?
Just waiting for it to do something.
Coming left. Here we go. Nice backhand snap. We might get a little bonus right in the shorey as well. But whether that's a 6 or not, that's over to the judges. Again, those numbers dropping. It's coming in short. So there it is. Comes in at 5 point. So there it is. So winning the heat, it is Kingscliff. Samba Man takes it out with Dylan Longbottom in second for the Sharkies. Torquay, Jack Perry third. And Maroubra United, Blake Thornton fourth. Coming up after this, Okay, well, here we go. Now we're going to have a second look at this. There's a bit going on in this heat, Reg.
Yeah, it is indeed. This is that opener for Dylan. Yeah, that was his 5.13. Couldn't improve on that. And here we see Blake Thornton just snapping the fins out of the back of that one. This is Blake again. What's he got for us? This is where he's looking for that, what we thought was going to be a tube short.
Yeah. Kind of, if he had his time again, he probably would have thrown a turn at that section.
Yeah.
But, yeah, super interesting heat because all these guys were in the mix. And this was the winning wave here for Sam Man. Second critical turn, and that got him his 6.13. And this got Blake Thornton within a whisker at the end.
Well.
Oh, hang on. Wait up. That wasn't the score.
Yeah, it's a 6.28.
It's gone up. It's nudged him up into first. Well, there you go. All the Maroubra boys are going to be happy about that.
Well, there you go.
Okay, well, a bit of an upset there, Reg. Bit of
Major
controversy.
upset. Oh, yes.
You're watching here the final weekend of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Plenty more right after this.
Fiona's Feeling Swell program is a program through the Surfing Australia where it's creating a better tomorrow by including women and men at any age, any ability, and bringing them together and showing them the love of the ocean and creating a happy, healthy environment.
Okay, welcome back to Newcastle Beach. We have currently got the Asciona Masters out there. The old boys having a run and doing it for their clubs. This is Heat 5 in the water right now from the sunny coast. It's Trevor Salisbury from Kawana, our old mate Lee Winkler from Coffs Harbour, and Adam Melling from Lennox Ballina, and Ash Easton from Phillip Island rounds out the four-person heat here. Welcome back, Reg. Oh, you got a mouthful of food. You can just find the buffet, did you, mate? Don't worry, mate. I've got this. It's all good.
Well, I knew I was leaving it in the hands of true professional, Shauno.
Well, here we go. Straight into it. Here is Adam Melling, a very familiar figure to fans of the World Tour. We saw a lot of him over a lot of time for a number of years. And a lot of great performances, but he's here in a different capacity. Of course, he's here surfing for his club, Lennox Ballina, one of the big established powerhouse clubs from up the north coast of New South Wales. Here's Mello. Straight into it, Reg.
Straight into it. Look at he's looking so sharp. And Adam's been a stalwart for Le Barque for a long, long time. As you said, probably the strongest club on the far north coast, I reckon. Le Barque, they're a major, major force with incredible depth. And have always been knocking on the door of a win here. They've never won it, though.
No, never. You look at them on paper and go, ooh, every year they're going to get pretty close, but it's never quite clicked. But one of these years you just feel like they're going to break through. So that's a pretty solid opener there for Mello, 6.25, and Lennox Ballina are off and running.
Yeah, so Le Barque getting out of the gates in the early stages of this heat. This is the Asciona Masters. And the Masters, like we always say, the old blokes, get the defibrillators ready and all that sort of stuff. But they are fit.
Oh, Trevor Salisbury, the big gouging roundhouse. He kind of just overcooked it a little bit. That was looking sick there at one point. It looked like his board might have just skipped out as he dragged that turn back around. But yeah, there's actually some really solid little punchy sections out there. Let's have a second look at what happened there. As he just wound that thing up. Here we go, a little roll in, didn't look like much, but then suddenly, oh, hang on, there it is. And there, just a little skip out. And that section just ate him, so he couldn't ride on. Yeah, I think it's the first time we've actually seen Kawana.
Yeah, I think so.
We've seen, we saw, well, it's traditionally been North Shore and Noosa have been the two Sunshine Coast clubs we've seen here in the last couple of years, but it's good to see new club in. Very strong surfing area. They're up there on the sunny coast. Oh, quickly, just having a look at this. Here we go, Mello again. Adam Melling drives off the bottom, straight up, fin throw turn into a reverse. And he's going to whip it around. He's going to make this thing pay now. He's already sitting on a 6.25. Now, has he got something better? Oh, and another
again
violent fin throw. That was sick.
What do you reckon? That's going to better his 6.25?
Yeah, I think we've just seen the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah. Have a look at this on the replay. Just hooks it straight up into the reverse and just sets another one up the inside. Just looking so sharp even through that little flat section. So Adam Melling getting a lot of speed out of this board and bang.
Like the only thing working against it, Reg, is wasn't a big wave. It was a smaller wave, but geez, he's absolutely lit it up. But yeah, the old boys really throwing a bit of heat out here in the Masters. And speaking of, we just saw a last-minute win for Maroubra United. Blake Thornton is down there with our own form, Blakey.
Might not have any cartilage left in the knees. We can hear the bones creaking all the way from the beach, but the Masters are bringing it. And Blake managed to get a sneaky win there and was a really competitive heat.
Yeah, it was tight. I couldn't hear a thing. I probably spent the hour before my heat deliberating whether to go out the back, the shorey, out the back, shorey. I just followed Bede's kind of path. He's a bit of a tactician. I saw him surf the shorey, so that was enough for me.
Mate, the conditions are so challenging. I mean, it is just wild at sea out there. But you were saying earlier, it's just like an average day at the Dunny Bowl.
Yeah, it's the similarities to Maroubra are pretty crazy. So I felt pretty comfortable out there. I knew what kind of like, you wanted one just behind a wave, the ones that jack up. It took me 19.5 minutes to kind of get that one, but I mean, I don't know, I couldn't hear a thing. I came in, I didn't know what the boys had done that went out the back. And then yeah, I've got the boys behind me here, and yeah, they were biting their fingernails, and the score came in, and they've been going berserk. So look, we'll take it. We'll take a win.
Mate, tell us a little bit about how the club's going at the moment. The cheer squad is easily the loudest right now. Where are you going, boys? Yeah, where are you at as a club, and do you reckon you can go all the way this year?
Look, we're always thereabouts. We were fortunate enough to get a wild card. We come from like probably the deepest region, more clubs than any other region. We finished 4th in the final, and so we missed out by one. You know, the guys at Surfing Australia were kind enough to give us a wild card. I think based on performance, and then obviously like the kind of the characters we bring here, you know, the good team environment, the atmosphere that these guys bring along. So look, we're here to do our best. As a team tomorrow, like we can definitely mix it up. We seem to really gel well when we do the tag team side of things.
Well, congrats on the W, mate, and yeah, keep going with that extremely well lubricated support team.
Yeah, I think the Maroubra boys might have been up the reef tip bar, Reg, for an early start.
Yes, well, I think I noticed the old Maroubra tradition of someone dropping his boardies towards the camera. But there you go. There's some great surfing there from Blake Thornton. Speaking of great surfing, well, Adam Melling, that's second wave of his, or third wave, I should say, 7.5, so did up the ante on his first wave, so big, solid.
Oh.
Nice shot. Who's that?
That's I think it's actually Easton there on backhand on the drone shot. But there's some flaring going on here with the old boys. Like you said, Borno said the knees are creaking. But yeah, he's throwing some heat. Yeah, it was. Look at this thing. Look at it square up and just tagged it. Sick backhand turn. But then cooked the second one and didn't ride out, so they're not going to score the second turn.
What a shame.
Which is a real shame, because that probably had 7-point ride written over it.
Yep. Just, yeah, didn't do the job with that second turn.
There is an interesting pattern kind of developing a little bit, Reg, and Blake Thornton just touched on it. It's a bit of a crazy lineup at the moment. It's all over the place. But a few of these teams actually, their home beaches are like this.
Yeah.
Like Maroubra particularly, it's like Warno said, that rip bowl is like the Maroubra Dunny Bowl, which is the famous section kind of towards the north end. And like Phillip Island is probably like, a lot of these guys, they've got some good reef breaks, but Woolamite Beach break, it's generally pretty wild and woolly.
Yep.
It cops a lot of swell, it's open, it's open to everything the ocean throws at it. And we've seen, and actually he's from Woolamite. So you've seen the Phillip Island crew stand up today, like in the opens, we had a win. It's pretty much, it's feeling like home. So it's going to be, I don't know, I've got a feeling tomorrow, Reg, because we see Trevor Salisbury from Kawana here just smashing that something weird's going to happen. The traditional power structure.
You reckon it's going to change?
Well, it might, mate. If ever you're going to get a year where you're going to get a wild card winner,
it'll be this sort of conditions.
This year, because it's, mate, the surf is just big and unruly and all over the place.
So do you think, clubs where their home beach is more sort of refined, predictable, Snapper, North Narrabeen, they won't be able to cut it tomorrow. Is that what you're saying, Sean?
Well,
we're going to see the end of Snapper and North. They're not going to make the final.
I'm calling it right here now. That's the end of the dynasty, mate. It's all over.
It's all over. Snapper Rocks, North Narrow, they're gone.
I'm just saying, mate, that just be prepared for something weird to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, well, think about that.
Saying.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of clubs, like you said. Merriweather's a classic example as well. Big open ocean swells come through there. But East Coast Australia, the thing is, all these, since they're 10 Boardriders clubs, it's not often they call off a club event.
No.
And even when they do, everyone sort of heads out anyway, just to sort of deal with it. So it's sort of like a rite of passage. If it's 6, 8 foot closing out, you have to go out.
Send them out.
And I think you could be right. It's going to be interesting to see. And if they do not make the final, it'll just turn to me and say, "Told you."
Yep.
Told you.
Yeah, when at the finals, North Narrabeen, Snapper, Avoca.
That's right. We were wrong. But at the moment, though, there's only just under 9 minutes left. You can see from those scores, Adam Melling with a 7.5. It's a substantial lead. Not sure what's going on with Coffs Harbour. Who's out there for them?
Wink.
Lee Winkler.
Yep. But, mate, you know where he'd be? I guarantee you he's dropped the anchor way out the back. Yeah, there he is. You can just see him at the top of the screen. He just popped up there. So he's sitting out in the shipping lanes, just dodging the coal freighters because he's looking for something big.
Yeah, well, Lee, very experienced competitor, of course. He was on the Pro Tour for a number of years. He runs a surf school up there at Coffs. He's been doing that for a long time, actually. One of the more successful, bigger operations on the north coast of New South Wales. Lee Winkler out the back, just looking to open in. He doesn't need, it's one wave. So all he needs is 7.51.
Well, mate, he's surfed about 1 million heats in his life, so he knows what's going on. So he knows this is just best one wave. He knows he only needs one wave, so he's not going to muck around on the inside and catch 20 of them. He's going to sit wide and just see if he can find the one. So he's gone big game hunting out the back.
Yeah, we'll see how that strategy does or does not work in his favour. Looks like on the inside, the man from Kawana having with this little right-hander.
Yeah, late drop there from Trevor Salisbury. A little pocket jam and that wave just backed off and it might go again. There's that cutback. Sets it up again. A little float. He went the kind of floating, carving 360 there. Didn't stick it.
Yeah, shame he'd finish that one off.
But mate, he's in pretty big company out there with your Adam Mellings and Lee Winklers, but he's holding his own. Looking pretty comfortable. Great airdrop there, a little pocket jam. And then just work this thing over. Just couldn't quite get a finish in, so it's not going to be it's not going to take the lead. It's 4.08.
Yeah, if he made that last turn, I reckon he would have jumped up into second. That's a big lead to chase. That's 7.5. And we saw Adam Melling throw down his third wave. And a bit of a beach run, a beach walk. That's all happening here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Grand Final. Of course, this is the individual day. These placings looking to decide the seeding order. What the hell was that?
Well, there's Lee. Yep, that's Wink. And the roll of the dice hasn't really worked. It's come up snake eyes. He's fallen on that one and then turned around, and there's just another set about to mow him down. So he's going to get flushed through to the inside now. And I don't think he's found his score. There it is, a 3.78 for Lee Winkler. So a lot of waiting there for Wink. What are we down at 5 minutes now? He's going to have to scrap it out. But mate, have a look at him. He's built to scrap.
Oh, totally.
Wink, he's about 4 foot tall and like a little pit bull, mate. He will scrap all day.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to make his way back out, or is he? Yeah, he's going to head back out for one last throw of the dice on those bigger sets. So his tactic, of course, he knows he needs a 7.51. Figures the only way to get it is to get a solid one from outside. So fairly tight situation for second, third. Of course, these heats aren't about progressing through to the next round. It's all about building the points for your club. So the top 8, of course, they'll be seeded from today's results. Top 8 miss the first round.
They get a sleep in, Reg, like you as well.
Get a sleep in.
You got a sleep in this morning.
Yeah, well,
some of us were up early.
I didn't realise. I didn't look at my phone to say get here at 8:15. So I was here at 4:15, ready to go, checking the surf out, working out what the wind was doing, what tides will be doing.
You're getting home at 4:15.
No, those days are long gone, Sean. Surfest 98 you talked about.
Yeah, or maybe. Yeah, they were the good old days. But it's a bit more refined up the East End these days.
That's right.
But the old Surfest days were it was always about a good time here at Newcastle. Daylight, night time, it didn't matter.
Yeah. But Sean, lunchtime, mate, a little bit peckish. You know, if you had the option, I'd be looking for some of that sombrero Mexican, but I don't have the option. I know someone who does.
If you were a roving commentator looking for a free lunch, where would you go, Reg?
I'd be straight into the sombrero tent, and lo and behold, look who's there. There, see?
Well, never miss out on a free lunch, but we all know surfing is so good for the mind, the body, and the soul. But what about the taste buds? Luckily, we've got Zambrero on board as one of the true support partners of grassroots surfing. Sam and Liam, welcome to the Australian Boardriders Battle Finals. It is wonderful to have Zambrero here. What was it about this comp that made you guys want to attach this great company to it?
We're stoked to be partnering with Surfing Australia, and especially for this competition. And days like today really show you the perfect synergy that we have with Zambrero and Surfing Australia. We're all about feel good mix, feel good from the inside, feel good from the outside, and surfing is a number one in terms of making you feel that buzz on the waves. There's nothing like riding high.
I don't think there's a surfer alive who doesn't love Zambrero's Mexican. Every single person wants that freshness, wants that goodness, wants that electrifying jalapeno burn. And, you know, on a day like today, it just makes you feel so good to have that extra energy to get out there.
There's nothing like a burrito for a post-surf refuel. Really hits the spot.
It does, it does. Tell us a little bit about how the relationship came about and also what you have planned for the future with Surfing Australia.
We were looking for a partnership that really filled our values as much as theirs. We wanted someone who had perfect synergy. The team at Surfing Australia are brilliant to work with, and what we can do with them is really ride on feel good from the way it makes you feel, the way you interact with your environment, and then the food that Zambrero, the buzz you get and the lift you get during that refuel.
Well, let me assure you, it feels good right here in the belly. Liam, mate, you're a big-time local around here, and Zambrero is well established in the Hunter. Tell us a little bit about your impact on the local community.
Yeah, mate, we have 5 stores in the Hunter Valley area, so we're at Westfield, Katara, Beaumont Street, out at Singleton, Muswellbrook, and Cessnock. Part of Merriweather Surf Lifesaving Club, so we kind of grow up on the beach, and my staff, I would say 80% of my staff are nippers and junior SRCs, and they come through, so the tide's really strong with us. You know, we love being on the beach, and there's no better place to be with a burrito, so we were stoked to see that Zambrero's had partnered with you guys. It's just a perfect match, and it's just great to tie the two together. So
unreal, mate. Well, it's great to have you here. I mean, we're here in your town, so thank you very much. Yeah. And I can't wait to rip into Zambrero with you guys right now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Borno. Yeah. Two chicken burritos up here. Thanks, mate, while you're at it.
Exactly. It's Zambrero. theme. We said it once, twice, Zambrero. We don't. That's some burritos. That's what you do for Borno. Showing us how it's done, Sean. That's what you do.
Yep. It's called playing the game, Reg.
Yeah, well, looking after our long-term and valuable sponsorship. We love a partner here at Surfing Australia. And of course, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle happening out there right now with the Acciona Masters. They're a good fit too. You know, they've been carbon neutral since 2016, Sean.
Yeah, before it was fashionable, mate.
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, Adam Melling just overcooked that thing a little bit. It's not going to matter.
Could have been
30 seconds. He's still got the lead, well and truly.
Snap of the round.
Yeah.
Could
Jeez,
have
he's looking kind of deadly.
Adam
Melling.
Looking relaxed.
He's looking really sharp.
Well, there's only a few seconds left in this one, Sean, and I think Adam at this stage is pretty well safe in first position unless we see someone do catch one last wave like we saw with Blake Thornton in the earlier heat, and very tight for second.
It's good for Lennox Ballina. This is interesting. Here we go on the bell here. Yeah, that was Ash Easton there for Phillip Island. Now he's going to hold on for second, which is a good result for the Island crew. Lennox Ballina is going to take it out, which is interesting, mate. This is shaping up. I haven't seen their full team, so I'm not sure exactly who's here. But if Mello's in the Masters, then you guarantee there's probably another strong open surfer underneath him. And they could be doing something tomorrow. If he keeps surfing like this.
Yeah. This is the high score. This is 7.5. And out the back, Zash at this section. Wow. Critical turn.
And, mate, he'd be regretting that because that was a 7 or an 8 just waiting. Yeah, Trevor Salisbury from Kawana got going early, looked pretty solid out there. Kept them in the mix. This is actually a tough heat because all of these guys got waves.
Yeah.
Probably with the exception of Wink, who's still got waves anyway, and managed to get Coughs up into third place.
So there you go. So yeah, not a bad looking heat there. Congratulations. So there's the overview. Looking pretty nice here in the afternoon. Had a couple of scores come through, but nice sunny conditions here at Newcastle Beach as we continue with the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle, and we'll be back with more right after this.
There's nothing coming, see all the signs, and all that you want to do is take the ride.
At the end of the day, we're trying to grow and grow sustainably. We've got a good sized parcel of land here in Pineangle. Pineangle's as lean and green as we can get. We're equidistant from Adelaide, Melbourne. We're 9 hours drive from Sydney. So we're in a very good position. We're right on the river. Andrew Beast Wines has got a good water holding strategy. So we're definitely trying to grow our business. Our wines this year will be 100% vegan whites and reds.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows, your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, Reg, there you go, mate. You should go for a little lunchtime dip in the Newcastle Ocean Bars, mate. Very famous landmark here in Newcastle.
That's a classic, isn't it? I've got a mate from here at Newcastle, Pete Ryan from Merriweather.
Yep.
His hobby is to swim every ocean pool. He's done everyone in New South Wales.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a fair. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, all the way down the south coast up to the north coast.
Okay, well, cleaning up that last heat and doing it pretty well, making a bit of a statement for Lennox Ballina was Adam Melling, and he's down there with Vorno, I think.
There he goes, the World Cup champ. He's done it again here for LeVar. Mello, congrats. Mate, it's a lot of water moving around out there. It's a bit like sunset.
It was just dead set washing machine out there. So much water pushing out, and then I was like, I got a pretty good one, I thought, and then paddled out the back and went to close out. Yeah, it's pretty hectic, but...
Mate, the standard of the Masters is out of control. I didn't realise you were old enough to even be a Master, but how did you find it paddling out against a few old foes?
Mate, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, the Masters division is pretty hectic. I remember the year before last, it was like Bede and Otts, all the guys I used to
travel with, but yeah, now I'm old enough and it's pretty good. It's hard.
Yeah, oh, it's so hard, mate. Labar is such a strong club, always has been, but one of those clubs that we want to see break through and get into that top echelon, and a big win here would really make a statement.
Yeah, we've done all right at other club events and stuff, but never too good here. So, you know, the Woody psyched me up this year, had a year off last year, and yeah, we want to do good here, real bad.
And what about the team, mate? The boys were saying they were expecting you to surf open, so who have you got as your secret weapons in that division?
Well, we've got Woody and Mikey, those guys. Woody rips, Mikey's coming through, he surfs so good. So, yeah, we've got a good little run of surfers, so hopefully we can bring it through.
Unreal, mate. Well, congrats on the W there, and we'll see you tomorrow on the teams event.
Well, there you go. So, yeah, strong team, Labar Boardriders. And, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do go tomorrow, Shauno. And, Mikey McDonough, he's talking about James Wood. So, who else could it be? Stewie Kennedy, is he Labar?
Well, he is.
Yeah.
If he's around, I don't know. I think they would have name dropped him in there if he was, if he'd made the trip. Nixie Ryan's their female surfer, and she's pretty good value.
Yeah.
So there it is. This is the last heat in the water now of the Arciona Masters.
Wow.
And it's a bit of a doozy.
Yeah.
Our old mate Travis Lynch surfing for the local club here at Merriweather. Josh Kerr out for Snapper Rocks. Steve McGregor out for Jones Beach down there on the south coast. And the last surfer, there is our old mate John O'Shade
I knew it would be.
Avoca. So again, mate, you've got three of the traditional powerhouse clubs, Merriweather, Snapper and Avoca, in this one. All those clubs have won the ABB before.
Yep.
So here we go, game on.
John O'Shade there for Avoca. Such a great surfer. And, yeah, just couldn't make much of that. This would be a reminder him of being down at the Pines.
It could be,
Avoca.
Yep. Like it's, yeah, he's sitting right at the tip of the point, so he's hoping for one of those big open lefts. There's Travis Lynch, our old mate, as well.
Yeah.
And Josh Kerr. Now, this is going to be interesting to watch because Kersey, of course, well, you know, a world tour veteran, mate. He made a heap of finals. You know, he's made a Pipe Masters final. He's made finals everywhere. But he's one of those guys, mate, who I reckon technically has actually got better.
Yeah.
And since retiring from the tour, and just no one, I don't think anyone has surfed better waves than him in the last couple of years. He's had the magic touch, and he's found great waves. But he is for Snapper, he could be a stick of dynamite here, because put him into the mix, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be Josh last year was one of the standouts in the event for obvious reasons. And here he goes. He'll be on one of his little twin fins.
Yeah, look how short that thing is. He's the short rail master.
Just loves it. You know, one of the first to bring the aerial game as a standard part of his repertoire.
Well, that's where it all started for him, mate. He was one of the original air show guys, and he made a career out of that, you know, just on its own before he even started with the World Tour. But a great all-round surfer, great in heavy waves. Like, it won't even matter. Like, he's not like a small wave kind of fly boy. He'll be comfortable in big solid surf as well.
Yeah, I had a run with him. He was in Threadbow snowboarding this year here in Sarah. Down there with staying in a lodge with Chris Marta, who's the CEO of Surfing Australia, and had a run with him. And he snowboards like he surfs.
Yeah, but he's one of those guys, mate. Like, you try and play him in a game of darts or something.
He's into it.
Oh, mate, painful. Just one of those guys who's good at everything.
Yeah.
You know? So, but I reckon Snapper, a lot of their hopes will be riding on his performances here, and it'll also be interesting to see whether his daughter Sierra is going to put a jersey on tomorrow and surf in the teams. She's here. She absolutely shreds. And, but they've got two really good female surfers, Snapper. So there's the club flag flying in the breeze. I reckon they've sent a pretty strong team. Like with Snapper, like we said, you could probably send 3 or 4 teams because they're one of the traditional. Yep. With those in North Narrabeen are probably regarded as Australia's two strongest clubs.
Yeah, that's
over
fair to say.
50 or whatever it is years they've been running.
Yeah, they're both over 50 years since they were established, which is pretty amazing. And they've both, well, have a look at the generations of surfers they've thrown onto the world stage. So, yeah, that's why they're the ones everyone wants to beat.
Oh, yeah, everyone hates them.
Oh, yeah, that's standard. Standard.
Well, they're so good. That's the thing, you know. All the other clubs, they're one of those clubs that everyone else loves to hate.
Yeah.
But they, you've got to admit, they are just bloody good. Oh, look at this set, mate. Whoever's out the back is doing a little duck diving at the moment.
Yeah, well, Bede reckons he did 50 duck dives out there
to get one wave.
Yeah.
You're getting a full rinsing out there. See, there's that left. So they're there.
Yeah, that was a nice wave.
But just being in the right spot at the right time is a bit of a challenge at the moment. Seeing someone up on the inside there. That looked like Kersey, I think. But we'll find him in a second.
Yeah, it was just a quick in and out there, I think.
If you want to see Josh Kerr, mate, you can just buy the latest copy of Surfing World. Big double page of him doing a big wraparound cutty, which we're probably going to see one of those in this heat.
Well, I did buy it, Sean.
Did you?
Yeah, I had to buy it.
As a former owner and editor, don't they give you that magazine? Don't they send it out to you?
I used to be on the subs list, and somehow Surfing World changed hands, and the new owner, new editor, new publisher cut me off. Can you believe it? Yeah, 10 years of editor, 15 years of owning the magazine.
What a heartless bastard that guy must be.
I can't believe it, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, next time I see him, I'll be letting him know. As we see Josh Kerr on the inside, nice little snap coming around this section. This little twin fin of his just gets a lot of speed out of it. He loves it. He's really been experimenting with those boards in all sorts of conditions. As you said, he has surfed some perfect waves over the last 2 years. He hasn't been held back by the pandemic. Spent some fair bit of time in Indo without crowds and just having the time of his life. I remember watching, you'd see all those Instagram posts and go, really?
Yeah, well, Kersey, of course, you know, but like lives in America as well. A lot kind of bounces between the two. He bounces to wherever there's surf, really, wherever the best waves are. But that allowed him to, in the pandemic, to actually get to Indo when we couldn't. So we had to watch him for 3 months, just surf perfect Indo.
Yeah.
And Sierra was with him, his daughter. They had a couple of wild trips of just perfect waves.
Yeah.
Just little plug there for the HPC. Reg, you can go and tune your surfing up.
Yeah, tune your surfing up. Yeah, get on the tramp, do a couple of cork 1080s.
Get in the foam pit.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the business the HPC does, actually. Of course, Surfing Australia's High Performance Centre, based up at Casuarina there on the north coast. Like, obviously geared towards the top end as well. Like, you know, the Olympic team, you know, works out of there, and and a lot of the pro crew work out of there. But they also do sessions and camps and weekends for punters as well, who just want to tune their own surfing up.
Yeah, even old blokes.
Old blokes, like you and me.
Yeah, go to tune our surfing.
There he is. Well, he's not an old bloke, it's Travie Lynch. Just over frothed on that first big turn. Of course, he's one of the legendary figures of this event, mate. We love him here at Newcastle Beach. Of course, Travis surfing from Merriweather, just around the corner. A lot of history here. Some amazing, some not so amazing.
That's right. He had one of the great performances, but excellent surf. Has been, well, you know, one of the top juniors in Australia for a long time, and then didn't really chase the Pro Tour dream. He just like becoming a pastry chef and hanging out at Newey. And
he was a postie for a while here in Newey, but yeah, funny bugger and one of the real characters, mate. And like the year Merriweather won the final here, 2018, I think it was.
Yeah.
Mate, he played a huge part in it. He was an absolute mad dog that day. He went out and surfed because they had to surf 4 times, I think, and which, you know, Travie's not always at fighting weight, you know. It's but mate, he went out there and absolutely, you know, owned it.
Yeah,
got Merriweather home.
Very solid surfer. Had a nice cover on Surfing World.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you put him on the cover?
Put it on the cover of Surfing World. Then we put it on a poster at top of Kira Surf.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at the Gold Coast, just to annoy Surfing Life, because they thought they owned the Gold Coast, and we had a massive big Travis Lynch poster shot up at North Stradia, actually, by the legendary John Frank.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. That was a great trip. Surf World Grombash trips. As we see...
There's Steve McGregor from Jones Beach down there, just south of Wollongong, near Kiama. Now it lines up. Oh, it finally gave him a section. And he went over the handlebars on it. So it's good to see the Jones Beach crew.
Yeah,
a bit of an underground mob. But mate, they've got here and they've beaten a lot of big teams to get here through the regionals.
Oh, 100%.
So,
like, it's not easy getting through that division. We had last year we had an event at Jones Beach for Southern Division here at the Boardriders Battle. So the ABB, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, all these elimination events regionally held all around Australia.
Yeah, it goes for like 6 months.
Yeah, and they're deep. Those events, there's usually 12 to 16 clubs in it. Yep. Only 3 make it through, 3 or 4. So it gives you an idea of the depth of Boardriders Club in Australia. And as we see, some decent scores have been locked in, but still only the highest score, 3.3 out there for John O'Shea from Avoca. But we're just going to cross down to JJ, who's relaxing at the Reef Tip tent.
Yeah, I know. I think this is probably one that you want to do, Reg. I'm down here at the VIP tent, the Reef Tip Drinks Co. And what an initiative. We talked about it earlier, Shauna, about these guys giving back 10% to help the Coral Nurture Program up the Great Barrier Reef, which is obviously a huge issue at the moment. And whatever these guys can do, it's great to have them here at Newcastle. And also down here and doing the best. Like, just think, every time you have a drink, kind of helping the Barrier Reef, which confuses me a little bit, but it's a pretty good combination. And Shauna, you're at Surfrider there. I know that's environment and something like this is a great combination and something that's really beneficial to surfers and surfing and the Barrier Reef.
Great to see business getting in behind it, JJ. And I think it's 10% of revenue goes to the reef, which kind of needs it at the moment, mate. It's facing a very uncertain future.
I think
is how you put it.
I think that's a very astute observation. Yeah, nice way to put it. But yeah. And one of the iconic locations of the world. But yeah, thanks to Reef Tip sort of putting their money where their mouth is. At the moment, though, people who aren't putting their money where their mouth is the performances during this heat. This is
shaped up like a big one, Reg.
I know, it really did, but they just haven't been able to find the ways. I think the tide's having a bit of a problem, causing a few problems. Our surfers struggling to find anything to offer much scoring opportunity. And here's Josh Kerr.
Racing around this and finds a section but loses it.
Yeah.
So he is riding those short boards. Like by far he'd be on the shortest boards of anyone in the Masters division. Which is kind of his deal. He can surf pretty much anything in those, but you can see that they kind of worked against him. He had to chase that, and the wave got a bit wobbly, and he spun out there. So, yeah, like you said, mate, look, John O'Shea's winning this with a 3.38 at the moment. And what do we got? 3.5 minutes to go.
That's what I mean,
It's flown.
But look at that. So you got Josh Kerr's scored 7 waves.
Yeah.
The high score of 2.88. And obviously not what we're anticipating from any of these surfers, but the high score, as you said, John O'Shea. Here goes Josh. Can he get something going finally? Off the bottom, throws it up, critical turn in the lip, straight into another quick jamming snap, and needs to finish this one. Kersey. That's what the snapper boys would be saying right now.
Yeah, but I reckon, mate,
he's moved into first.
He's got into first at least.
Yeah.
With 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So a foamy one again. He had to fight to keep that board on rail. Straight up, got the first section and whipped the second one. It would have been nice. The third one would have iced it. Yeah. But it's going to at least, you'd reckon, get him up into first place. And then he's just got to hang on for a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, probably about 1.5 points. Went begging with not completing that last turn. But Josh looking really sharp through those that first section. And yeah, 2 minutes remaining. So Josh Kerr looking to take the lead. And you said this is the final heat of the Masters?
It is, mate. Yep, we're into the grommets, the juniors.
The grommets, the juniors. There was talk of the juniors not going out because it was too big. I thought,
Mate,
the juniors, they're 17 and they're half of the best surfers in every club.
And they're 6'4".
Yeah.
And they'll surf anything.
Yeah.
So there it is, 4.33 for Josh Kerr. takes him up into first place.
Yeah, well, it's a good position for the snapper crew, looking to secure a seeding through that first round. Yeah, it's going to be a big day tomorrow. So, great concept here, of course. Each surfer representing a particular division for each club, and the results table to determine the seedings for tomorrow's teams event. I was saying earlier to JJ, $1 million in prize money is being given out
in total
over the years during
from
the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle over the last 9 years. That's pretty substantial.
That is huge.
Yeah,
you know, all the presenting sponsors over the years, there's been a few of them, and all that money's been ploughed back into club surfing, which is the grassroots side of it.
Yeah.
Here in the country, a lot of it goes to most of that trickles down to the juniors and to send juniors onto trips and contests and to develop their surfing. Here goes Travie Lynch. He's not a junior anymore, but he is still ripping there. Oh no!
What a bummer.
He was on his way
to winning the heat.
I think if he sticks that last turn, he's probably won the heat, but he's just lost it.
Man, I want to see that replay. That was nice surf. He just drove off the bottom with that turnaround, as you'll see in the Hyundai replay. Yeah, he's looking nice through here. Swooping little turn, setting it up. You can see mine, this lip, bang! But unfortunately, just didn't ride out of that one. And there you hear the beach announcer, Tez McKenna, doing the countdown.
Yeah, there it is. He's going to do the countdown and the rebel yell as well.
That's right. Yeah, Tessa does the
Billy Idol rebel yell, mate. It's like if you shut your eyes, it actually sounds exactly like Billy Idol. It's like Billy Idol's there singing it.
Because he did the Billy Idol show.
Well, Tez, he does. Well, he does. He confronts the. Well, Tez, he sleeps in a leather jacket.
Yeah, I know.
He's halfway to Billy Idol anyway.
That's right.
But no, he's going to do it for the final tomorrow, he said. He's going to do the rebel yell.
Australia's greatest beach commentator.
It's going to be like Bells. Starts the day with Hell's Bells.
We're going to finish with Rebel Yell.
We're going to finish with Rebel Yell.
Too
final
good.
Here tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's too good. Did we see the heat recap? Kersey, Phil.
Yeah.
Disappointing for everyone on the beach.
Well, it was shaped up pretty well on paper. It didn't really get there, but a whole heap of scrappy scores ended up with Josh Kerr in first, which is good news if you're a Snapper Rocks fan, mate.
Yeah, very good news. Of course, we'll be back with the round of the juniors, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, continuing right after this.
Fiona's Feeling Swell program is a program through the Surfing Australia where it's creating a better tomorrow by including women and men at any age, any ability, and bringing them together and showing them the love of the ocean and creating a happy, healthy environment.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. It is on. Junior surfers hitting the lineup after the crusty old relics have just wound up with a big win for Josh Kerr. Snapper Rocks out in the water right now. We have North Narrabeen against North Stain, the Cronulla Sharks and Labar. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth with my good pal, Stace Galbraith, coach, commentator, podcaster. What don't you do, mate?
Do a little bit in the surf realm, but not as much as you, my friend. You are the oracle, and thank you for your services, mate. I know you keep a lot of us sane when we're out on the road and keep us well fed with surf froth, so thank you for that, Vorno.
Absolute pleasure, mate. There's nothing better than just getting tapped in to professional surfing, and right now we're seeing the future of professional surfing with this young fella up and running in the white for North Stain.
That was a great start there. That'll calm the nerves of the North Stain crew. I was speaking with Richie Lovett down there earlier, and he's quietly confident with the team they're packing. And with the juniors stand out like that, I think they're off to a good start.
Richie Lovett, I saw him down there with a huge flask of
rosé.
No, it wasn't what I was thinking. Labar up and riding here. No, I was just thinking of the lemon juice, getting the throat all warmed up for the WSL leg that's coming to Australia soon. I know that Ronnie Blakey, his commentating pal, anchor, he's watching right now at home with Anthony Belnello. They're trying to keep an eye on the NASA team and how they're going, both members of North Ave Surf Riding Association. And I asked Ronnie what he's doing to prepare for the Aussie leg, and he said me and Bogues are just sitting here shaving each other's chests. He wants to smooth down, be really slick. So you can see a nice smooth Ronnie Blakey when the WSL kicks off again.
Well, that makes perfect sense. Obviously, Gabriel Medina having a year off this year, and he was the smoothest, hairiest man on on tour. So
makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Ron will look good in that role.
If it's good for the surfers, I think it doesn't hurt to sort of take on what they're doing, shave down as well.
They
works for the three-time world champion.
That's right, and they set the tone, and we follow their lead. So on your dog, well done, mate.
So a 4.25, North Stain off to a fly here. And isn't it great to be back at Newcastle? Some of my fondest memories as a young cadet journalist with Tracks Magazine. Actually, the first contest I ever went to, I got a ride up here to Surfest. I remember getting in a lift at Noah's across the road there, and who got in? Kelly Slater, just, froze. Turned into a statue instantly. Didn't even know how to be in the same space as this guy who I'd seen in magazines forever. And, surfing, pro surfing has always had a presence here. Obviously, Mark Richards, Matt Hoy, Luke Egan, the list goes on. But in the last couple of years, just having that elite presence really ramp up. The ABB and all the world champions and legends that brings into the city. Surfest, of course, still going. And the big one, the CT last year, which you were working on and a part of, mate. I was talking to Luke Egan earlier. He said it had the biggest impact on this city that any surf comp has had in years. And I just think that the performances and everything we're seeing this year in this ABB is a real testament to that.
Yeah, I agree. As we see young lad from North Narra up and riding here. This looks like another good settler if he can get a good finish here. That'll get Hoggy and the team nice and prepared for the final 3/4 of this heat with just under 15 minutes remaining. But getting back to having a CT in your hometown as a grommet, I can speak to that. Obviously growing up on the Gold Coast, it just has such a long-lasting effect. You get to see your heroes, you get to see the best of the best right on your doorstep, and it stays with you forever.
It does. Well, speaking of staying with us forever, hopefully he does. It's JJ, and he's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat, Josh Kerr.
Yeah, Josh Kerr, always such a great surfer to watch, always put on such a good display, Kersey. You had fun out there and got the win for Snapper once again.
I wouldn't say I had fun, but I got the win, I guess. It was actually way harder than I thought. Once I got out there, I paddled out. And the heat before mine, at the end, when I was out there, I could see these nice rights. I'm like, oh, this is going to be so fun. And as soon as that heat started, I just felt like I was duck diving, taking off on foam balls, had no idea where I was. And somehow I kind of linked a couple turns together. But I wouldn't say it was my best display of surfing.
Every time I see you riding a twin fin, you make me want to get one straight away. The sales must be booming after you riding these things.
For me, it's just, since I got off the tour, I was like, I want to be just as motivated as ever to go surfing. Surfing's given everything in my life. So for me, it was just experimenting with equipment. I feel like it's like how I'm kept, the rebirth inside me to keep me fired up and keep surfing, try and keep up with my daughter and surf every day with her and that. So it's motivates me, so hopefully it motivates others.
Mate, the way she's surfing, she's going to be hard to keep up with. She's absolutely ripping.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so fun to watch her progress over the last few years, and I'm excited to see what comes for her.
Last year, Snapper, so close to the third victory. You guys finished second. You put on a great performance last year. Any insights into how the club's feeling, or any change in strategy, or just repeat and hope for the number one spot?
Yeah, it's going to be a battle out there tomorrow, in a tag team format with these types of conditions. It's going to be really fun to watch, to be honest. It's going to be a lot of close battles. It's going to kind of even out the playing field a lot. And, it's going to be a bit more strategy, I think, involved with these kind of conditions. So we'll kind of be the best club that kind of can just put all of it together.
Yeah, unreal. Well, so good to see you back here, and great show just then.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, guys. Back up to you.
Thanks, JJ. Conditions here are very challenging, but Kersey getting the twin fin to really work for him in that last heat. Pretty interesting, Stace. I spoke to Joel Parkinson the other day, who's been retired for a few years now, and he said he hasn't even stepped foot on a thruster since he retired. So that's pretty interesting as we look at this replay here from Cronulla. Kalani Vanderpolder, and wow, he's really giving it some on this back bank. Throws it up and over.
Come on.
No, doesn't ride out.
Wow, the judges would have had a lot on their plate there if he had ridden out of that. It would have been raining big scores.
Well, mate, the Hyundai Australian Board Riders battle, we're well and truly deep into this day of the individual rides. Competition all about getting the seeding points for tomorrow. Some beautiful surfing here. This is our guy from North Stain. It is Fletcher Kelleher, and really nice style. It's classic. You can almost pick the surfers who these kids have been influenced by in the way that they surf.
Definitely.
There's a lot of Ryan Callanan in that kid, and no surprise to see the Billabong sticker on the nose as we now join in. As a good snap to slide from Harry O'Brien.
Scrap dog all the way from Lennox. He's one of my favourites, this young kid. He's got a great attitude. He goes for it.
Yeah, Le Bar is one of those clubs, isn't it? A high performer, always does extremely well in every single club challenge. You heard Adam Melling say down the beach before, this is the one they want. This is the one that just haven't been able to put it together. And Harry O'Brien could be a really important link in the chain. You see him surfing all the time up on the North Coast. You know what grommets are like. Never take their wetties off. Pretty sure he puts his school uniform on over the top of it so he doesn't waste valuable seconds when he gets off the bus. Just straight back out there. And North Narra, this is Jack Lawson. Jackie, yeah, he surfed extremely well last year as well. Good to see that the Narra team has really been through a big generational shift over the last couple of years. You know, you've seen guys like, Nathan Hedge who have been in it forever, but they're getting backed up now by your Cooper Chapmans, Dylan Moffat and Jack Lawson. So they've really gone with a young team. True Starling as well. Traditionally we'd see Laura Enever in this event, but she's over there in Hawaii. And True Starling last year did a wonderful job backing up. Some good scores dropping here to Stace.
Yeah, everyone's on the board here. Everyone's got a good start, so it's a great time for us as commentators and spectators to sit back and really watch it unfold now. They've all got their start, and now it's time to let it rip.
Yeah, it's exciting. I might have to go down and ask Richie Lovett if he can spare a bit of rosé, because it's really classy up here this arvo.
I'm sure Rich, we could just squeeze his schnoz and get a bit of rosé out of it. As we see 9.5 minutes on the clock, but as well as all the glory that comes with winning this event, and obviously the team pride, we've got this beautiful trophy on offer here. What do you know about it, Vorno?
Well, I know that it's the one thing that every single person who's come to Newcastle this weekend wants to have in their team bus as they head home. It's a masterpiece, perpetual trophy. You get to carry it on, but I mean, some of the trophy cabinets in these clubhouses really need to make room, and this is a big one, so it's going to be a struggle to get it in. But there'd be other clubs where they've just dusted off the shelf before they left. All that belief, all that strength, that team unity, they're going, we're bringing this back. And I hope they do, because that'd be embarrassing, dusting off the shelf, get home without the trophy.
You can't have it collecting dust there for another year. That would just be awkward. You don't want that. But yeah, we've got 8 minutes here. I'd kind of like to see a few more of these groms out the back as we see Fletcher Kelleher. That was a beautiful turn. As you said, a lot of Ryan Callanan influence there, and you can see the frustration. He knew he was on his way to a big score, and unfortunately just couldn't put the icing on the cake, so he'll get back into it and give himself another opportunity.
Big shout out to Arkell, who's recovering from pretty brutal hand injury. Snapped his hand bones trying a big frontside full rotor to the flats, and yeah, he's hoping to be back before Sunset Beach, which would be fantastic. Oh, I can't even imagine the pain he must be going through after watching those first couple of days of Pipeline. I mean, it was world class, probably two of the best days of competition we've ever seen. and Arkell, Newcastle's finest, unable to compete due to that injury. Liam O'Brien, another guy who is traditionally here surfing for Burleigh Heads, also suffering a broken foot the morning of the comp. And Stephanie Gilmore also missing out. So Australia really took a big hit in the WCT, the kickoff, the first event of this 2022 season. But I'd imagine that Arkell, if anything's going to motivate you to come back with a bang and not a whimper, it's missing out on days like that.
100%, and he's no slouch out Sunset. It suits his surfing amazingly, so I know everyone in Newcastle and Australia will be getting right behind him. Speaking of getting right behind him, the young scrap dog, Jackie O'Brien.
Yeah, so Jack, there he is surfing, and we've got another ride here in Surfer in Yellow. This is from the Cronulla Sharks, Kalani Vanderpolder, who put a 3.08 on the board. So all these grommets are looking to contribute in a meaningful way to their team tallies, Stace, because at the end of today we have a leaderboard. Every single place that you finish will increase your points on that leaderboard. So you don't want to finish fourth. That's basically it. Third is better than fourth, even though it's just one heat per surfer. So they're all trying to get their team into a solid place where you don't have to surf an extra round tomorrow. We know how draining it can be running up the beach, getting into that Oakley battle cage. But this is what they're surfing for, mate. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Trophy. It's a work of art. I reckon it'll look good at your place. What's your club?
Oh, snapper, mate. So there's a few of them getting around up on the mantelpiece up at Rainbow.
Here we go.
What about you, mate? Where's New Brighton Boardriders at?
Trying to remember the last thing the New Brighton Sharks won. I think it was a chook raffle up at the Ocean Shores Country Club. But they're a club on the build, mate. Yeah, they've got a lot of juniors, and that's all it takes is one junior to sort of see a bit of potential, get onto that pathway, do a couple of runs up to the HPC, and all of a sudden, you know, your whole town lifts and all the surfing in that town lifts. And, you know, we've seen it happen so many times. The reason why Snapper is such a successful club is because of those heroes that you get to look up to and try and aspire to base your performance on. But right now, we're going to throw it down to JJ. Whack! Off the top. How good is this?
Oh.
From Jackie Lawson, gets a couple of big ones. What about that seagull blocking our view?
Yeah, the seagulls love getting in on the action. So you see Jackie O'Brien here from the Labar Club. The scrap dog, what's he got? Yeah, that was a nice wave. I think he rode that when our earlier.
Harry.
So yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Harry. My bad. Jackson's
all
brother.
Good, mate. All good. Let's throw it down to JJ, who is on the beach with someone very special.
Yeah, well, Bordo, we're down here with a special sponsor, Woolworths. We love these guys. They've been with us for a few years now, supporting the junior pathways through surfing right around Australia. And we'll just get a shot here, check out some of the food. So we've got, this is a banana dolphin. We've got our carver there, and that's a watermelon. This is probably the only time you're allowed to actually catch and eat a dolphin. So, and some really good healthy food down here, which is a great initiative. A lot of great sponsors this year. And we've also got the Woolworths ambassador from Phillip Island, Sage Goldthread. Thanks very much, Sage. What a great sponsor to have, huh?
Oh, it's so awesome having Woolworths here. They're big supporters of surfing in Australia. They've got programs all through from grassroots surfing all the way to national level surfing, so it's great having them here. Yeah.
Nothing better than having free food as a sponsor, and especially the healthy stuff. You're representing Phillip Island. How's the club going at the moment?
Yeah, they're going pretty good. Yeah, we've had our surfers today. I was out there today. Tricky conditions, but pretty fun. Yeah.
And you're 18 after this event this weekend, a big day tomorrow, and the Challenger Series coming up for you as well.
Yeah, I'll do the QSs this year, do the regional series in Australia, or the QSs, and yeah, hoping to make the Challenger Series, which would be great, yeah.
All right. Always jealous of someone who gets free food as a sponsor. Lucky for you, Sage, and thanks so much to Woolworths. We've also got the chill out zone over the fence here. We've got bean bags, we've got seats and banana chairs, all kinds of stuff. So actually a huge setup, so that's probably one of the best spots at the comp. So thanks very much, Sage. Good luck in your heat.
Thank you.
All right, thanks guys, back up to you.
Well, we've already seen Sage surfing so far today, and what a performance it was. A few more opportunities, and I think she'll be a really important cog in the machine for her club. And off the top,
yes,
intro to glide. Jack Lawson having fun. Seems like the conditions are offering a little bit more opportunity for these guys. It's just not quite as washing machine. What's that? The tide, the wind? What is it, Stace?
I'm going to put it down to the age difference, going from the Masters into the Juniors, going
call.
from the Relics into the Pros. Oh, Fletcher Kelleher! Oh,
wow.
Richie Lovett just spilt his rosé all over his towel up there. That was amazing turn. What do we got here? This turn's incredibly, kind of looked like he surprised himself a little bit when he was coming down and just didn't quite have that momentum going forward. But that was a beautiful turn. As we see young Fletcher here, oh, the goblet, that was amazing.
That's been a huge difference with backhand surfing over the years. You know, really being able to turn a power turn into sort of something a little more progressive with that little tweak on the end to get the tail up and over. Really nice work there. Funnily enough, Fletcher is still sitting in third, so it's actually North Narrabeen out in front at the moment with Jackie Lawson posting a solid 6.88 to have the lollies at this stage. Labar in second, so Harry O'Brien, you love that last wave, mate. I saw you frothing. And the Grom froth is real. It's definitely making these conditions look a lot more fun than they have for some of the earlier heats. Right now, North Stain, that is Fletcher in third, and from Cronulla in fourth, Kalani. What are you loving about junior surfing at the moment, mate? I mean, it's always a lot of fun to watch junior events. You know, when you're not commentating the CT, getting down to a junior comp and just seeing where it's all heading and who's ripping and all that is, you know, one of the great fun things to do when you're a commentator or a voyeur of pro surfing.
Surf enthusiasts.
What do you see happening in Australian pro surfing at the moment? Because we've had a couple of years that without world titles on the men's side of things. Do you think there's good signs for the future?
Oh, 100%. As we see young Harry here, he got underneath the peak there. That was some good hassle.
Oh, stay with it. Yes, no. Is that a complete? I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't think he's going to better his 6.2, but that was good signs. But yeah, I think there are good signs for you know, us Australian surf fans moving forward. You know, I really think Jack Robinson is the real deal. Unfortunately, didn't have a huge result at Pipeline, but you know, it's a long year. And then obviously Ethan Ewing's really starting to hit his straps as well. So we got plenty to cheer about.
And what about in the junior ranks, mate? I mean, there just seems to be an endless conveyor belt of talent coming through at the moment, boys and girls. Is that to do with the HPC pathways, do you think, the Surfing Australia programs that are in place?
For sure. There's some great pathways they have up there, headed up by Clancy Dawson and Kate Scarrett, who you had in here earlier, Skaz. And you know, I think the Olympics has had a big effect on that as well. It's given a bit more of a clear path to the top, as we see us Gus bagging, missed the end of this heat, but Harry, that was a nice finishing turn.
This is a strong wave from Lebar to try and pinch it. Hard to say from here in the commentary box whether that was before or after the hooter. I think we'll have to wait for the judges, but it was a strong wave. He'll be bummed if it didn't get to his feet in that nick of time.
Yeah, he's looking around. What do we reckon? Oh, wow.
Mine. So we're going to do a Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Heat recap here, and let's go through some of the top scores here. Way out the back on an absolute bomb, Kalani Vanderpoler for Cronulla Sharks Boardriders Club, and throws up a huge turn. Oh, the big points were there if he landed that one.
You know what? I really wish Kalani went back out the back. I think he could have found a wave out there, and it would have made these waves look a whole lot less in comparison. But we saw some beautiful surfing on the inside nonetheless. Fletcher Kelleher there with a beautiful turn.
Finished in third, but look out for this kid. He really knows how to smash it off the top.
Yeah.
That was Jack Lawson. He did take out the heat for North Narrabeen. That one was a non-make, but he surfs brilliantly. Righto, we're going to take a little break here from Newcastle Beach and be back with more of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle after this.
Let's ride the waves, finding friends in lost all day. Get strong, be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths Surf Grom.
Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Let's ride! strong. Be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths surf grom.
Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Let's ride!
Welcome back to Series 9 of the Australian Boardriders Battle presented by Hyundai. And there's our battle board. And look at this. Are you kidding me? The minnows of this entire comp, Redhead, who got in on a wild card surfing this morning and probably the heaviest surf we've seen all day. Stacey, they are giving it some real noise here. North Narrabeen, Phillip Island, NASA all in the top 5 with Snapper Rocks as well. But this is a huge story, and the local media must be just about clamoring over themselves to get to these Redhead superstars.
They're going to be needing media managers and that down there at that end tent. I don't even think they had a tent for them this morning. They've just manufactured a makeshift cubby house down there for the crew, and the Redhead team are absolutely loving life.
How fantastic is this playing out? What a story if they can finish the day on top of the battle board. This matchup, another beauty, Long Reef, LRSA, Burleigh Heads, Torquay Boardriders, who, look, I promised them I wouldn't talk them up this year because every single year I pick them to win, and every year they end up losing the round that I've been talking them up in. So I'm just going to let them sit, let them do their thing, and Phillip Island. So, ooh, okay. A couple of Victorian teams going at it in this heat. This is the junior surfing individual division. And get out of the way, Gull. Get out of the way.
Rico Haybiddle from Burleigh Heads. Rico.
He's such a talent, man. He's another guy who took out the Burleigh single fin event earlier this year. Always puts on a strong performance, but starting to come into his own now. 2.2, that wave not really opening up for him, but he's found another one, and over the handlebars he goes. But junior surfing, we've talked about, just how big it has been in Australia at different times. Junior surfers have been almost as big a surf star as, some of the prime guys on the World Championship Tour. I remember when Mick, Joel and Dingo were just tiny groms, 15, 16, 17, and already starting to make a lot of noise. I mean, they were on 6-figure contracts and on the covers of magazines, and already established surf stars by the time they'd won their first CT. Mind you, they weren't even on tour, they were wildcards still.
Yeah, that's true, and that really hasn't been done since. So, it just goes to show they were not only once in a generational talent, maybe once in a, ever talent. You see,
Long Reef.
Wow.
Putting it right up there.
Prior to that was Willis Truma just opening the shoulders for Torquay. We can talk them up. They got a gnarly team, and their strategy is refined. They've got a couple of the greatest minds in surfing down there. They want to win this thing bad, so let's rev them up.
Wow! That was full commitment from Xavier Bryce from the LRSA, a great club, a real, how do you describe it? A real feel-good club. I was a member of LRSA when I was just a grom, first moved to Sydney, wanted to make some new friends, joined the club, and geez, they were all about having fun, mate. I mean, every surf comp wasn't just a Boardriders event, it was like fancy dress or, they just had bongos down there. They just always made it a huge spectacle and made everyone feel like they were having the best time of their life. And, I know a couple of names, the Salakis brothers, they were a big part of that. Wayne Dart was down there, the Spillanes, Steve Clements, who's still there now, and Aussie Wright, of course, was a member of LRSA as well. He didn't go up to Narrabeen, he went over the headland from Collaroy and joined Longy Boardriders. So it's a cool club, man, really different. And it's great to see them competing here in the finals. A big shout out, mate, to all the clubs who aren't here. It must be crazy FOMO. I just got a message from Curdy Nyholm down there, Ulladulla Boardriders. I know they're absolutely chomping at the bit to qualify and be back here next year. G'day, Kurt. Great town, great surf town, incredible surfers. Kurt actually said he met his partner here at the ABB.
Love story at the ABB.
A love story
You're
at the ABB.
kidding me.
I'm not even kidding. So I don't know.
Beautiful.
Mate. There's a hope for us yet, Stace.
They could be on here. I mean, it is Newcastle after all. Anything is possible. Yeah, wow. I think that the grommets are making it look pretty fun, but it could have something to do, though. The tide is now going out for the rest of the day, so maybe this little inside is just going to start steepening up a little bit. As we see. But yeah, you're right, going back to the junior superstars. You know, in my kind of generation, it was Julian Wilson and Owen Wright, and they just had such big profiles from such an early age. And I would attribute that to the junior system actually sort of ran out a bit longer. It ran up until 20 and under, which the powers that be at the WSL have actually just changed that back. So I see that being a very positive thing for all of these young juniors. They'll actually get a few years on the juniors before they go into the QS, rather than just going straight out of high school onto the QE and disappearing into the abyss. So yeah, I think a bright young future for a lot of these kids, and especially young Xavier Bryce. I'm a huge fan of his surfing.
I love this read. Oh, yes, please, more of that. Big late drop, extended the bottom turn, straight into the pocket. Really nice, tight snap. That's a mature read on that wave.
That was nice. Young Willis there. That'll, the Torquay boys will be loving his start. He got a 5.88 early, and he's well and truly in the lead at the minute. Oh, how's that air drop? Oh my God.
And just to maintain speed and not have to reposition the feet, so well done. Goes for a cheeky little fin pop there. Mate, you mentioned that there's great surfing brains down in Torquay, Boardriders. Who are you thinking about when you say that?
Young Cale Belwarren, none other than the token Victorian, Mr. Cale. He's been around a lot of heats. He does a lot of coaching, and yeah.
A beautiful mind. That's what I think of when I think of Cale. Just numbers raining down through his brain, spreadsheets, all that sort of stuff.
He is the spreadsheet king, and he actually had a really good crack at breaking down the qualifiers for this year on their podcast. So yeah, it was good info, it's good intel.
Oh mate, you need to be a special kind of human to go deep into those sorts of mathematical equations. All right, let's throw it down to JJ, who has another special guest.
Yeah, we do. Thanks very much, Forno. We've got the Redhead crew here. Phoenix is going out shortly. You've got Dad Nath here as well. These guys, they won the trials this morning, and now they're winning the whole thing on the leaderboard at the moment. So Redhead doing real good, hey boys? And Phoenix, cool as a cucumber, you ready?
Yeah, I'm so frothing to get out there. Looks pretty messy, but you know, there's a couple gems out there. Hoping to get a couple.
So the club did great this morning. You already surfed. You know, it was nice and big when we woke up, and it hasn't changed. You guys won the trials, and you're feeling pumped to get out there. You feel like you got an advantage?
Yeah, I do. So like, there's some pretty sick ones out there. I just need to find a pretty sick one.
And Dad, Nath, are you a tough dad, or you just leave it up to him to make the right decisions?
The older he's getting, the easier I'm going on him. Yeah, he just goes out there and does his own thing now. So yeah, you know, I think we're used to these kind of conditions. Very similar conditions back at Redhead where we're from. It's always this time of year, you know, get a couple of southerlies, and but you know, I think we'll do fine. So yeah. Very proud of him, but yeah.
Real. So you should be. Boy, you got to get out there and surf in red. That's a lucky colour. Good luck, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, boys.
JJ Phoenix Fisher just frothing. Good heat strategy. I reckon that's really good. Just keep it simple. Couple of gems out there. I've got to get a couple.
I want to go tools down and go surfing after that interview. That got me so frothed out to just go and have the best time on a little right rip bowl. I can't wait to see this kid surf.
Nothing better than being a grommet. Being a grommet in Australia in particular is the greatest experience you could ever have being a human being, just about. It's just the best place. The surf's incredible. And here's a little replay. Snap! And yeah, just, you know, get on your pushy, ride down to Woolies, eat a bunch of bananas, go home. Probably all in your wetsuit, of course. Probably never ever take it off.
Probably steal a bunch of bananas.
So that was Willis again. Hey, Groms, what's happening? We've got a few Groms coming into the commentary box, checking it all out. Yeah. Groms, what's it like being a Grom? It's sick, yeah.
Pretty sick.
Good answer,
Thought
eh?
so.
Pretty
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah. I remember that.
Nice one. So right now in this heat, Stace, it looks like we have our Torquay surfer, Willis Droomer, out in front, 5.88, good score. And Phillip Island currently in second, Burley in third, and Long Reef in fourth place, just a 1.95 there for the LRSA.
What about
Mate,
you growing up as a Grom? You had it absolutely living the dream there on the northern New South Wales coastline.
Mate, I was the most schizo surf nerd you've ever seen. Like, I could not even... I'd lie in bed at night dreaming about having waves in Taylor Steele movies or Jack McCoy movies. I'd get up in the dark, ride my pushy to the beach, light a little fire in the dunes back when no one yelled at you for going in the dunes. No one does that now, of course, but light a little fire. As soon as you got light enough to surf, go surfing, leave it till the last second, get on the bus with water dripping off me, look out the window the whole time I was in class, watching the trees. Are they moving? Is it going to be glassy? Just didn't think about anything else. And yeah, it was just hard to fit in anything other than surf rock. Haven't really changed, mate, to tell you the truth.
No, well, how'd you go getting part in any sort of Taylor Steele movies?
Believe it or not, I actually got a wave in one of the drive-through films in the credits. So, mission accomplished.
Yes.
Dream done.
Take that.
And that's why I haven't achieved anything beyond.
Well, you don't need to.
No. I lived the dream. I got to my goals.
You did it.
Yeah, set the bar low and achieve your goals.
That's not a low bar at all. Those things were iconic. What we got here? Split peak. Oh, he had a big look. Xavier Bryce doing air sun. Oh,
just missed it. Just missed the pop.
I love the attitude though. That's what you want to see. We've got a couple of, I think, young whippersnappers from the Port Macquarie region. Should we get them on the Webby?
So
check
check
this
this out, boys. Squeeze in. Squeeze in just here. Come on in. And we'll do a little cut to the studio.
How good's this? Did I get it right? Port Macquarie? Nice.
Squeeze in, Groms.
Get in.
Come on over.
Get around it. How good's that? We'll get a photo. We'll take we'll take a screenshot off the Webby.
What's
Get in there.
Best thing about being a Grom
Yes.
right now? What's the best thing about it?
You got way too long to be worrying about that, mate. You'll be fine.
No, that's a fair call. I'll back that.
What about you, mate? What do you love about being a Grom?
Just getting up early in the morning.
Oh, how good's that? How good's getting up early? What about Matt Banting? How good's Matt Banting?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's all right, eh? You reckon he's watching?
Hope so.
You want to say g'day, Matty?
Hey, Matty. How you going?
On you, Matty. Love to see that guy back on the CT. Such a good surfer. Got a little chance here at Newcastle last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
I was expecting big things. The surf was right in his wheelhouse.
It was.
But let's keep an eye on the action here.
It's tough at the top. Rico,
Oh, wow, there's been a few spills here.
There has.
Maybe a bit of overfroth.
Is that possible for a grommet to overfroth?
I didn't think it was, but it looks like it could be happening right now. All the Groms are just hitting these sections, really trying to send it, but a lot of wobble. And you know why? It's because we said the conditions were just about getting better, and now it's all gone.
Typical.
Iffy again. Frozen air rev. Can't do it. What's the big go-to turn, Groms? If you could pull off a dream manoeuvre, what would it be? Yeah? Any of you guys got an air game? No.
Come on. Surely. Just being humble. Bet you there's an air game out there somewhere.
Okay, so this is Xavier Bryce. Just a little look-see.
Love to see Xavier get another chance at a ramp.
Can send it.
Well, he looked like he knew what he was doing before. He just got a little bit unlucky with the slip of the foot. It was the most confident air attempt I'd seen all day. I think if his board stayed underneath him, it'd be happy days. Big score.
It's really tricky out here all of a sudden, Stace. It looks like there's a rib moving through. There's a bit of a wedge. So funny how fast conditions can change when there's this much water moving around. You can be sitting out there and all of a sudden it just starts churning and racing, and you spend half your heat paddling.
Yeah, it's one of those things. That's where even as a Grom, you've got to have a good level of fitness. We'll say goodbye to these lads. I think our jobs are safe, Forno. Well done, boys. See you later. Good luck if you're surfing heats later today.
Here goes Rico. He's found a nice little cutty. Good to have the Grom energy around. Oh, drop your wallet. I bet it's one of those wallets with the little Velcro strap on it.
And the little
It's got
keychain.
like $2 or $3 in there.
Yeah.
Hope he didn't take it out of mum's purse like I used to.
Took it out of DeVex's purse probably. As we see Xavier Bryce, he's got a beautiful style, this kid. Oh,
just pushing a little too hard, isn't he? He wants it so bad. I think, you know, when you start getting down towards 3 minutes, you haven't put anything meaningful on the board. Especially when you're a Grom, you can get a little frustrated.
Definitely.
But we've seen it happen on the World Tour. Freddie's Rock, for example, perfect example of someone losing it in a heat. But sometimes you've just got to have that Jake Patterson mentality where you're always in it if there's time on the clock.
absolutely. I think a lot of these Groms, if they bump into Jay Phillips this weekend, pick his brain. I think he's one of the best team surfers of all time, and he always could find a score in any condition. I don't think I could ever recall Jay Phillips surfing a heat where he didn't get a 7. So, you know, as a snapper junior and a snapper member, watching that grow up, it was very cool to see, and it was a great example of how to stay composed even when the conditions, can sometimes be unfavourable.
Well, Jay Phillips is one of those guys I was talking about earlier, Stace, that was a superstar as a Grom. He was on the cover of mags. He had that incredible frontside fin throw, which no one really had when his generation came through. He was one of the leaders to really push, I guess it was the post-momentum era, the first Aussie push after that wave. And he really was able to just bring this beautiful snapper rocks, long flowing style, and throw in those big tail blows, and really surfing changed radically after that.
Definitely.
It's a mad generation, some really cool surfing going on right now.
And cool wetsuits from Jay as well. I remember he just had the wildest wetsuits always. Oh, and he's always very eye-catching out in the water.
I love what we're seeing from Willis Droomer here, man. He's put together a really good heat. He looks like he's just in a good rhythm. He's picking good waves. His style is really sort of similar to Sophie McCulloch earlier on. You know, like not doing really what Xavier Bryce is doing in this heat. He's just sort of staying in the pocket, getting his turns away, whereas Bryce is really trying hard to manufacture something.
Definitely, yeah. It can, like you said, when the clock's counting down, the Grom froth can overheat the engine a little bit, and the intercooler can blow up, and there's fuses going everywhere. So, yeah, we'll see. There's only a minute left, and it's going to be it's time to make or break. I think. I wouldn't say that Willis has got this locked up. He's only got a 5.88, so that's what these kids are looking for, and doesn't take much. One big turn can get you a big score.
It's another cool thing about this format. It's just a single wave in these seeding heats where we've got our big day of getting the points together for your seeding tomorrow when the teams events kick off. And it's just the one wave. Traditionally, it's 2 in surf comps, but you can really let it all hang out on one big performance. This guy's surfing really well. And you just kind of wish you could see them in some really clean surf as well, because I know the Groms will make use of absolutely anything. There's no such thing as bad surf to a Grom, but 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Torquay Boardriders might be running away with this one, Stace.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be the end of it. The Torquay ahead of Burleigh, Phillip Island and Longy in 4th. So, yeah, it's a good battle there for the Groms.
And I can bet that Cale Bell Warren will be absolutely drooling all over his spreadsheet, putting a big W in there somewhere.
Not a red line. They didn't get a red line then. They got a big black tick.
How competitive is Cale?
Extremely. Too competitive for his own good sometimes.
Oh, he blows up. All right, well, let's have a look at this heat recap thanks to Hyundai. And it's Rico Haybiddle, a kid who is making big inroads towards a big career. A big winner earlier this year at the Burleigh single fin. But it was this guy, Willis Droomer. That drop to snap combo was as good as we've seen.
That was sick.
Read it beautifully. And we'll revisit Rico here as well, who got a nice one towards the end. Epic cutty, great style. There's not much of him, but he really puts it together well. And there he is, Willis Droomer, walking up the beach. He's going to be getting a big pat on the back from the team captain. And we're going to have a quick break and be back with more from the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle in just a second.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, here we are back at Newcastle Beach as we continue with the junior division, and it's all happening now. The juniors, look at that battle there. We've got Seaford Boardriders, Merriweather Boardriders, KBC, and BRC. Who's KBC? Jess Grimwood?
Redhead. We got Redhead, yeah. They've been crazy, haven't they? Trials, out from the trials, won the trials this morning. They've had heat win after heat win. We saw Connolly, Shayla Wendell. I mean, they're really on fire at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed. So Redhead, Seaford, Kingscliff and Merriweather in here. We've got Phoenix Fisher out there for Redhead, I should say. King Cairns, not to be confused with King Kong, is out there for Seaford. And for Kingscliff, you've got Dane Henry and Josh Levy out there for Merriweather. So, yeah, good solid ways. And looks like Merriweather up and riding right now, Jess.
Yeah, look at him go, this backhand too. I think Merriweather have been kind of like not showing up too much today. I haven't seen the normal Merriweather performance that I would expect from them. They're like one of those clubs. Here's the Hyundai replay of the last wave for him. Just up and over the foam, kind of a little bit late, tries to get back in front of it, does well, really cracks it and releases on that section. So that's going to be the money. Keeps the rail engaged there for the second as well. So he kind of looked like he was coming a little bit late from behind and then able to really capitalise on that situation there.
Yeah, that third turn really did the job. So it's been an amazing day so far here at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. It's probably one of the jewels in the crown of Surfing Australia's competitive schedule. And speaking of jewels in Surfing Australia's crown, I've got the king himself. Chris Marner, CEO of Surfing Australia, joining us here in the commentary booth. Now, Chris, you were about to jump on. You were going to be the co-commentator, and you weren't comfortable doing it.
No, well, I just can't. You've got people like Jess. Why would you want to hear me talk too much? But thanks for having us. Good to be on.
Yeah, well, Chris, you know, this is like the 9th or 10th year of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. It's a big event from Surfing Australia's perspective. What's so important about it?
Well, it's what's better than club surfing? I mean, surfing's about community, and this is an event that just brings community together. It brings the clubs from all over the country, and they also get to do it in a great format like this, where they get to compete and also have a great time as well.
Yeah, and like, you know, you've been involved in Surfing Australia for a few years now, but
That's right.
You know, you grew up in the Northern Beaches, so well aware of club surfing and what it's all about. Yeah, from Surfing Australia, you've got a lot of programs, and I suppose the amount of money that this event generates for, you know, clubs around Australia, that's sort of seeding the grassroots.
Yeah, that's part of it. There's prize money. I think I heard someone say this morning, it's over the length of the event, it's been close to $1 million.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, you said that, Reg.
Yeah.
There you go. So, $1 million, which is fantastic. So, that's really good. And yeah, and the money's part of it, but it's really, as I say, it's more about the experience and the kids getting to meet each other and surf with legends, and you know, it's a really great event.
Yeah, and like you know, so I suppose Surfing Australia has sort of been pushing these things for quite a while now. You come down here, you know, like you had a board meeting this morning, so what's the support continuing? I know you don't rule the roost. You've got to listen to people.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
I thought
I'm just
he does.
pretending. I know. Well, Lane Beachley rules the roost, let's face it. She's the chair.
That's right. I've got the 7-time world champion, 8-time world champion, she tells me.
She's your boss?
She is my boss. She's a great boss. She's really good. So, yeah, no, we had the board meeting this morning, but good to also let everyone know we just got announced yesterday to be in the LA Olympics as an initial sport or a core sport, which is fantastic. It's big news.
So that's locked in. So instead of a demo sport, because it wasn't guaranteed after Tokyo that surfing was going to be in all the Olympics. So definitely in for Paris, even though it's going to be held in Tahiti, and LA's definite. What about beyond that? Are we there forever?
Yeah, so Japan was the local organising committee. With Japan said, let's have surfing in the Olympics, and that's what it was. Paris the same. Paris was around the Paris Organising Committee saying let's have surfing. With LA, it's the actual IOC. We're coming just like swimming and rowing as a core part of the campaign.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's big news.
Yeah.
Have a look at that score, Reg, just quickly off topic and onto the heat. Have a look at that score that Merriweather clocked in, though. Ooh, that was a big section for the Kingy surfer, Dane Henry, but Merriweather's Josh Levy. Pretty nice looking score for him, 6.25 on the board. There you go, you can get back to the Olympic track.
You got to think he would have cracked a 7 if he just completed that last turn. Judges go pretty hard on not finishing the wave cleanly, and which is fair enough.
Well, here's Dane. So I know Dane. He lives up where we're from. He's trains out of the High Performance Centre and the Surfing Australia program. He's a great kid, great human, and that's probably not his best performance right there. But I watch him in the seat; he'll do well.
Yeah, so Kingscliff Boardriders Club, but you're in Cabarita, right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Where's Cabarita? Come on. Can you pull some strings, get him an invite?
What about I know we've already spoken about your attire today, Reggae, but was there texting going back and forth this morning between yourself and Chris to coordinate the fashion? Or is this a generational thing?
This is a
I'm waiting for this.
I'm just asking the question. That's all.
I remember once a few years ago, well, about 3 or 4 years ago, we were doing Surf Fest, and the word came down to Hoyo and I that we had to wear collared shirts. And so I took that on board, and I've never let it go.
I've never seen you out of a collar shirt. Ever.
You're lucky.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Merriweather's on top at the moment, and like I said, he's the only one to crack out of that 3-point range. I feel like I've seen this pattern happen a lot throughout the day. Okay, everyone's getting stuck in that one turn froth section wonder.
Yeah, well, there's a classic example of it right there, surfing white there from Seaford. Yeah, you see these scores, they're all hanging around that, 2.93 for the highest score, one manoeuvre. So the breakthrough for the Merriweather surfer was having 3 good solid turns. And we saw that earlier, even in the Masters, Josh Kerr took him 7 waves to get more than a 3, and that was a combination of two scores. Unfortunately, again, just one manoeuvre, still a solid turn. But pretty tricky conditions out there this afternoon. Swell, I don't know, Jess, you reckon it's backing off a little bit?
Oh, I'll tap into Tessa McKenna later on this afternoon. I'll get back to you with that.
Yeah,
I try
exactly.
not to predict here because he's so well versed on anything. He sees a droplet of water out of place, he's predicted it. That's
Yeah.
Tessa McKenna with the Newcastle Surf Report. But I'll tap into him. But I do have a question for you, Chris. I feel like it's a real cool thing about knowing about you, the who runs like Australian surfing, that you get in the water so much. Like I've been at really big events and someone's gone, where's Chris? And then you look up the peak and you're surfing somewhere. I feel like that is such a good quality to have, leading Australian surfing, because there's always that talk about surfing like selling out and, becoming such a mainstream sport that we lose that core culture. But is that something like you're surfing, you are Australian Boardriders Battle core culture?
I'm not a great surfer, but I love it. I try to do it every day as much as I can. Oh, how's that?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have board meetings by yourself.
Maybe I just threw him under the bus there. I hope Lane's not listening. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah. Or Julia, your wife. I've just got to go to board meeting. I'll be back at 5 this afternoon. No, but it is actually.
It's one of the best parts about surfing, I feel like, in Australian surfing. I feel like maybe the other nations have kind of lost that and gone way more hardcore towards the corporate scene of it, but we've somehow managed to stick with people that still actually surf and love surfing. And that's what brings us, for the Boardriders Battle. This is literally like Australian core surf culture.
Yeah, thanks
this
for
is
saying
it.
that, Jess.
Yeah.
And we also have our state associations, and they're the same. All the CEOs, they're all mad for it. They love it. They talk about it. They watch it. They do it. And just passionate about the sport for sure.
Yeah, well, that's important. Like surfers can see through it when you're not. Well, look at that, another good score coming through there for Merriweather surfer, 5.43. So he's pretty well dialed in for this little shoreback. But on his backhand, it's really standing up for him. And anyway, we're going to cross down to Jonathan Jenkins, who's down there with the winner of that previous heat.
Oh, Reggae, mate, thanks for that. You caught me off guard there. I'm here with Willis Droomer. Willis, we were talking up your club pretty hard earlier in the booth. Do you feel that pressure?
Sometimes. I guess, TV says it's pretty big, it's probably the best club in Victoria, so we've got a bit to live up to, but, try my best, and, I guess the pressure comes in a bit, but you just got to remember to just go out there and surf and have fun, get some turns done, yeah.
How do you feel like you did that in that heat?
I guess, yeah. Those rocks on the inside were a pest, but like other than that, I guess I got a couple turns done. I don't know. What do you reckon?
I don't reckon you did okay, but can we show the camera those fins? You can talk to me about what do you reckon about that, mate. What on earth is going on there?
Well, I reckon it's high performance just for the toe on heel rail turns to get a bit more grip and they throw more spray. So it's a high performance strategy to surfing better.
Thanks very much, mate. I look forward to seeing how that goes tomorrow. Willis Dreamer, ladies and gentlemen, wax your fins.
Oh, dear.
I feel like he was trying to almost maybe get a free coaching session there from Stace. Stace is like one of the best coaches. But there we go. Seafords, up and riding, Kincans.
Oh, it's just so tricky out there. I mean, there's water moving and there's bumps and he's done.
Yeah, so you can see Dane just trying to get across this flat section. Again, yeah, a little stumble there. Little cross chop. So, yes, Chris, we've got a lot of water moving around. Combination of the outgoing tide and the wind really creating difficult conditions for our surfers. And these are grommets, so they don't care. They'd be out there anyway, wouldn't they? They don't care. They're not as selective on their choice of waves, unlike the more mature amongst us.
Do you guys wax your fins?
I barely waxed them.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't know it was a thing either, but maybe it's the
both
secret.
sides or just one side? Or
I don't know. We might have to ask him that next heat he wins.
I think it's just on his outside fin, as he said. Throws up more spray. Judges think his stern's a lot more powerful.
Well, remember those fins that came out for a while that had the dimples in them, like the golf balls?
That's right, yeah.
Remember they popped out for a while because it was all that thing about channeling the water past your fin a bit quicker, but anyway, who knows?
Yeah, well, fin technology's come a long way, hasn't it? Expensive fins too, aren't they?
Oh.
You go buy a set of fins and you go, what?
Nah, Chris has got the demo room up at the HPC.
Yeah, come and see. We've got FCS up there. These great fins.
Yeah.
That's another perk of the job there, Marta.
Fins, yeah, as many fins as you can surf with.
Yeah.
Look at this with Dane. Hit it.
Oh, nice. Well, there you go, Chris. He's listened to you there. So, yeah, Dane, really nice timing on that last turn. We've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. He was in fourth position, so chasing a 6.25 to move up into first. We saw that score locked in by Merriweather Surfer on his first wave. This is the juniors' last division of today. Pretty interesting way of doing it, Chris. So running through it like a representative. Oh, nice. That was solid as. What do you reckon, Jess? Is that going to
up
the ante?
Yeah, I feel like it's... Let's have a look at the Hyundai replay. It's that time of the afternoon too where the crowd really starts to get behind it. Here's the replay of Danes from Kingscliff, and he has a really nice money turn there. Like you said, Chris, perfect
Beautiful
timing, stringer to the whitewash and to the lip, like really beautifully done. This wave though, however, have a look at the score locking in the averages for Kingscliff. This is Josh from Merriweather. He doesn't get a lot done on the outside though, but that turn, and
Beautiful.
you heard the crowd, and like I was saying, it's that time of the afternoon, that reef tip VIP beach bar is going off, and you can just, you feel it lift, and I swear, I know the judges can't hear it, I know they're impartial, but there's got to be something in the aura of that reef tip VIP bar floating up to the score.
That's right. Well, I think you're right. And, 7.43 for Dane, and we're just waiting on scores coming through for Merriweather Surfer.
Yeah, Josh Levy.
Josh Levy. That's his third good wave, so looking pretty solid out there. And so Chris, today we've got points for each round. Each club represented by open, female, masters, and the grommets. And that decides the seeding for tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, sure.
So the top 8 miss that first round.
Go straight in round 2, which is, I mean, in these conditions, it's a help, right? Because anything can happen, especially tomorrow. It's going to be with those tag teams and the time kicking in. Look out.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about pushing for the tag team concept for the Olympics?
Yeah, that's been talked about a lot. Absolutely, and I was talking to Vaughan about that last night. It's a great format, and we would love to see it in the Olympics. And I don't think you'll see it in Paris, but the ISA are aware of that. And a lot, triathlon, for example, it started as a single event and then had teams later. So I could see that as a potential in the future for sure. We would love it because I think Australia would do really well in that as well.
And they've never done it at the ISA Games or anything, right? So
no, they do an ISA game. At the ISA Games, they have. I can't recall the name of it, but it's essentially a teams event there as well. So
they do the national one at the end where you have I can't remember what it's called either, actually. Might have to do some homework on that.
Yeah, I should
it's
know.
a really good one.
It's... so, yeah, all the...
Have a look at the last score there for Merriweather. That was that backhand hook that we saw the replay of, 7-7-5. The previous score. So just upped Dane Henry's, big connection with the lip. That backhand hook, I told you, it was from the cheers from that reef tip bar. A 7-7-8 actually it's gone to. So he got the better of that exchange and out there leading the heat. But this is it, Boardriders battle stuff. Let me ask you, Chris, is there ever a chance, an opportunity that you could be on the list for one of these Boardriders events teams, even as a reserve? Is that a possibility?
No. I wish, but
maybe.
No.
That boat sailed, hey?
No, that boat is well and truly. I don't think it was ever here.
Maybe you'll start waxing your fins.
Yeah, shit, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Colleroy Boardriders Club, mate.
There you go. Yeah, could start it. Yeah.
Start it. Well, saw some big scores, as you said, Jess. A 7.78, a 7.63. Interesting. I kind of would have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Only because I thought Dane did that nicer turn on the outside. But as all commentators say, I'm not a judge.
There he goes, Dane Henry.
Look, there's some water moving. Look at that.
Thing. Oh, it's like a moving skate ramp.
They've done how busy they've been. Like you said, Rego, this kind of suits them. Yeah, these conditions, they're going to be surfing this anyway. 100%. They're having 3 sessions a day at this if they're not at school. Like, they love it. The wave count, huge.
Like 9 waves in, 18 minutes. So we're getting down to the wire here, and it looks like there we go again. There's the levy just smacking through there.
Oh, look at that chunky section in front of Dane. He's doing well. He keeps finding that connection. So it's going to be a pretty important result for Redhead, I feel like. And they've just been lost at sea out there with their junior, because I've just heard them throughout the day, every heat. They've clocked in a second. They've got some first. They're looking at a really good seeding for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they're that perfect underdog story for the Boardriders battle.
Okay.
With, like we said, trials and then really high seeding, just avoiding those bigger teams, like avoiding the North Narrabins and the North Shores. Like, if they can get into a good spot tomorrow, seeding-wise.
Well, this is Seaford coming through here. King Cairns, he's been pretty busy, but he hasn't been able to lock in anything decent. You see a little bit of frustration coming through there. But it's all a 2-horse race, so Kingscliff. I think Kingscliff got, Sound of Man got first or second.
I saw, Savage surfed really well. He's
in his
great
heat. So the Masters there for Kingscliff. So the Masters and the juniors doing pretty well. So they could be sitting high up the seeding list as well as we wind down into this one. Here goes Josh again, looking for that. No, nothing's happening there. It's getting the point, Jess. You think they're just overcooking it? They need to pull back a bit.
Oh, they're just full Grumfroth mode. Seagulls. They're just like that pack of seagulls at the front where any chip is go. They're just... anything that comes their way, they want to have a go at. So, have you seen all the teams and the parents that are already doing the numbers? I've seen that a lot already today. Like, there's different. I don't necessarily think they're the team managers, but the parents are full in calculation mode, figuring out the numbers, what their juniors need to get. There's the seagulls right there, or the ABB grumps. And they, seriously, don't be fooled. They are ruthless if you have hot chips down there. I had them before.
Oh, yeah, that was a swoop.
Oh, they're ruthless. But, yeah, they've been calculating the results they need in each one of these last junior heats of the day to put them in a good seed to avoid the top seeds, to give them the best chance tomorrow. So it's as fun and games as it is, there's also a serious side.
So you reckon Tim Ryan, like from Merriweather Boardriders, got up to Josh and say, Josh, you have to get first. If you don't, do not bother coming back to the beach.
Well, he got first. He did it.
He did.
He did it. He did it. That was really... he surfed really well.
He surfed really well. There's, look at his scores. He had a 6.25, a 7.78, and those 2 solid waves. No one's really been throwing away a second decent score, but there you go. So Josh Levy there taking that one for Merriweather, and Dane Henry doing the job there for in second place as well. See Merriweather Boardriders pretty happy with how that has panned out, and it was a solid. Have a look at this in the heat recap. Josh Levy here. This is a good one, Jess.
Beautiful amount of spray off the back, perfectly timed, tease it off again. Real good control from him. This is King Cairns, hey?
Yeah, he's just great surfer, just couldn't get the waves with the right connection. Here's Josh again.
This is his highest score. Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry,
that's a throwaway. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that was it. Beautiful big heat wave to finish that heat. So yeah, excellent surfing going on here at the juniors. The Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle continues, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Woolworths Pick Fresh, Play Fresh has been developed to inspire healthy eating habits in young Aussie kids.
Pick Fresh encourages kids like me to eat more fresh food. Play Fresh inspires kids to get involved in the sport so we can follow in our heroes' footsteps.
This is why Woolies partners with
Surfing, netball, cricket, and the Australian Olympic and Paralympic team.
Pick Fresh, Play Fresh. With these 4 words, we hope to inspire better eating habits and a love of sport that will benefit a generation of young Aussies for years to come.
Yeah, welcome back to Newcastle Beach. Here we are. The scene's a little blowy this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, finals weekend by Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. The kids are out there at the moment. The grommets are absolutely taking it apart. This is the matchup in the water out there for South Arm. At the moment, it is Toby Lawrence for Scarborough down there on the south coast. Manic Squires for Maroubra United, Coda Killorn, and for our 2-time champions, Snapper Rocks, Marlon Harrison. So there's Merriweather. Hey, Jess. That kid rips.
He sure does. Did you see the wave count on his heat too?
I saw the wave count, and I saw that one big backhand whack. That was gnarly.
Yeah, and you can see the vibes are good for Merriweather. I think that they've been waiting for kind of a standout performance all day. Yeah. I haven't really seen them do what I've expected from a club of that kind of like history and that talent. They just haven't really shown up yet. But yeah, Josh Levy for Merriweather. Oof, nice heat win for him.
Yeah, totally. Well, here we go. This is Toby Lawrence from Tassie. The South Arm. It's good to have the Tassie crew up here on their annual pilgrimage to this event. And water a fair bit warmer than it probably is at home at the moment. How wild has the water temps been here on the East Coast? It's so warm. It's ridiculous.
It has been. I usually expect it to be quite cold. Here we go. It's like Snapper Rocks. Nice big tee off the top first section. Ooh, look how sharp they are. You can tell. Yeah. You can just tell they're from Snapper. The amount of work, the amount of turns they get done on their forehand on a right-hander.
Yep. Here's Coda Killorn from Maroubra. So this heat is off and running, and it's been funny because we've had so much. So like the wind's probably, I reckon, it's probably 10 knots stronger. So you walk outside and go, whoa, it's so wild out there, and it's probably a bit bigger as well. And you're looking at just this kind of crazy kind of mayhem of ocean. You're going, where are they going to get scores out of this? And then the groms have just gone out and just gone whack, 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 whack. And they just join the dots, and suddenly there's like 7s and 8s, and you were just looking at an 8 from Coda Killorn from Maroubra.
Yeah,
that must have been right on the hooter at the start.
I know, I was like, where did that come from? He's literally just dropped an 8.15. Ooh, look at that beautiful panning shot too as well. That's looking back towards the event site. Look at the setup here as well. Literally a perfect spot for the ABB. It is so good. It is like, I hear Vaughan always call it the spiritual home of surfing. And it literally is made for the ABB.
Yeah, it's pretty good value. It's, of course, you go wind the clock back a little bit. Like we started the ABB at Cronulla. We did 2 years there. 2 years or 3 years? The first couple of years anyway, we were at Cronulla. And then we were Surfing Australia was toying around with do we move it around the country? You know, because in the old days you used to move the Australian titles, used to move around the country. You'd have a different host in a different state, as we're seeing Marlon Harrison here on the inside. And, it's draining out and just tags that thing. Wow.
Oh.
And then we moved the contest to Newcastle the next year, and everyone looked around and just going, why would we move it?
Yeah.
You know? Like, seriously, why would you? Because you've got the bonus, everyone can stay pretty close. There's accommodation around. you've got the physical makeup of the beach. You can sit above and look at it, and it's just got a good vibe to it. So
and you get all the people too. Like I know even we've got like family friends that have driven from inland Newey to get a chance to be a part of a surf comp. So it just brings people together. It's a really easy place to enjoy surfing. And how was that last wave from Marlon Harrison?
Yeah.
Like that, how those tight little snaps that he got done on that backhand, incredible.
Well, you're kind of looking at the level in the juniors who are out now against like the level in the opens. There's not really no different. Like in a way, the scores that the kids are getting are probably trumping the open scores anyway.
Yeah,
so,
maybe the difference is maybe like a couple of kilos.
Yeah,
maybe a few nights out in Newcastle.
100%. Okay, this is a replay of Marlon's last one. So 5.88, but it was a tough wave to surf, Jess.
Oh, the lumps and bumps on that thing, like the way he read it, you can see his knowledge, his like ocean intuition for a grommet. Like that is, you've got goosebumps.
No, I got an ant on me,
you got
actually.
an ant. Sorry, you got an ant. Oh, I thought Marlon's wave was pretty well read. So let's have a look at this one. Coda Cologne up and riding. The goofy footer from Maroubra. Oh, that's a bit more like Coda, and that's probably how he posted one of his first 815s.
Yeah, so that came in at 4.2. So he's sitting on an 815, which he must have got right at the start of this. And here's from Scarborough. This is Manic Squires.
Ooh. You'd know. I thought the difference between the kilos is him and his dad.
Him and his dad.
Yeah.
You could fit two of him into his dad, no worries.
Dude, maybe four.
Yeah, his dad's a nugget.
Yep.
But it's cool to see father-son combo surfing in the Scarborough team. And there's Coda Cologne for Maroubra United, who a bit of a dark horse to do something here in this event. Like we were commenting before when Blake Thornton was surfing. It was like it's not that different to Maroubra, Newcastle Beach, in terms of the way it works. Like there's a big rip. It's like the Dunny Bowl, rushing out through the north end of Maroubra. And here we go. There's Coda. Like, look, he's already sitting on an 8. This would be an interesting combo actually, because they're going, well, what do you do to beat an 8?
Well, you've got to go out the back.
You got to go out the back. That's probably it. I reckon that's exactly what they just worked out.
If he's getting an 8 on the inside, whoa, look at this one from Mannix. Oh, gosh, he's really put some length on his frame as well. He's such a tiny little grommy. Like when he was already around 13, he's the Hyundai replay of that. Look at the extension he can get through his legs. His technique is so on point. Of course, courtesy of Supercoach Nick Squires. Beautiful turn from him. Stood tall, a little bit of a claim, no claim for Scarborough. And they need some results too.
Yeah, definitely. A result here wouldn't hurt. Well, speaking of the juniors flaring, hang on, here we go. It's going to be Toby Lawrence here from South Arm. That wave just backed off a little at the critical moment. Got another little backhand jam, and he's going to milk it through to the inside. It's got a little second run in it. Yeah, he's out of there. He's got to kick out in front of the rocks. Of course, we're talking about the juniors flaring, but that last heat with Josh Levy from Merriweather really laid down the gauntlet for the rest of the juniors in this event, and I think JJ's got him down there on the beach.
Oh, a slightly less handsome version of JJ, but that's all right. Thanks, Shauno. Josh, that local knowledge really paying off, mate. But we were just talking off air. Was that a wave selection contest or a wave catching contest?
Wave catching for sure. There was honestly, everyone was just scrambling for anything. It was such scrappy waves, but I was just lucky to get a couple, really. Yeah. Stoked.
This is your first time competing in the ABB. You're a part of the mighty Merriweather Boardriders. You feeling a bit of that pressure?
Yeah, 100%. I was pretty nervous going out, but I kind of just knew what I had to do. We had Luke Egan as our coach, so that was really handy. Thanks to the club for inviting me into this event. So stoked.
Oh, you seem like a great young lad, and now you did them very proud. I'm sure they're all stoked with how you went. Speaking of the club, there's 100 good surfers in there. Who's your favourite?
Definitely Ryan. Ryan's the best. I love him. He's so good.
What do you bleed, mate?
Black and blue, baby. Black and blue.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Stace Galbraith. He's just been full froth and technique mode. I swear, if I was one of those super grums, I'd be trying to tap into his knowledge too, because he is a wealth of knowledge. And how's that? First time call up for Merriweather, throw down scores like he has, and that kind of, team spirit, club spirit. It's pretty cool to see from Josh.
Totally. Well, he's a logical call up for tomorrow. No worries. Straight up. There's your junior surfer for your team. And God, if he goes out and does that again for Merriweather tomorrow in the teams, then yeah, hang on. It's like, yeah, they're kind of they start as one of the favourites generally anyway. But if you've got a couple of surfers catch fire in an event like this, it really flips it and gives you a big advantage come finals day.
Yeah, some incredible surfers on the rosters, like we've seen from, you know, the really well-known clubs. For me, they've always been a standout, but seeing people like, honestly, that Redhead Club coming out today, and then seeing the clubs like South Arm, I love Tassie's like rawness and ruggedness, and it would be one of the best underdog stories to see them take out the win.
Totally. Well, that's why we were having that other conversation earlier too. It's like it might be one of those years, because with the forecast looking pretty much identical to what we got today is tomorrow. So it's going to be victory at sea again. You're going to be dealing with that rip bowl, a ton of swell. Like this, it'll be onshore. It won't be pretty. But that might help one of the underdogs. You know,
Yeah.
if it does become that wave catching contest and it's a bit of a lucky dip in places, you might lose a couple of the big dogs, and then you just never know. It'd be great. Like I think we've only had the 1 year where I think when North Shore won it. That was the 1 year when no one saw them coming.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I remember I cried on the beach. I cried in the battle cage. Tears, real tears.
It was gnarly. It was like, 'cause no one saw them coming at all, the Sunshine Coast Club. And they beat out like North Shelley, like all the traditional powerhouses. And I think really they're about the only one that have won it as a full mad underdog. And we just haven't seen it before or after. And it would be a cool story to see.
Cool, isn't it?
To see one of those small clubs knock off the big dogs.
And you think about, like, I remember saying it immediately after they'd won that, I'm saying down there in the cage going, oh, imagine what that club's going to do with 20 grand. Like, that's like, you just feel really stoked for them to be able to take that home as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Mannix. Squires there for Scarborough, releasing the fins. What happened there, Sean? How did that go wrong?
Well, he's pushing hard. Well, he knows, I presume he knows that he's chasing an 8, so he's got to go huge. And you just see it, the big drop wallet, and he pulled it, but the wave just flattened out and he caught his nose on the transition. But for a young guy, he's like looks pretty mature in the way he's handling this, and like just even if you would take the competition out of it, if you just had to go out and surf that, like that's a bit of a challenge. Because it's big and it's stormy and it's all over the joint, and for a young teenage surfer, like to go, where am I going to sit? But to add the comp element and then the club element on top, like there's a bit of pressure there.
Oh yeah, I also can't believe that Coda Colon's still a junior. Look at him.
Yeah.
6 foot something. Big shout out to the Maroubra crew. I know there's so many of those guys tuning in from home as well. Down south from Maroubra Shores, and all the Cologne family just cheering their guy on. I feel like he tried to push it out the back, but I'm not sure if he actually got to connect with one of those big sets out there, because that's what he was chasing.
Yeah, he's just frothing out on the inside at the moment.
That's our flag there, Sean.
There it is. So who's up next for you guys?
We've got Huey Vaughan for the juniors, yeah. So he's going to, just like the rest of the Gronks, I mean, they just love these kind of conditions. Rip bowls, doesn't matter. 1 foot, 10 foot rip bowls, they just love it.
How was that footage the other day from the last spell of Huey Vaughan, where he got totally pumped, like the double wave hold down?
Yeah, he's just like, he's just so gnarly, yeah. He's always been that gnarly. Like, he used to wear floaties on each arm and a bubble with a handle on the back when he was too little to swim. And he started just throwing him into shore, and he was just going for it all the time, like 3 years old, 2 years old, whatever he was.
Well, there's your current heat winner, Coda Cologne from Maroubra. Absolutely aced it with an 8.15, and looking pretty good.
He comes up actually and spends a fair bit of time surfing with the Vaughan brothers too. Like there's this really nice, I think there's this beautiful like brotherhood going on at the moment in Australian surfing that I can see from the outside. And you know, there's the Cologne brothers and there's the Vaughan brothers, and then there's a few of those father-son trios. I feel like that's really come back into surfing. And there's another one.
Oh, go Grom. Oh, no. That was wild.
Speed to burn on that one. Here's Marlon Harrison. Snapper rocks. Ooh, nice looking wave. Look at him read that forehand. Finds himself in front of the section again.
Hang on. Geez, he's looking really good.
Surely that's going to replace that 6.75 too. That was a really nice looking combo from Snapper Rocks, man.
Well, we missed the 8.15. It happened during the break right at the start of the heat. So we're not sure what that wave's up against. That was a pretty sick one. A couple of really critical turns in there. And just his ability to join the dots between those flat sections. But how's this kid? Manic Squires. He just went it there.
Oh, so like almost too much speed.
Yeah,
too much
totally.
speed to burn there. I'm cool. I reckon this is going to go higher.
Yeah, straight up attack that section here. It does so well here. It just pockets out again, and it's just a little fins free Rio. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge there for the judges. Yeah, there it is. Well, they're just locking it in right now. It's coming just under the 8.15.
So not as critical as whatever we saw Coda do at the very start of the heat. That has been the bar. That's the mark that's set.
Yeah, there it is, a 7.55 for Marlon Harrison from Snapper. So not enough to get him up into first, but yeah, but it's a mad shootout here though. This is good. Such good surfing with these kids. Oh, here we go. This is it. So this is the 8.15 here for Coda Cologne.
How beautiful.
So I've got a feeling he's probably had something on the other side of that as well. There was a turn from, he might have got sent out the back, maybe. So maybe he's got that from, that's why we missed him, because he caught it from out behind the rocks.
It's because it's a Gromfest too. There's about 15 waves being caught within a minute. There's literally wave after wave. So, oh, there he goes again. Look at the flare. It is serious elements going on down there. The cameraman literally hardly missed a beat all day. Ooh, there goes a bit of fancy pants from Mannix, but can't pull it off at the end. He's going to have to find himself something to connect with.
Yeah, Toby Lawrence there from South Arm. But yeah, some great surfing in this heat. This has been a doozy.
But back to what I was saying, not to harp on it, but the brotherhood of surfing that I feel like that's coming through in Australia, and we see it reflected for those guys that are just qualified too. I love that. I love watching the camaraderie come back into Australian surfing. It become more of a pack thing again, where everybody travels together and froths out together and really backs each other. And people, here we go, Mannix on the inside. People give the Brazilians a really big rap for this, but I think that we have always done it. We've just, you know, a bunch of Aussie surfers don't necessarily kiss each other on the cheek and embrace each other and cry. We're more, you know, like slap each other on the back and have that joke. And so it's always been there, and it would just kind of have that time in surfing where we've just revamped it. Yeah,
well, it's been funny to watch on the World Tour with the new crop of our guys who've all qualified in the last year, like a couple of no-names, Callum, and you know, I think Morgan led the way the year before, Morgan Siblick, who Merriweather probably wish they had here at the moment. He would be a pretty dangerous addition. But kind of those guys all travelled. They kind of pack hunted a bit last year, and some of them have done it without huge sponsorship either as well. And so they were kind of forced to group together and do it, you know, like the old 90s way, you know, shared cheap hotels and do it that style. And it's going to be interesting to see this next generation down below them, what they do and what kind of bonds they form, and once they get free to start travelling again and do their thing.
Yeah, I think it's a really beautiful time for surfing. Have a look, 30 seconds on the clock, and it is Coda Cologne for Maroubra United with that 8.15. Like we said, he set the bar early, but I mean, look at the scoreline there for Snapper Rocks. Marlon, he's got a 6.75 throwaway, a 5.88 throwaway, and he's keeping a 7.55 at the moment. So the other two fellas, Tassie South Arm and Mannix from Scarborough, I mean, they've got a lot of waves on the board, but they just can't bust out of that 3-4 point range.
Yeah, so there it is. Maroubra takes this junior heat. Coda Cologne cleans them up with an 8.15, one of the best scores we've seen all day here. So the crew from the Bra would be quite happy. They're even more vocal than they've been all day already. You definitely can't miss them when they're around.
Look at that nice big view. Look at this. 3-0 off the top of there, but that's the conditions we've got here, and we're pretty lucky. You know, I would rather watch the Boardriders battle in pumping conditions like this than a flat day any day.
Oh, totally. Here we go. Well, this is the recap what we just saw. So Manic Squires, the young fella from Scarborough, really lit it up, surfing beyond his years. But these guys kind of owned it, Jess, Coda and Marlon Harrison from Snapper.
Yeah, beautiful style, real mature surfing. You look at how many waves, once again, we're in the juniors, so these young men just all over everything. Here's Marlon's wave, beautiful surfing from him from Snapper Rocks. Strong club showing for these guys as well. We'll see what they can do tomorrow in the teams.
Yeah, they'll be dangerous. Like you've already seen with Snapper, Kobe Enright's had a good day. You know, Josh Kerr was pretty good. Marlon Harrison ripped. Sheldon's there. You're pretty stacked. So you're watching Saturday afternoon here at the Hyundai National Boardriders Battle. Don't go anywhere. More heats right after this.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, welcome back. Great to have you guys with us live on Fox Sports and right around the country online. Newcastle Beach here this Saturday afternoon for the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle edition number 9, I think, as we're almost into our 10th year. And as you can see, a bit wild and woolly out there, but that hasn't stopped the juniors from absolutely flaring it up. And as we welcome Vaughan Blakey back in, this is the matchup we're about to see. Oh, our old mate Huey Vaughan from North Shelley out there up against Ollie Heinz from North Avalon, the NASA boys. Zeb Stokes from Kawana up there on the Sunshine Coast, Borno. And Lennox Smith from Jones Beach down there on the south coast of New South Wales. There's the scene, Vorno. Well, let's cut straight down. JJ's got the winner of the last heat from Maroubra, Coda Killorn.
Yeah, that's right, down in with Coda. Excellent performance there, one of the highest scoring waves of the day, an 8.14. Naturally, you're happy and so are the Maroubra crew around you.
Yeah, that was actually a sick wave. I was frothing. The goal was to go at the back, and then I actually managed to have a pretty easy paddle out, which was lucky. It got out the back. I thought the 5-minute flag was up for about 7 minutes. I was just waiting out there patiently, and then the hooter went, I saw the flag and just sat and wait because I knew there was going to be a left, and took off, and it gave me 2 opportunities to do 2 nice carves.
Yeah, we put in a great performance. It was good to watch in some serious conditions. How's the Maroubra Club going today? You've got your first. What are the other results?
So Blake Thornton, our over 35, got a first for us as well, and then our other 2 surfers got a 3rd and 4th. So I think that puts us in the middle of the ladder, which is sick. That's a good spot.
All right, and you were here last year as well. How did you guys go last year? This is your second Boardriders Battle final.
Yeah. Well, I remember last year actually we did a water start, which I'm guessing we'll do tomorrow as well, and it was really fun. I had some of the big names when I first paddled out, and I was stoked to paddle out with them and actually try and beat them out in the water. Just a little confidence boost, but now I'm keen for tomorrow. It says the swell's dropping a little bit, and it should be really, really fun out the back.
Yeah, Unreal. Thanks for chatting, and really good result then. For a junior, he's pretty tall, this fella. It's good to have on his team. I'm actually standing on the gutter. So, see, there you go. So, all right, well done. Back up to you guys.
Yeah,
Cheers, boys.
we'll get you a milk crate, JJ.
And Coda is actually only 4'6", so that shows you how tall.
Whoa.
JJ is,
Huey Vaughan.
I know, well, Huey Vaughan, he said to me, I bumped into him on the stairs, he said, I'm going out the back. And he's gone out the back and he's gone on the attack. The little gremlin, don't feed him after midnight.
Hey, did you see the clip of him on that last big swell here?
Incredible.
He took off on that thing, got absolutely driven, and then it recycled him and drove him back down again. And he popped up, it took about a minute to pop up.
Hey, North Shelley crew are absolutely
They're maniacs.
mad.
They are maniacs,
They're
mate.
a different breed. But Huey Vaughan, he is just so earmarked to be, in that conversation. You can see them coming a long, long way away when they're that good. And he's one of them. And I just love that he's already doing the trips to Hawaii. He's already going over the falls at Pipeline and down the beach at Beach Park. And just no stopping it. He wants it so bad, Shauno. And these other Groms, they're no slouches. Zeb Stokes rips. Lennox Smith has been a standout in this event for a couple of years in a row now. And Ollie Heinz from NASA, and Huey's just sticking with this. Mate, they're just go gadget. They're just all over the place.
Mate, the heat's been going for about a minute. He's had one from out the back, and he's had one from halfway out as well. Someone stop the kid.
It was a cool interview, wasn't it, with Coda Killorn as we look at the replay here. I want to touch on something from Coda. He dropped a classic Ballsy quote. The 5 minute flag went for 7 minutes. That's straight out of, it was so crowded there was at least 20 of the top 16 out there.
Oh, Huey Vaughan just lighting this thing up. So he's going to be parked on a couple of good scores already. Oh my goodness, that first score for Huey Vaughan.
Look at
this thing.
this.
This is the replay of it. So it comes in an 8.75. Check it out. Off the bottom, just opens it up
turn.
and attacks that section. And then gets around it again, and then gets another little tap turn to line this thing up, which sets him up for the reform.
He's got a touch of the Jarvis Earls about him. Jarvis was one of those surfers when there was a couple of other Groms who were bigger names around him. I just saw him do a couple of things that made me think, hang on a minute, this kid's got a really good line, and whack off the top. Wow, this is amazing surfing. Ollie Heinz has teed off here.
That was a sick turn.
Wasn't it?
And his little finish there.
Oh, well, you know who that had touches of. That had Rob Bain written all over it. That backhand swooping bottom turn straight into the carving top turn. Zap, what is going on here? The grommets are... Who left the bowler mix lollies out, Shauna?
Yeah. Well, that's Zeb Stokes there from Kawana. So, I have a go at this.
This is a stacked heat.
Huey Vaughan locked in an 8.75 and a 5.88 in the first minute, basically. And now all these other guys are catching up. There goes Ollie Heinz 5.25. These guys are starting to drop numbers. So this is looking like a bit of a burner, this heat.
Yeah, it's classic. The old saying, every boat rises on the tide. Whenever there's a Grom who is, really starting to make noise and try and put a bit of daylight between themselves and all their other, generation, I suppose, everyone wants to keep in touch with them. They want to stay on their heels. And, the way these Groms change, like the way their bodies change, the way they grow up, all of a sudden you can have a Coyote appear out of nowhere, or, a Morgs come out of nowhere, even though they might not have been the big names in the juniors. But I do get excited when you see just that crazy talent that taps into really good positioning and speed off the bat. I just love that.
Yeah, the quality in these heats, the Savo and the junior heats has been mad. And considering what they're up against, you look at this and go, we're showing the best bits of it because the camera's on the best sections. But if you look at the wide shot, go, man, how are they going to find scores in the middle of this? And they just paddle out and go, bang, 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 bang. And then find another one and another one, because that's what grommets do, they catch waves.
I love that you just, when you're a Grom, you're constantly mind surfing. You're always surfing,
Ooh,
no matter. Yeah, whether you're out in the water or you're walking down the street, every little gutter, every little plant, you just want to smash it or rip a top turn. And so when they get conditions like this, their brains are just tuned in. They're just ready to go. It's like pops up a little section. Oh, I can do that here.
Yeah.
just the one turn. That one turn was a 4.88. The judges loved it. So I think this is the surfer from NASA that we're talking about, Shauno.
Yeah, Ollie Hines.
Beautiful, beautiful swooping off the bottom, off the top. And that sort of surfing, you know, on days like today, you're not going to see big airs. You're not going to see a whole lot of progression. But when you see that sort of line, it just gives you goosebumps. That's really what Australian surfing has been founded on since the early days of, you know, Midget, Nat, all the way through Bugs, the 80s heroes like Ockie and Tom Carroll. It's all about line.
Well, if you want a good test of surfing, mate, chuck them out in that. There you go, boys. Find something. And they are. They're finding waves and they're finding a line through it, which I don't know if you and I could probably could say the same, Vorno. I don't think we'll be free surfing this afternoon just quietly.
No.
Thanks all the same.
Yeah, my grommet daydreaming has well and truly dried up, Sean. I let the grommets, I feed off their energy now.
Yeah, it's but yeah, we've been a really cool afternoon because the grommets have really owned it. Probably owned the day, actually. This has been the best surfing I reckon we've seen all day. And it probably with the low tide, some of the more marginal conditions, it was a bit more rippable at high tide in the middle of the day, but the kids have looked really good.
It's classic. Every year we come here and every year one of those different departments sort of takes over. I think last year the Masters were really on fire. The year before the women were basically the only people holding up their teams.
Yeah, totally.
Came down to clutch performances and so often they delivered. But this year, you're right, it's about the Groms. They've dominated in this really tricky surf.
Yeah, so there's the wide shot here. So we're one more heat to go after this, and then we'll know who the top 8 are.
What about Redhead at the top of it? The Redhead team have been the story of the day. I mean, regardless of where they finish, to be at the top with only the juniors to go is incredible. Wow, that is just reminiscent of the great Gamote. Rob Bain, the Grandmasters world champ.
He's got the Gamote backhand bottom turn on lock.
So many great surfers from Avalon, mate, and another goof who hopefully is watching. I think maybe the last goofy to win at Sunset still, Micah Melsi.
Rommel. Yeah.
I don't think anyone's won at Sunset. Going goof, I'm almost positive.
Yeah, it's been a while. When did he win? 93 from memory? Anyway, that was the year he won the Triple Crown.
97, yeah. So I was there. That was my first trip to Hawaii and sitting on the beach at sunset, and it was just unbelievable. He came in. As we look here at Huey Vaughan from North Shelley, he's got a grower. And look at the bowl off the bottom. Jams it into the pocket. No. That was a ripping turn. But so Rommel wins at Sunset Beach. And he comes in, and you know how the Sunset Shore is one of the most treacherous come-in zones in the world. I mean, Lennox is probably on par, but it's got this sandstone that's the colour of sand.
Yeah.
And Rommel came in, missed the sandstone, and just grinded all the skin off both hands of his knuckles.
He probably wasn't feeling a thing at that point anyway. He just won Sunset.
Exactly.
Well, here we go. It's the replay of Huey Vaughan's last one. It's shaped up to be a real kind of rip bowl special. And he tagged it, but just got chewed up by it as well.
Oh, he did more than tag it. He really ripped into that one. Looked like a little pit bull on a tennis ball. Just unfortunately not getting the make, but that sort of aggression in a kid so young, it's just such a good thing to see. This guy's been on fire too. I really want to see a couple of sections stand up. How's just the push out of that top turn, you know, really generates speed, comes out of the top turn, all loaded up for the next turn. He gets a couple off here and he could really challenge for that top spot. I mean, 8.75 is going to be hard to get. I don't know if you'll get it on an inside reform. Not without a Hail Mary.
No, you see, but just the way he sets these things up too, he's just got a good line into it and a couple of nice big backhand whacks. But yeah, like Huey Vaughan's really set the bar pretty high with that 8.75. It's going to be tough for anyone to run that down.
Well, you know who's watching this back in Avalon, don't you?
Bainey.
Well, Bainey for sure. He never misses anyone with the O'Neill sticker on. But I think Ronnie Bogues, Ronnie Blakey and Andrew Pinello are watching. I dare say that Kong would have this cranked up in the beach without sand. It's a big surf town, a lot of great surfers out of Avalon, and they love supporting the locals, as do the North Shelley crew. Strong performers in this event every single year, but two fairly fresh names in this one, Shauno. Kawana up on the sunny coast, and Jones Beach. What do you know about these teams?
Not a lot, mate. I know it's the first time both of them have been here to the national final, so it's a pretty big step up.
Huge accomplishment.
But Jones Beach has had to go through the Southern New South Wales qualifying, which means you're up against everyone south of the bridge. So start going through those clubs. Like, look who's not here from south of the bridge. Like Bondi, Allura, Ulladulla. So who else from Wollongong you usually get as well? So it's like you've got some big clubs who aren't there. The Jones Beach have got their spot.
That's huge.
So that didn't happen by accident.
And this is really the tale of the ABB finals. Every year there's a club that just surprises everyone. Beautiful surfing, linking it together, and that is Zeb Stokes representing Kawana. So that's Sunny Coast.
Sunny Coast, mate, yep. So they're here. So in the last couple of years we've had North Shore and Noosa. They've been the two Sunshine Coast clubs. So North Shore are here, but no Noosa this year. Instead we get Kawana. So, but then you've got a whole bunch of board riding clubs up there as well, and a ton of good surfers. So there's a replay of Zeb Stokes' last one. Didn't do much till the inside, but then it really kind of got going, hugged the bank at the back of the rock there, and he finished it nicely.
That was so well put together on the inside, wasn't it? Linking it beautifully as more action.
Oh, here he goes again.
Big roll.
Oh, look at this section in front of him. Here goes Huey Vaughan. Little back foot jam off the bottom again, up over that section. He's got a bunny hop over into the low road. Now it gets going again. Has he got another turn in this? Kinda.
Kinda's good enough when you're a Grom, mate.
Right, the North Shelley crew are pretty pumped. Like, they're feeling, what do they got? Just under 3 minutes. It's very unlikely he's going to get run down here. So those if he does get these 10 points for North Shelley, it's probably going to be pretty critical, because you'd imagine they'll be looking good to be one of the top 8 teams at the end of the day.
It's hard not to look at Huey Vaughan and not think of a young Mick Fanning. The limbs, you know, there's not a muscle on that frame. It's just skeleton and skin. And you know, the blonde hair, of course, style-wise a little different, but just that potential, that tapped, bottled lightning. You know, it's a pretty amazing thing to see someone so tiny putting together waves like that, Shauno, with multiple turns, keeping the speed and just linking it together so well. I mean, you don't want to heap a whole heap of pressure on these kids, but gee whiz, when you see them and they're that electrifying, you can't help but start thinking, wow, well, have we got another generation on the go here?
Mate, but just his confidence out there, you know, look at him. Like, he's got a bit of swagger too. And, you know, trying to make sense of this lineup hasn't been an easy thing, but he's found all the best sections. Here goes Ollie Heinz again for NASA, fading back. His backhand's done all the work so far, up and over that section.
Beautiful.
And he's out of there.
The floater's making a bit of a comeback, I've got to say. Yeah. I've been noticing, even just last week at the Usher Cup, Sheldon Simkus, Hoggy, there was a few big names really starting to float the boat, get on the roof. And when it's executed well and you come out of it with speed, it's just one of those really nice turns that's pleasing on the eye. Look at this, up and over, just a projection.
Absolutely. Well, you generally don't win friends with floaters, mate, but if you do them in the right sections,
it's true.
Here we go.
So Lennox Smith, this kid can surf.
He can surf,
Jones Beach. Look at that. That's a really nice frontside gouge. You see a little bit of sting on the tail end of that one too. Probably a little frustrated with the way his heat's going at the moment, but I like the signs. Sometimes you can channel that aggression into something meaningful.
I've seen some good stuff of him on the reefs down there on the south coast. But yeah, he's just been a little lost out there in amongst the soup. It hasn't got going in this heat at all. So there it is. You can hear the countdown in the background. They're about to wind this one up. And, well, it was basically won in the first 20 seconds. Unless something happens here. Here goes Ollie Heinz. A backhand rip bowl drainer. He's going to get another little finishing turn in. But that's
wow.
It's not an 8.75. So Huey Vorno has won it.
Huey Von Vorno.
Huey Von Vorno. Or Vaughan. So good they named him twice.
Yeah. Well, I really like what I saw out of Ollie Heinz in that heat as well, Shauno. Finishing with the second, which is valuable points for NASA. And, oh man, a clean face for this kid tomorrow and you watch, there could be fireworks. Let's have a look at this Hyundai heat recap. And this is the big one from out the back. Loads it up and Krakatoa. Big explosion, and the judges just gobbled that one up. As we see the man in yellow, this is Zeb Stokes from Kawana Boardriders. He put together some really nice turns as well. But it was Ollie Heinz who actually got the jump on Zeb with this whack. That's as smooth and critical as you like. And wonderful flow, beautiful surfing here from Ollie.
Yeah, he looked really good for a second place finish for NASA, which keeps them in the conversation for top 8. And one more heat to go, mate. Well, you're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle National Final live from Newcastle Beach Saturday afternoon here. One more heat to go. Stick around. Plenty more to come. There we go. There's the North Shelley Tunnel there, welcoming back their little mate Huey Vaughan, who has absolutely cleaned them up in his junior heat. Not much of an effort to hoist him up. He's only about 30 kilos wet, but he's pretty stoked on it. So, mate, you feel a bit of energy starting to build there, Vorno, with North Shelley. What do you reckon?
Oh, well, I mean, they're proven performers at the ABB finals. Yeah, they'd much rather carry Huey Vaughan up the beach than Shane Holmes, that's for sure.
Well, while he's down there, JJ's going to have a chat to the Grom himself.
Yeah, I'll just put one hand on him in case he blows away here. Well done. Great response from the club. You must be feeling awesome. You got amazing waves out there. Straight off the hooter, you basically had it won.
Yeah, it was so fun out there. It's a pretty hard paddle out, but when you get out there, it's so fun, and yeah.
Dad was saying you were a bit unsure, but obviously you made the right choice. It calmed down just long enough for you to get out the back and get that excellent score.
Yeah, I got out there like just in the nick of time before the sets came through, and then yeah, it was so fun out there.
And how good is it to come into all these crew, hey? These guys are pretty proud of him. Little star of the club this afternoon. Yeah. Well, big day tomorrow, and well done to everyone, and thanks for the chat, and good surfing.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
All right. Huey.
Oh, yeah. No.
What a family.
Yeah.
Have you seen a more iconic Australian grommet head, noggin, in your life? Have a look at it.
Yeah, it reminds me when we when you threw Jack Robinson's head on the cover of Surfing World when he was 12 with the bowl cut.
Yeah.
You know, might be time for a Huey Vaughan headshot cover.
Oh, mate. Well, I mean, Surfing World going strong under your guardianship there, Shauno, and It's been a mag that has always run classic portraits of Groms on the cover. Tom Carroll had a zig-covered, weird, curly-headed ringlet. Back end, I'm telling you, he hasn't had hair for a good half century.
Yeah, he had the fro going in his late teens, Tommy.
Shane Haran, another one.
Yeah, Shane Haran, another grommet on the cover.
But Australian Groms, no one else in the world looks like them, mate. They're covered in freckles. They've got these big blonde shocks. It's just, it's such a good look. Huey Vaughan, that face, mate, fair dinkum. You could go through any period in Australian surfing history and find a Huey Vaughan around.
Absolutely. Well, there's some mad team energy there for North Shelley. Like, it's probably the maddest team energy we've seen all day. Like, you don't really see it till tomorrow when you get the team's events. And everyone loads up all their crowd. They bring everyone, because most of these teams are within a driving distance of Newcastle. So all the Sydney clubs, all the Central Coast clubs like North Shelley, they'll stack the crowd tomorrow. And so you'll see probably 5 or 6 times as many punters there wearing black and yellow, losing their minds, because there's no way Vorno they're going to finish second again.
Well, the other big thing to consider too, Shauno, is that the Reef Tip Team Spirit Award is up for grabs. That's $2,500 for the best team spirit on the beach. And I know that each club has brought their mascots down, so we're going to see all of that colour tomorrow thrown into the mix here. And you can just bet that, $2,500, well, that pays for your trip down. Doesn't matter where you come from. Bring in all the team. So that'll be a big factor. And not that they need any extra motivation to cheer on, their team members for the big win, but that sort of team spirit being rewarded does factor into things.
Yeah, like you turn the clock back, mate, and you think of some of the classic team on the beach performances. Like Coffs have been pretty good. They bring a huge entourage down from up the north coast. They've certainly got the biggest flag. Old mate's going to have sore arms by the end of the afternoon. Okay, well, here we go. This is Ryan Heisig from Stratty. Point lookout here. Just getting going. And he's not going to connect that one. That one didn't happen for him. So he's out there against Luke Brumby from North Shore on the Sunshine Coast. Creed Smart from Coffs. And the fourth surfer is Byron Stapleton from Avoca.
Creed Smart and Rosie Smart, another brother-sister combo from Australia with, a lot of potential. I've seen quite a few brother-sister combos do great things in Australian surfing. There's Craig and Philippa Anderson, the locals here at Newcastle, as we see a good, strong finish here from North Shore. Smashes it.
Yeah.
But Tyler and Owen and Mikey Wright, there's a good brother-sister combo there, sibling combo. Who else have you got?
Brother-sister combos. You stole my logical Newcastle one straight away. There's Luke Brumby here just finishing up and looking pretty good for North Shore. But another club who's still well and truly in the mix. So, going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow. Brothers, sisters, I know, mate. I'm madly cycling through them. But there's going to be someone really easy come to mind here. I'm trying to think. Have you got one? Have you got an easy one?
I don't. I actually can't think of too many. That's why it's interesting when you see them coming along. I've got one for you.
What?
Steve Bullet McKenzie and Lynette McKenzie.
Well, I got one down our way, actually. Got Cody Robinson and India Robinson.
Oh, of course, yep.
Straight up. Got India Robinson at pipe at the moment, and I think, she missed her heat. She got concussed, which wasn't real good. But her brother rips, and she rips.
Yeah, it's a great dynamic, and I love seeing, imagine Tyler Wright without Owen and Mikey. I mean, she's a champion, a 2-time world champion. She probably would have got there in the end, but just the level of quick advancement that you can generate from having that big bro cluing you into, all those sorts of little nuances that you've got to pick up.
Yeah, mate, I just flashed back to the year they won it here, when Culburra won it. Like, that's probably we talk about North Shore being probably the surprise win, the one surprise win. Like, Culburra was a bit of a surprise win because they didn't really exist until 2 years before. They only formed a couple of years before, but it wasn't so much of a surprise because your team was Mikey Wright, Tyler Wright, Geordie Watson, Ty Watson. So you had this ready-made team of shredders, And of course, it's probably the most famous win, I reckon, most famous ABB win. Mikey Wright having to sprint up the beach to get in with like 2 seconds left. His dog was chasing him. It was, he was waiting on the score. It was just mad drama.
And even just paddling out for the final, they were in the car on the way to the airport, weren't they? To fly home.
Well, they thought they were out, but they weren't, and they got the call up, and they had to come back and just go straight into the water. But let's hope we get something equally dramatic tomorrow.
Bit of air guitar on that giant flag there from Bryn, representing Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club.
He's earned a beer at the end of the day. He's had that thing up all day into a 40-knot straight sou'easter.
He will not miss it.
No, he won't miss it either. No beer will be safe in Newcastle.
Mate, if you had to pick a club, an emerging club, we've got a bunch of them who are experiencing the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Finals for the first time. Have you got a dark horse in here for this year?
A club who hasn't won it before. You could look at someone like... trying to think, because it needs a few things to happen. Like NASA could do something. Like unheralded, and it's probably the year for it because of the conditions. The conditions is going to throw, it's like 52 pickup tomorrow. It's going to even the field, and the big crew will still be pretty hard to roll. But if weird stuff happens and people get waves and people don't, I do like the look of, I reckon NASA could do something.
What about Point Lookout, mate? You've spent a lot of time up there at Stratty. They've got the big dog, B. Durbidge, looking like he's just never surfed better. He doesn't need any motivation. Curtis Ewing in the team.
Curtis Ewing, yeah.
I mean, that's a team that has been building slowly. You see them starting to gain confidence. They get to the finals. They know that they can perform. They've gone deep into the draw before. What do you think the chances of Point Lookout are for this year?
Well, they probably went overs last year because they finished. What did they finish last year? Third, fourth. They made the final anyway.
That's right. Yep.
And they were kind of like they didn't have the strongest team. Like Ethan wasn't here. Ethan Ewing wasn't here. That was Creed Smart, I think, from Coffs. But they didn't have the full team. But still, like if you've got Bede there to anchor everything around, and you got Curtis there. Like Stacey gets some waves. I think probably I'm not sure if Timmy Mack is here as the other open surfer, but they could do something. It's not going to be predictable tomorrow. That's going to be the one thing I'll settle on, is that you'll probably end up with a couple of smokies that will get through towards the end, just because of the nature of the surf. We actually kind of half saw it last year with Seaford. Like Seaford made the last 8. From South Oz.
That's right.
And because the finals day was a bit like this, and
drops the wallet right in the pocket.
Yeah, that's Ryan Isaac from Stratty. But like the finals day dawned and it looked a lot like this. It was 8 foot and it was big and stormy and all over the joint. And Dion Atkinson went out and just went bang, 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 bang. Thanks very much. And suddenly, all the other surfers fed off that, and suddenly they made it to the semis. And they're like they're a big club for South Oz, but they're small fish on the national stage, and I reckon you're going to get 1 or 2 of them tomorrow, and it would be kind of cool because like that's what we were saying with Jess before, that probably the only real no name, well you won't say no name, but like coming from the clouds win was North Shore. When they won 3 years ago, because nobody expected it.
And just the performances from North Shore also in this heat, ever since then, they look like a major club. Like they look like a big heavyweight team. All that belief that they took out of this win. And even just making the finals, like seeing Kawana and South Arm and all these other clubs getting their mitts on this experience.
Yeah.
They go back home and they're a different organisation. They get a little bit of time in the spotlight. It's easy to get some sponsors. It's easy to get crew on board who have been watching it on TV. And but I'm with you. I think we're really set up well for something a little bit unexpected tomorrow. Coffs Harbour's another team, mate. I mean, the team spirit will be on show. You reckon North Shelley will be bringing it? And I think Coffs Harbour will be loud and proud tomorrow. And they've just got a real North Shelley vibe about them as well. Really reliable team surfers.
Yep, totally. And then, you know, I also reckon today some of the big dogs have also stood up. Like Snapper don't have, they're missing some heavy hitters, but man, they have looked like you go through the roster of who's surfed today, and like Kobe Enright crushed it. You know, Marlon Harrison didn't win his heat, but he had a mid-7 or an 8. You know, Sheldon had a good heat. Kersey's here. You know, and they're Snapper. So
Snapper is scary. They're on the back of a win in a team's event just last week, and they look really confident. Jay Phillips, you know, he is one of the all-time great leaders when it comes to team surfing, and he just looks relaxed. And I think, you know, when it comes to leadership, whatever mood you're in as your team captain, you want to infuse the rest of the crew with that sort of belief, that sort of calm. And I think Jay Phillips is doing a wonderful job. Louis Egan's here too, by the way. And having a mentor who has been there and done that in every format of surfing, that's going to have a huge effect on the
there's Mike Merriweather again in that conversation. Like you look at the Grom they sent out, man, just owned it. Josh Levy, like first surf for the club on this stage, and just absolutely just smash people. So he's good because then they're strong across the board. You've got Philippa Anderson. You know, I'd imagine they might send Louis out as the master. They've probably got a few options there. But you know, another local win not out of the question as well.
The big story out of today, Shauno, the biggest story that was brewing all day around lunchtime. We all couldn't believe it when the battleboard flared up and there's Redhead sitting on top of the ratings.
Don't you reckon Ben Mundy is in England right now?
Yeah.
He's waking up. He's just cracked his first beer at 6 a.m. and
alarms are set. He's just absolutely camped out on the couch. G'day, Monday. Wonderful job commentating the Euro League for the World Surf League and the recent Nazare event. And I think we've got Diesel, a Redhead in as well, our producer here on the show today. So
that's why we saw 50 replays of Redhead seats.
If Redhead wins this thing, are we going to see Newcastle 97 type celebrations all over the Hunter?
Well, mate, you reckon people in Newcastle are mad? Try Redhead.
It would be the story for the ages if this little minnow club who finally got over the top of East End Boardriders and a couple of the others to get their shot, and all of a sudden they're top of the battle board. It's just one of those things that, you know, only team surfing can really provide.
Yep. It'd be nice. We might try and just get a hold quickly if someone can bring in the updated leaderboard, because it'd be pretty interesting to see where we're currently sitting. But Redhead would be top 8 because they've had 2 wins. Okay. Yep. Here we go. North Shore. This is Luke Brumby.
Nice.
So, look, another big, strong kid. He's been like throwing a bit of heat in those turns.
I wonder how important it is for these kids, or what sort of pressure it puts on them, because on one hand, you've got these club mentors who look after you and give you all this fantastic advice. On the other hand, they're pro surfers who you had on your bedroom wall at one stage. You know, you've got Shane Bevan, CT competitor, Luke Egan, CT competitor, all these, Lee Winkler, another one. You know, you go out there, you're going, holy moly, I've got to step up for these guys. Let's look at this battleboard, Shauno.
Well, there we go. Look, the 2 big dogs are leading, as probably predicted. North Narrabeen, North Shelley. We imagine they probably would. North Avalon, we mentioned, they're a bit of a smoky for tomorrow. Like Redhead, this morning they just turned up here to surf the local trials, and at the end of the day they're going to finish 4th out of the day. So they're going to get the morning off tomorrow and go straight into the round of round of 12. Snapper, you'd probably expect. Phillip Island is another one, and Labar Torquay. That's a pretty good representation of what's happened today. Labar looked really good. Torquay have had flashes as well. Maybe that's their year. Maroubra Merriweather, top 10.
Yeah, well, this last heat's pretty crucial for Coffs Harbour. They're right on the cusp, and I think that they would really enjoy some points, and they're doing a good job of it here. A 4.83 for Creed Smart. He is out in the lead. part of that.
So, yeah, well, look, just looking, 10 points for a win, mate. So you've still got North Shore in this last heat. You still had Coffs in this last heat. So whoever wins this might jump up into that top 8 and earn the morning off. And I reckon that's going to be probably pretty key tomorrow because, as we're seeing, Byron Stapleton there from Avoca. Because, mate, if it's victory at sea again tomorrow, you don't want to have, if you get a chance to skip around, mate, take it. Because you're going to be gassed. Like, it's not so much, you're not seeing it so much today in the individual heats, but as soon as you've got to start coming in and out through that, you're going to deplete your energy pretty quick.
Time, just the energy it uses stressing about the other people and how they're using the time.
And the stress energy.
It's intense.
Mate, it's been kind of liberating to see the grommets out this afternoon because without the pressure of the teams event and the time pressure and they can just go out and find ways and do, because that's what grommets do. They just find ways, you know. But let's see how composed, and they've been the most composed all day. Like the Masters had trouble, the women found bits and pieces, the Opens did all right, but the grommets have ruled it today. But let's see how they go tomorrow when they've got 30 adults screaming at them and the clock, someone waving flag and the clock and going left, right, further out. Their big test comes tomorrow.
That's right. And childhood heroes just added even another extra bit of weight onto those skinny little shoulders. This kid is on fire. He just put a really strong wave together. A 3.68 perhaps.
Yeah, Luke.
Not completely locked in, so it looks like maybe Creed Smart might get away with this.
Yeah, well, I think he was up before the hooter, so I think this is going to count. We've still got some scores dropping. So it doesn't look like North Shore's going to move up into first. So it's going to look like Coffs is going to get the win, which is going to jump them up into the top 8. So that's a huge win. And second place might even be enough for North Shore here, Vorno, to get into top 8. So we'll update the board in a second, get it straight back to you. But that could be good news for Coffs Harbour, I think.
Well, these 4 teams really looking closely at the scores dropping in for the last exchange. It is looking good for Coffs. They needed that 10 points, didn't they? They were way down, but 10 points puts them well inside the top 8. And tomorrow, Shauno, wow, it's just game on. There's nothing better than turning up here. Creed Smart is just...
What happened? No win?
Extremely hard to hear out there. The amount of wind, I mean, it is proper blowing. Like JJ said, I think I saw Huey Vaughan, tumbleweeding up through the car park and down the main street.
He's blowing down Hunter Street. He's at Newcastle West right now. But there it is. I think that's good news for Coffs. Creed Smart has won the heat, and those 10 points should be enough to get them up into the top 8. So they'll get the morning off tomorrow.
Classic scenes, mate. Imagine the feeling of being shared up the beach. It's sort of reserved for CT wins or big events.
Yeah.
But that's the importance of getting through these heats and getting a good result. To get everyone in the club bombed down into the shorey, chuck you up on the shoulders and give you that feeling of like, yes, you've done it for our region.
Yeah. You can see how stoked the grommets are. Well, here we are. Luke Brumby from North Shore opened really strongly, really composed, found a nice couple of sections. And, it was kind of bits and pieces from there, Vorno.
Yeah, well, this was a scrappy heat. Not as many opportunities, but this was Creed Smart. I love that bottom turn, so drawn out. Had to fight to keep that one.
Well, that was the crucial wave. There's Ryan Heisig from Stratty, just overcooked on that one. But there, Luke Brumby for North Shore did enough. Got North Shore up into second, which should be enough to keep them in the into the top 8 and give them the morning off tomorrow.
There he is, Coffs champion, and looks like Jess Grimwood is about to have a chat to him. So, let's find out how Creed found the conditions out there.
Dane Peel. Here we go. We are with the last junior men's heat winner, Dane. Congratulations, got the whole club behind you here. How did that feel being cheered up?
Oh, it feels so good that they're all behind us, and feels great,
And you come from such a strong history of surfing at Coffs Harbour. We've spoken about it earlier. Really, really tight community. The club does a lot with the whole community. How would that feel to take home the win tomorrow in the grand final?
Oh, it'll be everything. We've trained hard, got such good surfers, and we deserve the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can hear, you know, this vibe coming from the Coffs Harbour team. They've been planning, strategising. Have you been having some training sessions at home before you came down to Newey?
Yeah, we had training sessions, all prepared, heat drills, and yeah, got to do it to win it.
There you go. Any last words from the Coffs Harbour team, guys? There you go. That's it. Boardriders battle. He's already a crumb cutlet, and let's keep an eye out for these guys tomorrow. That's the Coffs Harbour Boardriders.
Yeah, thanks, Jess.
About time, Shauna.
Someone had to get it, mate. But I'll tell you what he's done, mate. He's taken Coffs Harbour from, they were in about 14th, they've gone up to 2nd.
Huge.
So that was a huge win for the club. So
I love that.
That gives them the morning off, mate. That's big news, mate.
Cheer him up the beach, but don't let him get too ahead of himself.
No, don't hurt him, because he needs to do it again tomorrow. So you're watching finals day here at finals weekend at the Australian Boardriders battle. Back to wrap it up right after this.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, welcome back. Great to have you guys here wrapping up what has been Reggae Ellis, a pretty huge day, opening day here at finals weekend, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. Be a lot of people sleeping well tonight, Reg, I reckon.
There will be indeed. It was an awesome day out there for the individuals, of course. We saw a lot of battles going on in various divisions, from the Opens to the Juniors to the Women's and the Masters, of course, and they had to really fight for it, like consistent waves, like, duck diving 30 to 50 times a heat, 20-minute heats, and get that one good wave. It was pretty tough, but awesome surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a lot of crew got a thorough rinsing today. Probably going to get the same again tomorrow. But, mate, just great to be here back in Newcastle. The host city for the ABB has been for 6 years now.
Yep.
It's found a natural home here, and there's a lot of reasons why. It's a beautiful part of the New South Wales coast. We're going to throw to it, have a little look, and come and join us tomorrow. We're back on tomorrow morning for the big day to find out who's going to be the best board riding club in the nation.
Yeah. But how good is New South Wales, Sean? I
thought I was going out of here. But no, we're going to New South Wales, mate, which
That's right. Well,
isn't a bad place to be.
Yeah, you got everything from the ocean to the snow to the desert to, surfing, of course. Let's feel New South Wales. I like that. It's a new catch guy.
Yeah, feel New South Wales.
Yeah, well, I feel it every day.
Well, you've been stuck in New South Wales
for a long time, actually.
for 2 years.
I have not been out of New South Wales.
You might want to go to Queensland.
Actually, I haven't been out of New South Wales for a long time. But of course, have a look at the battle board. Awesome here today. So there's our top clubs. So you see the top 8. They get seeded through the first round tomorrow. North Narrabeen. Really? They had to qualify at number 1. No surprises there. Coffs Harbour. Well, that's awesome. North Shelley, North Avalon. Redhead, of course, who came through the trials this morning. Excellent stuff there. Snapper, Phillip Island and North Shore, the top 8. Now, the rest of them, they'll be battling out tomorrow to make it through to that second round, which is not going to be easy. You're expecting awesome surf tomorrow, Shauno.
Yeah. We're expecting pretty much something on par with what we saw today. So tons of swell, probably tons of wind, but maybe a little better.
Awesome, as I said.
But tomorrow, mate, is finals day, and it's the teams event. So we've seen the individuals today. The drama really starts tomorrow when we send them out as teams. And by the end of the day, mate, we'll know who the best board riding club in the nation is going to be.
That's right, the Hyundai Australian Board Riders Battle. The big day is tomorrow. Do not miss it. We'll be back early tomorrow morning broadcasting live from 8 a.m. See you then.